Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another exciting day of the LPL Unofficial English broadcast, brought to you by all the staff and crew here at LPL Unofficial English. My name is Rafa, and you might not be able to tell, but I've been doing a lot of casting recently, and that is why my voice, as I'm charismatically as possible trying to project it here, I'm definitely doing my best to protect it, but I am joined by the ever charismatic Super K-Man Rocks on my, is this my left? And to me, this is my left, but on screen, I think it's the right. So, but brother, welcome back. It's always a blast to cast with you ever since our first one together a few weeks ago. And now we get to basically bid adieu to the Nirvana stage here of the LPL.
Yeah, we are here. It's the final series of Group Nirvana. It's finally time for us to put to bed some of these more, we'll say, out there games that we've been getting, some more out there narratives, but the pressure is not off of these teams. Still something to play for in terms of qualification to try to get in to these best of fives, to get into playoffs and all of that jazz. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit more of an ASMR stream today, and I'm excited for that with you, Rafa. I'm excited for the vibes.
Well, just to remind everyone at home where we are at in terms of the LPL, we are in the Rumble portion of the second split of the 2025 season, where we were split into two groups after the placement stage. 10 of our 16 teams went into Group Ascend, where they are currently playing to either make their way into playoffs if you're top 4, or play-ins that will lead into playoffs if you are bottom 6 of Group Ascend. And for Group Nirvana, as you called it, Super K-Man Rocks, this is our last Nirvana series we shall see from the second split, where the top 2, if they clinch the spot, will go to play-ins. The middle 2 will at least return in split 3, but their split 2 is over. And if you're in the bottom 2, which we have already seen locked in, they are eliminated for the rest of the year. So the last time we both saw OMG and RNG respectively, that's it. We're not seeing either of these two squads or orgs for the rest of the year, and not until 2026.
Yeah, it's a brutal format for those bottom 2 teams. You're done. No summer, no more games. You're done in May. And that's really got to be a bit of a demoralizing thing, especially for these orgs in particular. But like you said, still a lot to play for in Group Nirvana. You can see only one team so far has qualified for the play-in spot there, with Edward Gaming taking that number 1 spot for now. LGD playing today, definitely playing for their right to get into that playoff series, but Ultra Prime definitely has the opportunity to play spoiler moving forward. And so definitely still a lot on the table, and especially with Group Nirvana, you never know how these games are going to go. You never know who's going to be able to get that momentum early, so I'm very excited to see where this goes.
That's right, and we've already alluded to, last time what happened on Group Nirvana, but we're going to show you some official clips and footage of what exactly happened on last time on Group Nirvana. EDG, as you said, officially locked in their play-in spot by defeating RNG in their respective series, and that meant that RNG were officially eliminated from the LPL for the rest of the year. And I have to say, the series was definitely a bit of a heater. We had some exciting picks with the Ambessa jungle, or at least the attempt of an Ambessa jungle by the Milky Way. But at least for EDG, definitely very happy and content for their side that they were able to not only just, survive Group Nirvana and make it to a split 3, the fact that they're going to get a chance to, go into the play-in stage with considerable roster changes that have already occurred from some of the teams in Group Ascend. I don't know, Super K-Man Rocks. I want to pick your brain a bit. Do you think EDG now has a chance to play spoiler to some of our teams in Group Ascend, or do you think, they're just happy to make it to play-in stage?
I think it's a really interesting conversation because this Edward Gaming team was supposed to be better than Group Nirvana. They were supposed to be a top 10 team that went into Group Ascend in the first place in terms of what we expected of this roster in the preseason back in January, but things have just not necessarily worked out that way. I think they are starting to find their form, their groove right now, and if you're ever going to find it, now is definitely the time. The problem for them is that because they're in Group Nirvana, they are going to have to play one of the top 2 teams in terms of, number 5 or number 6 in Group Ascend. You could be looking at a series against Invictus Gaming or a series against Weibo Gaming or, a team of that caliber, which makes things a lot more difficult in order to, kind of project them to qualify. But honestly, this team is really talented. They have a lot of veteran players. Xiao Hao is playing really well in the jungle right now. I think the bot lane is finally starting to come online. And so when you're looking at, a team in Group Nirvana that could potentially be a big surprise and could break through into that upper echelon, potentially get into top 8, get into playoffs, I think EDG right now from the tape we've seen probably has that best chance.
And who knows, maybe LGD can be the other team that joins the ranks of EDG from Group Nirvana, trying to contest the other teams from Group Ascend that will be, playing for their playoffs lives in the play-in stage of this Rumble phase. Now, that has yet to be determined because LGD, off the back of this series, will either conclude one of the following. Either they get a 2-0 or 2-1. They need at least just one game win against Ultra Prime. That confirms and locks them in for the plans. Whereas if Ultra Prime, despite their fate being sealed, if they are able to find a 2-0 victory over LGD, that actually allows LNG to take the final spot from Nirvana and going into the play-in stage.
Yeah, still a lot on the line today for LGD in particular. It's funny that we find ourselves in this situation. Ultra Prime, of course, the only team to lose to OMG after they were officially eliminated in their last series of the year. They kind of got upset, spoiled by OMG. They now have the opportunity to go and spoil LGD's road into qualifying. So, a little bit of an interesting little tidbit there. But Ultra Prime, we've seen this team be able to step up and really compete with the upper echelon teams. They are the only team in Group Nirvana that's been able to take a series off of Edward Gaming, who's in first place right now. And so we definitely know they have the talent to be able to do so. It's all really going to be about whether or not they can get their star in the jungle moving.
That's right. And I love that you've already highlighted, I think, for me, what is the brightest spot for this Ultra Prime roster as we take a look at the individuals on this team. We've got Zhang in the top lane, Saber in the mid lane, Wako and Xiaosha in that bot lane duo, and the star in particular that you have already alluded to is Junhao in the jungle, coming up from BLG's junior roster from LDL just recently this past year. He has, despite being on a team that has not been that competitive in 2025, Junhao has given Ultra Prime some of their brightest moments throughout this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're looking at the spring split. I think almost all of their wins can be tracked to him getting some sort of gigantic lead in the early game. It's really fun to see him on these carry champions. I think when you look at how the bot lane in particular has been playing a lot of weak side AD carries that can, be useful in the mid game that allows a player like Xiaoxia to move around the map. And remember, Xiaoxia and Junhao both came from BLG Junior. They were teammates. Their jungle support synergy is massive in the current meta. And I think we are starting to see that really pay off for Ultra Prime. You can see it in some of these plays here. They rely a ton on Junhao to actually be the primary playmaker, to go in first and to create a lot of action for this team. We see it on things like Lee Sin, Vi, and especially the Nefiri, which have really been dominant picks for both of the junglers we're going to talk about today. But you're absolutely right. Basically every part of this team ends up running through Junhao, and I think, especially looking at today's series, he's going to need to have a big one if they're going to pull off the upset.
Yeah, and outside of Xiaosha, Junhao is the newest member, not just for this roster, but also the person that has the least amount of tier 1 experiences. This was his LPL debut going at the starting at the beginning of 2025, and the fact that Junhao has been able to do so with I have to say, both a little bit of flair and grace as a jungler on a team that isn't otherwise that strong compared to the entire landscape of the LPL. But I love how, Junhao being able to reunite with Xiaosha, from his time in the LDL. I think, as you've already noted before, jungle support synergy has been so crucial this season. If you look at some of the, really fun stories that are coming out of Group Ascent right now with FPX, Shadow, and Dway clearly, working together to really create a lot of strong winning moments for a team that otherwise everyone was kind of overlooking. Even Team WE as well.
Yeah.
The fact that Monkey and yes, Vampire, the person that, missed so many, crucial engages in Split 1 point blank, is also turning up and having, some quite frankly, some stellar support games on, those engage tanks. And both of those teams, WE and FPX, would not be able to get as far as they have been if it wasn't for that jungle support synergy. So for Ultra Prime, even though, as we said before, their story ends after this series for Split 2, but they are not one of the teams eliminated for the rest of the year. We will see them return in Split 3. And if you are Ultra Prime, if you are either of these two players, I think this series is a great opportunity for you to play spoiler and get more eyes on you. So even if, Ultra Prime is not able to push forward into Split 3, maybe other teams look your way and say, oh, you know what? What if we took Junhao Xiaoxia for our team going into Split 3? Or what if we picked up these two going into 2026?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of rumblings, a lot of rumors right now that a couple of teams are looking for those changes heading into the summer split. I think the LPL has realized that it's pretty wide open right now, and especially trying to make top 4 or top 3, it's pretty achievable for a lot of different teams with a couple of minor changes. We've seen a lot of successes with new junglers coming in, both here, obviously in Group Nirvana with teams like, LNG and LGD, as we're going to talk about here, but in Group Ascend as well. But that absolutely applies to LGD, who we can see on the screen.
That's right. Sasa in the top lane, Nayo in the jungle, XQW in the mid lane, Xiaoya in the bot lane, and YCX at support. And once again, one of the brightest spots for LGD, even though overall this is a roster that has relatively newer players coming up from the LDL and LDL champions, the fact that Nayo was able to help revitalize this team after, some of the promising splashes of brilliance we saw in Split 1. LGD were starting to falter in the placement stage and were not able to make it into Group Ascend, which honestly, based off of what we saw in Split 1, was kind of the position we thought LGD was going to be in. But then, disappointingly for them, they land in Group Nirvana and they had to change some things going into the Rumble stage. They looked at the jungle pool. They said, you know what, time to bring in Nayo over Climber. And, even if you are a Climber fan and a little sad that it happened, Nayo has definitely been the right choice for this roster, as he is quite single-handedly, if not at least elevate and lift up the rest of the team around him.
Yeah, it's been tremendous to watch Nayo play, and as much as I'd like to sit here and be like, wow, it's really cool to see LGD pick up this, relatively unproven jungler, I think a lot of people who were kind of tapped into the LDL or really kind of understood Nayo's path were more so expecting a result like this last year when he joined the LPL on Rare Atom. Unfortunately, that team just didn't really have the success that they were looking for, but Nayo getting another chance after once again playing really well in the LDL and finally getting an opportunity to play with a roster that is facilitating him in a proper way has been awesome to watch. And quite frankly, I think there's an argument and a case to be made that Nayo has been the best player in Group Nirvana in terms of value, in terms of what he's brought to the team. And so really excited to see this matchup in particular today, because these are carry junglers. We're not looking at two junglers that want to play facilitators or anything like that. You can see it from the stats up on your screen. Junhao first in damage percentage, Nayo third in KDA, and fourth in GD at 15. Like, we've got a real, competition on our hands here today. Both of these junglers very important to their teams.
And something that we've kind of used as a measurement to how important a jungler is to their team, and also kind of an indicator how booty the rest of the team outside of the jungle is, you can look at the jungler kill participation, and if they are higher up in that number, that usually means if the jungler is not the one driving this team forward, no one else is, right? And so for Ultra Prime, it makes sense why Junhao is so crucial to Ultra Prime's limited success whenever they are able to find it, right? But, at least for the side of LGD, the fact that Nayo, while still relatively high up in terms of kill participation. I think pound for pound, when you look at all of the lane matchups that LGD have going into Ultra Prime, we still favor LGD for the most part. That being said, it would be an exciting, prospect to see Ultra Prime for the last time that we see them in Split 2. Try to play spoiler and make it so that it's also the last time we see LGD for the rest of Split 2.
Yeah, it's Ultra Prime's got one goal today, and that's to be the biggest upset machine that they can possibly be. They're coming out here to prove that they belong, and again, a lot of these players haven't had a ton of experience at the LPL level. They're probably just happy to take the experience in the games that they can to get themselves ready for summer. This isn't just a throwaway game. This is really valuable experience for them, so excited to see the potential veteran leadership of someone like Wako down in the bot lane, who's been around for quite a long time, of course, in different regions, but excited to see if that steps up and really kind of comes to fruition for Ultra Prime today, or if the youth of LGD is really gonna, be the thing that carries them across the finish line with a lot of their mechanical talent.
That's right. And, something that we didn't even get a chance to touch on yet, while we're waiting for 1v1s to be loaded in for our side select, it's really cool that if you think about the core of LGD's roster and why they were picked up, is because before coming into this LGD roster, they had essentially dominated the LDL in their previous split, right? The fact that XQW and YCX came from winning the LDL in the last split of 2024, then LGD give them a chance to call up to try them out in the Demacia Cup and then play for 2025. Dio, even though in 2024 was not in the LDL, he was in the LDL at the beginning of the season in Split 1 with top esports challengers, and then they dominated. They were first by the end of it. So, funny how that all kind of ties around. A majority of this team, after, being the best in LDL, get a chance to, be called back up, whether it's for the first time or whether it's, to try and make a better showing here in the LPL as we get ready for our 1v1. It is between Sasa and Jong, and a lot of signature champions being taken off the board. Ooh. Okay. I was about to say, damn, Renekton, honk shoe, but at least Jong is ready to make it spicy with the Aurelia.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a much more action-packed 1v1, or I would hope that it's going to be a more action-packed 1v1. I don't think you're picking Aurelia to sit around and do nothing until the Ring of Fire starts. At least that's not how I would certainly play that, but,
yeah.
I'm going to be excited to see this. Jung's a player we haven't really talked about a lot, not only in this, preamble here at the beginning of the show, but really throughout the entire split for Ultra Prime. He came in with quite a bit of expectation coming over from the PCS last year from Frank Esports, having a ton of mechanical talent. It's not necessarily materialized into success so far, but yeah, we know this kid has the talent to be able to really make a difference at a level like this. It's all really just about unlocking it, and especially if they are going to start playing more for the macro game. I'm going to be interested to see if Jong gets a little bit more involved, but this is his first attempt of the day to really be able to influence things in his team's favor, because we know how important Blue Side is.
That's right. Now, I will say, even though Blue Side has still remained the undisputed pickup for any of our winners here in this 1v1 side select, the fact that we are now on the Spirit Blossom map and, the overall meta has changed, I think there's definitely been a little bit more value that we have seen from teams opting into picking red side in certain scenarios. We have yet to see where a team, after winning, says, you know what, we want red side to start out the game, but, things with the game state overall slowing down and counter picks becoming a little bit more valuable. I mean, who knows? Maybe if whoever wins here decides, you know what, I want guaranteed top lane counter pick. You know what, I want guaranteed support counter pick. Who knows?
Yeah, I actually think it's a great call out here, Rafa, because when you look at the stats, both of these teams actually have more wins on red side this split than they do blue side. So we get a bit of an early trade here. Just a little interesting tidbit here. Not that that should be taken too seriously with the just lack of games and lack of sample size in Group Nirvana. You can't always,
sure.
you know, glean too much from that, but definitely something I noted was the red side advantage for both of these. We can see Sasa winning a lot of these trades because of the Bramble Vest start here on the Renekton. Clearly, you know, Sasa not worrying too much about whether or not he's going to be able to burst down Jung early in this matchup, just wants to be able to, you know, take these trades a little bit more effortlessly, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yep. Definitely hard to do so for this Aurelia, since, you know, we always talk about the way that Aurelias are able to turn around this 1v1 matchups in the past is her ability to sustain and get, you know, healing using her passive fully stacked up, trying to weave in blade surges and resets throughout minions as well as flawless duet targets. Jung trying to go for the 1v1 right now as both laners here initiate with the ignite. Credit to Jung, he did not pop his barrier, so he has a small summoner spell advantage. However, the health advantage is a little too big to overcome at the moment, and so he's going to take a recall.
Yeah, I don't hate that trade at all from Jung. I actually think it's a really smart trade to take. He should be able to get his back off here, and he should be able to get back relatively in time. He's not going to lose too much, although Sasa is going to hit level 6 a little bit earlier. Is going to have a little bit more gold in the tank to go back and buy, but it's not going to be a ridiculous amount, as we can see down there, 400 gold difference. But popping that barrier early on is really big to kind of initiate a follow-up fight here if you do want to go ahead and take that, especially around the level 6 power spike. It means that Sasa now has to play so much safer in this 1v1, so we'll see what he wants to end up doing. We actually see more armor bot on the side of the Renekton. I think we're definitely seeing the opt-in in terms of, yeah, I don't have any summoner spells, you know, barrier's still up on the other side. Maybe now's not the time to build some damage, but you know, maybe that aggressive trading tendency that we were hoping to see out of these two is unfortunately not going to come to fruition, at least in the early part of this 1v1 here.
Yeah, Sasa definitely trying to beat Jung by a war of attrition rather than just showing a brute force and strength. And as you already called out, Ignite Barrier were used by Sasa, so that means Jung has an opportunity to at least try and force an all-in where he has at least a guaranteed barrier advantage. But with the wave already built up and going to crash into Sasa, he's going to actually spend health just to absorb the wave. He can always get a lot of healing back with the Empowered Call of the Meek, but being able to play through, really nice dodge on that flawless slit too. And popping the Dominus now, Jung is in trouble. Ignite comes back up for Sasa. He's using the ultimate.
He's just dead.
And Sasa with the barrier. Yeah, I think Jung is definitely in trouble. He used all of his summoner spells, and unfortunately for him, Sasa is just stronger in terms of base stats. That is the first kill. For anyone that is tuning in, this is for side select, so this is not, you know, the official series quite yet. The win, the side select, it's first to 2 kills, first to first brick, or if we have the Ring of Fire, then it's the last man standing that wins.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big win for Sasa. It's perfectly timed in terms of an engage from him, but that's a big mistake from Jung. You have to know your timers when it comes to that kind of stuff, and Ignite and Barrier both came up basically exactly at that moment. Again, really nice dodge from Sasa to start that off, but it's a pretty big gold advantage now in favor of the Renekton. This should allow him to be a bit more aggressive. He actually just completes the Thornmail in terms of the back. I was really interested to see if we were eventually going to get something offensive, but I guess no real reason to at this point. If you do end up going down to the Ring of Fire, it's going to be pretty easy to stall out the Aurelia with this much armor, this much shred in terms of how things go, and it's really not an easy way for Jung to trade, but he's certainly going to try.
It may not be the most Giga Chat way of winning this 1v1, but Sasa knows that when you have a level lead, you already have a major stat advantage offensively, so being able to double down on your own defensive stats gives you a stronger edge. It's kind of the philosophy we always see when, you know, teams are rolling ahead in a game. Why build damage when you can build, you know, defensive items as a major way of offensively protecting your lead and making it difficult for the enemy team to try and shut you down?
Absolutely, and we're seeing that in practice here, I think, in the most clear way we possibly can. Jung has no way to get back into this in this current wave state. Sasa's really going to sit there and try and freeze this as much as possible, and, create a state where Zhang has to walk up, and he can't walk up. Sasa's summoners are back up, even if Zhang's are as well, and so you're in this position where not only do you have significantly less stats because you gave the kill over to the Renekton, but he's 2 levels up. He's hit level 11. He's stacking the rage meter there to be able to bring that heal up on the Q, and it's just becoming a lot more difficult for Zhang to do anything. I really don't see a pathway back into this for him. I think Sasa, depending on how aggressive Zhang wants to go here, should be able to have this one in the bag.
Yeah, and with there being 40 seconds before the Ring of Fire spawns, I wouldn't be mad if Sasa just says, you know what? On the next minion wave crash, okay, I guess he's not going to do it. I thought if there's a way to, like, try and force it all in on Zhang on her tower, because even if Sasa dies and doesn't get the kill on Zhang, you have that, kill to play for, not trying to chance it and bring it to, the Ring of Fire standpoint, but at least is going to get one. Oh my goodness. I just saw the items that Sasa completed for himself. This is just rude. I know we already agreed that, like, defensive is the best route to guarantee victory, but come on, man. Warden's Mail, he's got an Elixir of Iron on top of it too. I mean, Sasa does not want to let there be any chances for Zhang to win.
Yeah, there is very little hope at this point for Zhang to get back into this one. It's about as bad of a situation as you could ask for. We see the Ring of Fire closing in now. Zhang probably feeling a little bit pressured, and we can see that. He's just trying to chase down Sasa in any way that he possibly can to generate something. It's just not going to happen here. There's no real way to stall out this Renekton, but he's certainly going to try.
Bone plating was already popped. Zhang, you can see that it is an uphill battle for him. The Ring of Fire closing around, Battle Royale, and they don't even need it. Sasa wins the 1v1 for the side of LGD.
Yeah, the moment you give over that first kill, it becomes basically impossible to win. It's a great trade from Sasa to be able to take that. The moment his summoner spells come up, Zhang is just a tiny bit overextended. He has a nice dodge on the stun. All of a sudden, it's over, and you can't really spiral that. We don't always love to see a perma build of armor and just, this more standard defensive style to neutralize the more aggressive opponent on the other side, but you gotta give LGD credit and Sasa credit where it's due. He did end up winning it, and in a series as important as this one is, it's good to have side select.
That's right. Now, more than likely, we will still see blue side opted in for the side of LGD, but, I appreciate that you brought up that a majority of both of these teams' wins this split has been red side. However, it's still blue side. There's still a lot of priority picks that you want to grab for yourself, even if you're able to finesse your way into grabbing 2 power picks off the back of, R1 and 2 for yourself. I think certain champions like Rumble, Nefiri, hell, even I'm looking down the list as well. I think Talia has risen up in priority for a lot of these LPL teams as well. That combined with pretty much any of the skirmishing junglers outside of Nefiri with Vi, Xin Zhao, and Pantheon all set up the Talia so damn well that it ensures that while her strengths are, mostly in roaming and playing for side lanes and trying to, snowball the game for themselves, she still is a powerful burst mage if you guarantee the setup for the full combo on her side.
Yeah, Talia is still incredibly strong and incredibly valuable. It's really hard to put, like, a limit on what exactly Talia offers you because she just does a little bit of everything, so completely agree. One thing that is worth pointing out as well, if you're playing into LGD and they're on blue side, Draven is basically a must ban against this team. You can't really afford to give that up. That's one spot taken away from red side bans, and so that's also a pretty big advantage in favor of LGD when they're on blue side. But we're going to jump into draft now. We see the Jace and the Yone taken off the board for LGD. Makes a lot of sense for them. They haven't really liked playing against those champions this year, and it'll be the Azir and then a Fury as the first bans. We'll see if the Draven's left up. That's going to be interesting, but you kind of called a lot of the main ones, at least at the start here.
Yeah, I think LGD are just going to potentially leave up the Rumble, or if they want to, like, force a, we get Rumble or Gwen, and you don't get either of those 2 answers, they could ban one of them. That's going to be the gambit. And now Ultra Prime say, do you fear the Rumble, or do you fear the Draven? The choice is yours, Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and they're going to ban the Rumble. This is Zhang's most played champion by far. I think they're looking forward to a potential future game too, theoretically in this draft, saying we might want this up for blue side if we want to get on that side of the map, if Gwen is also going to be taken off the board. But first pick here, as per usual, is going to tell us a lot about the direction that LGD want to go in terms of their priority, and they want to go for some early playmaking. They're going to pick that Pantheon here, most likely for Nio in the jungle.
Cubby had a very interesting, conversation starter on social media the other day saying that I think if you are given the option of taking Pantheon or Taliyah on first pick, he definitely favors the Taliyah because you have so many junglers that you can pair with the Taliyah, whereas trying to play Pantheon into Taliyah, even though Pantheon has emerged as a favorite for a lot of junglers who want to have just a little bit of extra firepower and lethality in the early game, look what happens now for Ultra Prime. They say, okay, sure, you get Pantheon, but every time Vi has level 6, that's a guaranteed, kill setup for this Taliyah.
I absolutely agree. I think Taliyah is by far the strongest champion that fills the role that she does. See the Ambessa locked in, but I would be shocked if this is not, I was about to say a Galio or a Ryze. I think those are the other two champions that kind of fit with that Pantheon. I think Galio to be able to make a lot of those plays around the map. A big reason why you like the Taliyah combo is because you do want those double globals to be able to, exert a lot of that pressure. Galio gives you that as well. Maybe not quite as offensive as something like Ryze would be in this particular instance, but I think for this team in particular, for LGD and the way they play the game, I like the Galio in terms of their style. Now, how advantageous will it be into what is now Yorick Taliyah? We're going to have to see because it's definitely a little bit scary on the other side, but both teams, I think, at least establishing an identity in the early part of this draft.
Yep, both teams have opted into picking out their entire top jungle and mid laner core for the first round. Now it comes down to eliminating options from either of the two bot lane duos. There's a chance for Ultra Prime now to ban the Draven if they feel like it's something worth banning, but I have to say, I think Draven would have a very bad time into things like Vi and Dark Procession from Yorick. That all kind of makes his life very, very unfun since he is an AD carry without a true dash or escape to really reposition himself. And that's why Ultra Prime are saying, yeah, we would rather you play Draven than something the likes of Xayah or Ezreal here.
Yeah, all the defensive AD carries kind of getting themselves out of the way. Lucian has already been banned out as well. That would be the other one that I would consider. Varus is obviously a huge priority, especially for Wako. But we will see here is it looks like it is just going to be a little bit of a hover for Misfortune, and it's going to be locked in there. MF is pretty heavily kind of prioritized as that next tier of just stable mid-game AD carry, can do well in the 2v2. You know what you're going to get out of the bullet time. You're not too concerned here, and so... we will see. I'd be really interested if this is a Corki. I would not expect that in the bot lane with this comp and the way that they want it structured, but right now they're just going to pick the support first. I'm really intrigued by what this final AD carry pick is going to be because it's really just how much they want to throw down the gauntlet here.
Yeah, I like the Corki shout out because it at least allows you to be very strong for the early push against something like the Misfortune, who has pretty much been the de facto I want to win lane as soon as possible and get push guaranteed, and being able to rotate fast on the map with the power of her strut passive. So that ends up being the call for LGD. Gonna save on to something like the Kai'Sa for potentially a later on game in the series. Something you already called out, as I'm just noticing as well, doesn't seem like it's actually Wako in the lineup for Ultra Prime tonight. They have a AD carry by the name of Baye, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who this guy is. Do you know who this guy is?
I off the top of my head, I can't tell you, but I can definitely think, like, I want to say he's like a BLG player. Like, it's been a long time since I've really thought about something like this, but there's so many good AD carries in the LPL, LDL system, so it can be a little bit difficult to track. But speaking about the draft really quick, I do agree with you that, Corki makes a lot of sense in terms of push. What I don't really like in terms of this is I do wonder if Corki's gonna be enough in the late game. When you're drafting Pantheon Galio as your jungle mid duo, you really want an AD carry that can break the game open later on. You want to be able to consistently fight around your ADC, especially as the game gets later. Corki can do that, but I'm interested to see if the pressure in the middle of the map is going to be a lot, and quite frankly, MF Alistair should still be pretty fine into Corki Nautilus, specifically as the 2v2, so right now I'm favoring Ultra Prime a little bit, but I certainly don't think these drafts are lopsided by any means, and I'm interested to see how they play them out.
That's right. Well, to remind everyone at home what the stakes are on the line for Ultra Prime and LGD. Ultra Prime are already locked in for not continuing to play in Split 2 after the conclusion of this series. Whereas for LGD, they need one single game win to guarantee that they will beat LNG in the game score so that they can secure themselves a spot to play in the play-ins for playoffs of Split 2. Ultra Prime trying to see if they can play spoiler and keep LGD locked in for, denying them the rest of Split 2 playoffs. We're going to take a seat. We're going to look and see how it all unfolds here on Summoner's Rift as we get ready for Game 1 between LGD and Ultra Prime.
No cheers here today, it seems.
Damn.
I know. I was a little bit disappointed. I was like, where'd they go?
Yeah. But, we were kind of like listening to the commentary in the stadium, and I was like, did the gyos already happen? Are they about to come up? Are they like introducing other things? But no gyos. You know what? Hang on. LGD, Gyo, LGD, Gyo, LGD, Gyo. All right, now your turn. You got to be for Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime, Gyo! Ultra Prime, Gyo! Ultra Prime, Gyo! Now we clap and yes.
Yay! Come on,
we are into game.
we got to show some love for these two teams. They at least, guaranteed that they're going to be playing in Split 3, after the conclusion of the second split of the series. And got a chance to follow up on our scouting report for Baye. I think I'm just going to call an audible here for our producer Kelsey, who is working with us tonight. For later in the series, we should definitely show all the people at home with like a lower third, if possible, who Baye is. But, just a verbal hit right now. Baye just came from the Billy... Oh, hang on. There's action happening.
Oh, yeah,
Gotta commentate this one. Yeah, a lot of early flashes from Baye and Xiaoxia. And you know what? This is very exciting for Ultra Prime because this team is slowly becoming BLG Junior. Because that is exactly where Baye is coming from, rejoining and reuniting with both Junhao as well as Xiaoxia from his time on the BLG Junior squad as he was with these guys in 2024. And now slowly Ultra Prime are just saying, okay, Junhao worked for us. We're going to grab Xiaoxia. Okay, Xiaoxia's working great for us. All right, we're picking up Baye. So right now, they have already gotten multiple summoner spell advantages in this bot lane duo.
Yeah, this is a big turning point, in my opinion, in the bot lane. We talked about this in draft. You mentioned Corki being, a strong pick to be able to establish lane prio. I wasn't so sure that the MF Alistair in particular were going to fall as victim to that. It's a really nice trade to start out here for Baye, and obviously these two have synergy together, Baye and Xiaoxia, even though Baye is new to the starting lineup because of that BLG Junior era. So I'm excited to see how that ends up playing out, but you're absolutely right. This is, a massive turn of events, but Nio might be trying to make a play here bot lane.
Ignite popped by YCX to at least fight for control of this 2v2 once again. Nio spotted on that Tribush ward, thankfully for Ultra Prime. Gonna avoid a sneaky gank from Nio here. Just gonna go for the bot River Crab instead. Max range Dredge line does connect onto the cow, and at least guarantees that Xiaoye is gonna be able to have push in this lane again. Meanwhile, Sasa doing the best he can to sustain, and because he is now down pots and biscuits compared to John's Yorick, Sauce is going to be the first one forced to recall and look for a TP.
Yeah, this has turned out to be a pretty tough game for Mbessa as a champion. It's going to be pretty difficult for Sasa to be able to establish a ton of pressure on the top side. Not only is the Yorick matchup not entirely in favor of the Mbessa, and, that champion's not exactly going to scale perfectly if they don't have any gold, but also Mbessa is notoriously a bit more difficult to play into Vi for a couple of different reasons, but we can see the Twitch chat prediction down below. Woo! LGD getting 85% of the vote. Very fun to see a lot of the audience really kind of pulling for the youngsters here and, pulling for a lot of these LDL players to be able to pick up the win that they need to get into the play-in stage, to get into these best of fives. As we see a little bit of trading in the mid lane, but You know, again, talking about some of these objectives, we have Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. We'll see if they want to early prioritize that. We've seen some teams really want to go for it on spawn, some teams not so much on the new map. So it'll be interesting to see what both of these teams want to do here.
Salsa just got back to lane and is already now down below 50% HP at the cost of his TP, whereas Jiang did also get a chance to base and, you know, at least match with a better buy since he got way more gold than Salsa did. This Yorick matchup has already proven to be very uncomfortable for the Mbessa early on. Once she gets access to level 6 for the Omnivamp passive in her ultimate, maybe it'll be easier for them, but we know how oppressive Yorick can be as he comes online with items later on. Obviously, Salsa will be a big team fighting threat that can threaten the backline here of Ultra Prime, whereas Jiang on the Yorick, if you leave him unattended in the side lane, then the split push win condition is very real for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the potential Mbessa on the backline. Salsa can still make an impact that way, but my concern is that does Ultra Prime even want to take team fights in this game? Like, do they even want to try and create those situations? You've got Talia Yorick as your solo lane duo. You've even got Vi and Misfortune to be able to create some havoc elsewhere in terms of skirmishes on the map. Like, this is a game where I am a little bit worried about potential tempo going in favor of Ultra Prime, especially if they are going to get small gold leads in the early game. That being said, their only gold lead right now is on that Yorick in the top lane, and so Jiang is going to have some we'll just say pressure put on him early on here as we see Nio starting to take the crab on the bot side. Junhao making his way down, though. Could be seeing a dragon take sometime soon. I think stacking dragons is important for both of these comps, but I certainly don't think either want to throw the game at that. And I don't know who wins the fight right now. It's all really about who ends up playing some of these skirmishes a bit better. I would typically favor Talia Vi in that exchange, but we're definitely seeing some caution from both sides.
Yeah, at least for XQW, he's not going to be an ideal target for Ultra Prime. A little too tanky, not just because he's playing Galio, but also because he already has quite a bit of HP and magic resist built up for himself on the first couple of component purchases he's got under his belt here. Xiaoya for LGD alongside YCX already swapping to the mid lane while they send Galio to the bottom side of the map. And as we've said multiple times before, now that we're on the Spirit Blossom map, teams have relatively slowed down the objective plays because grubs are now spawning at 8 minutes, so it gives more time for junglers to guarantee hitting level 6. There's also opportunities for supports to hit level 6 and really be the difference maker and whether a team feels confident in looking for that first rotation of grubs or not.
Yeah, I think that's a really great shout about the supports in particular, because I think that's a big reason why we're seeing a lot more swaps mid lane, not just for the XP, but specifically because you want to try and pressure both at the same time. Now, you want to wait out Dragon before those grubs end up spawning, and really the best and easiest way to do that is to get your AD carry into the middle of the map. We can see, though, that might just be a little bit of a trade here. This is becoming a little bit more commonplace, but XQW potentially caught out.
Yeah, he's stuck in the pit. Cease and Desist going to follow his flash over the wall. Bullet time lined up beautifully with the Cease and Desist, and the BLG Junior squad being able to link up together on Ultra Prime for first blood.
Yeah, XQW just a little far forward, trying to get some vision in the Dragon Pit, but without any sort of backup because his entire team is focused on taking the grubs. It's okay, he'll sacrifice his life, likely for grubs, and then giving up Dragon on the other side, but it's a great pick by Ultra Prime. You know, we talked about just how many options they have. A lot of those options exist because Vi is so consistent at being able to generate a lot of these picks and skirmishes in the mid game. If they're going to continue to be this active, if Junhao in particular is going to continue to really be looking for these plays on the map, I think things are going to continue to be in favor of Ultra Prime. I think the more things slow down, you can look at LGD potentially playing a more standard game state, and I think that could theoretically favor them, but they're not done with the action just yet.
Are we sending the Pantheon Ultimate right on top here? I mean, this is kind of tricky. Saber is under fire, though, and nicely done for LGD to at least get 1-for-1 so far, ending up being a 2v1 against for LGD's favor. Zhang teleporting to the top lane, at least helping defend this turret. Junhao waiting in the wings, all leaning onto Zhang. Good flash away. Junhao looking for Nio, who is taking up the turrets. Just one more auto attack, but a good taunt by XQW's Galio. And now Junhao is compromised, forced to flash away with the Vault Breaker as well. Zhang will not survive the turret dive, and LGD rocket ahead, 3 kills to 2. But Saber making the difference here with the teleport into the Weaver's Wall. LGD members are isolated and cut off. Hex Slash from Xiaosha looking looking for this Corki. No flash on the AD carry of LGD. The pulverized combo comes in. XQW tries to buy space and deter Saber from being able to lock up Xiaoya with Xiaosha. YCX now arrives to the party. Unchained pop by Xiaosha. Junhao not able to get in range, and somehow LGD walk away without dropping any more members.
It's a super clean exchange from LGD, but an unnecessary risk taken there by Jung. He's been able to really steadily start to dominate this top lane matchup in terms of the CS differential that these two top laners are generating, and he throws it all away with that teleport, but it's fantastically played by LGD. I want to give a huge shout out to XQW on the Galio, who really salvages a lot of that play, not only with the taunt, but with the knockups as well that he was able to land. A lot of damage coming out from the Galio as well. Typically, you're not looking at Galio as a member of the team that's going to be able to take over in that same kind of way in the early fights, but they clearly trusted their ability to dive on the top side. They execute it perfectly, and now Corki's got 2 kills. You've got Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, and you know, even if Ultra Prime has grabbed that first one, you've got a lot of pressure now, and even more plates going over to the side of Xiaoya here.
It's an overall great response that LGD has to what Ultra Prime started with on the first pick towards XQW's Galio. They got the first rotation of Grubs as well during that initial pick onto Galio towards the bottom side of the map, and by getting decent amount of damage on the turret plates and the multiple kills for this Corki, yeah, LGD definitely favored going forward here. Ultra Prime not definitely out of this game yet. The gold lead is relatively even, and this composition, as you already called out, still has many ways to play for fast picks and collapses on side lanes, but it's all about those advantageous numbers, you know, calling it not necessarily Avengers, it's just the, the one global pick is in this Taliyah for Saber, right? But you want to link up the Taliyah with the Vi. You want to link up the Taliyah with the Yorick as well to try and make those picks before LGD start to amass too large of a gold lead for their overall better team fighting composition here.
Yeah, for Ultra, oh, well, I don't even get a chance to speak. We got to play topside.
Yeah, Jong is in trouble. No flash. So that's an easy collapse as LGD has a little bit of their own global power, but Jong is able to at least sustain for a decent bit, but the fact that XQW TPs towards the top side, just to guarantee no funny business happens from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and once again, it's LGD just being more active on the map, creating more plays, and the one advantage that we were seeing for Ultra Prime throughout a lot of the early game is gone. Yorick with that big lead, it's disintegrated because of the 4 assists, and now top lane turret's going to be in danger. It's going to look like they're going to try to go on XQW to potentially try and punish.
Well played by Junhao, waiting to use the cease and desist until the taunt comes out so he can buffer through that CC window. Good lockdown from Junhao, linking up once again with his former BLG junior support in Xiaosha.
Yeah, Junhao's had a really active early game. It's just been a bit unfortunate that his team has been targeted so much, and it's happening again bot side.
Damn.
Saber is dead.
Saber, play safe, brother. Unfortunately, 3v1, not going to happen.
Yeah, and once again, it's really funny. It's LGD attacking the one member of Ultra Prime that actually has an individual gold lead right now, that's been able to farm up in a side wave. It's saying, okay, you've been able to take some creeps and, start to generate some gold through CS differentials. Well, we're just going to get kills on you now. We're going to go and dive you. We're going to play as 3. We're going to play as 4. And I think it was very proper to call out at the beginning of this game that a lot of these players played together, for a long time. YCX and XQW coming up from that LGD, youth team last year. Xiaoya kind of a part of that organization as well. I think there's a lot of truth to saying that, the team that's a little bit more cohesive in terms of how they play the map, especially with things like Galio, Taliyah, Pantheon, all located here, like they're the ones who are going to be able to generate the leads, and that's exactly what's happened. But Infernal Dragon is going to be spawning now, second Drake here. That could be a potential way for Ultra Prime to get back into the game. It looks like they do want to prioritize it.
Junhao waiting in this banana brush, not on vision. I think Junhao might have been spotted here by LGD, so they at least are aware that Vi is waiting in this corner. Now looking for the initial ball breaker that guarantees the Taliyah combo onto YCX. Nautilus is in trouble. Bullet time comboed with the knockup. Well played by Ultra Prime. Once again, it is the core that used to play together on BLG Junior last year, all finally reunited in Junhao, Baye, and Xiaosha.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice pullback as we see the lower graphic here for Baye, just to remind you guys that he's coming in as the new AD carry for Ultra Prime in this final series for them of the spring split number 2. So You know, that's exciting, but it's a really nice fight, as you called out, from Ultra Prime. It's really well set up. I want to give Xiaoxia a lot of credit for that exchange with the Alistair, really setting that Misfortune up for a great bullet time. But unfortunately, even with all of that pressure that they were able to generate, even with Yorick still split pushing on the top side, they're not able to actually secure the Dragon, the thing that I think they were really fighting over in the end. It ends up going over to LGD, and so an avenue that we saw for Ultra Prime to potentially start generating some stats for the later part of the game no longer going to be nearly as easy for them. And even if the gold differential really isn't all that large in favor of LGD right now, I definitely think they have a lot of pressure on the map. And once again, you know, I think if you're looking specifically at the 5v5s, the later this game goes, you're definitely looking at LGD playing front to back with something like Corki having a little bit of an easier time than maybe playing around Yorick and Talia for Ultra Prime on the other side.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace for Ultra Prime is the fact that they are not steamrolling this game for themselves in gold. They are trying to create plays with this three-man core of Vi, Misfortune, and Alistar away from the solo laners of Saber and Zhong, who have just, you know, been on the receiving end of a couple of back-to-back merciless beatdowns and collapses by LGD to keep the split push win condition not on the cards here, even though it doesn't necessarily bring Ultra Prime back. Really nice sidestep, Xiaoxia. That was clean. Even though Ultra Prime are not, you know, finding the advantages they want with these plays, it's at least giving breathing room to the two solo laners here for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need. They need time. They need the ability to play the side lanes, but they're going to go for the engage here themselves.
Okay, flash taunt by XQW right on top of Junhao, and now Xiaoxia is in trouble as well. At least by his bullet time creates some space here and damages LGD's front line, but it's not enough to force them back. Xiaoxia forced to flash back to the safety of the Ultra Prime squad, and no Junhao means no contest for the side of this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, the CC chain is just ridiculous from the side of LGD. They have so many forms of lockdown that if you get caught up, if you go a little bit too far forward like Junhao actually did there, it's just impossible to pull something back. That being said, at least they're getting the bot lane tier 1 here in Yorick's favor. He's kind of pulled a lot of that gold back, even with Sasa still having some pressure on the top side here, as XQW is going to trade for that top lane tower. But like I said, you just can't step up. You can't step too far forward because there's too much lockdown on the side of LGD. That's how they're going to win fights. I was concerned a bit about their damage if they were going to take these raw front-to-back 5v5s because you needed Corki to be in a really great spot if you were going to justify Pantheon, Galio kind of being your jungle mid duo. Well, a lot of those fears are alleviated if you've got 10 seconds to fully hit a lot of the enemy team. So again, I don't know if I agree with the play for Ultra Prime. They're trying to force these skirmishes in the river, and I just think that that's not necessarily where their advantages are right now. They need to be playing these side lanes a little bit more aggressively with Saber specifically.
Yeah, might benefit from a little bit more lubrication in these raw setups, but for Ultra Prime, they're going to try to do their best to see if they can find their way back into this game. Remember, a lot of the split push win conditions for Zhong is still available if this Yorick is given more time to scale into his own right, because after a certain item breakpoint, no one can match Yorick in the 1v1 side. Now, pick onto YCX ends up burning his flash as the Weaver's Wall from Saber was trying to cut him off, but well placed by this Nautilus to escape certain death, as Ultra Prime at least being able to find a summoner advantage onto this support. But you know, things like the Hex Flash still exist, unfortunately, for Ultra Prime, and LGD continuing to slowly balloon and grow this gold lead on their side.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer when it comes to Ultra Prime in terms of a play like that, but you're burning Talia Ultimate for a flash on a champion that has Hex Flash. It just feels like a desperate play from Ultra Prime. Like, I don't think you need to be trying to find these skirmishes right now. You need to be making sure that your waves are in as good of a state as possible so you can set up around these objectives, and it just feels like they're hoping and praying to try and find a skirmish or, you know, a play in that regard that can actually keep them in this game, and I'm not sure they're ever going to be able to find it, especially on YCX on this Nautilus. And so it's just aggressive. It's not really the direction I would want to see them go in. I want to see them start to play a little bit slower. I don't need to see the plays coming in immediately right now. We have Dragon spawning in about a minute. We also have Otacon spawning in about a minute as well, which is going to be a pretty big objective here up on the top side. We know how important that objective has become on the new Spirit Blossom map. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see where the priorities lead. But once again, Nio finding Saber, forcing his flash again.
You know, we had some question marks about whether the Pantheon first pick over the Talia was going to hold any merit this game one. And you know what? I I think it's definitely, you know, ringing true here for Nio, even though I think in most normal setups for teams, the Taliyah is definitely the priority you want for your squad in the B1 setup. Nio has just been on fire and relentless on the map, constantly pressuring these side laners for Ultra Prime. We just saw him burn a flash off of Saber's Taliyah. He bases immediately, goes towards the top side, even though it doesn't get really anything off the junk. It forces him back with the pressure of his Grand Starfall, and suddenly he's back to mid lane, regrouping with the rest of the LGD squad.
Well, exactly, and this is kind of what we were talking about for Ultra Prime. They don't have to walk into darkness. They have no setup because they've not been prepping these waves nearly as aggressively, and LGD have full control of this dragon.
Ultra Prime having to dedicate all their members here because they need this dragon fight to work out for themselves. Otherwise, the fear of falling further behind is in the sights for them. Public execution right on top of Baya, and he's forced to flash away. He doesn't even get a chance to channel the bullet time. The new guy on the squad for Ultra Prime is the first one to fall, and that means the rest of the Ultra Prime core is surely to follow. Double kill for Sasa on the Mbessa, and the rest of Ultra Prime are forced to flee.
Yeah, it's just such a terrible situation to be in as Ultra Prime already with the setup, but the moment that Sasa ends up getting immediately onto the backline with the Mbessa ultimate, it becomes a doomed fight moving forward for Ultra Prime. There's no way they're going to be able to turn that. Junhao tries his best to pull one back with YCX getting super low there, but he's not able to do it. He doesn't have any damage. We're going to see the replay here. It's an impossible situation for Ultra Prime to step up in because they're kind of flanked here by the Mbessa, regardless of whether they know it or not. It's a gorgeous starting hook here from YCX, and what a gigantic interrupt on the bullet time as well coming in, really to negate every sense of damage that Ultra Prime is going to have. It's just gorgeously played by LGD, but this is the reward for the setup that they had over the past couple of minutes. We had been talking about LGD making proactive plays on the map that gave them a lot of priority in these lanes, and they used it to completely eliminate any vision, therefore making the play basically a secure for them.
And as exciting as the BLG Junior Core reunion has been for this Ultra Prime squad, we still favored LGD at the beginning of this series for a reason. Pound for pound, when you look at across the lane matchups, obviously we didn't know Bio was going to be coming in for Ultra Prime in this squad until we got into the draft phase, but we still thought that XQW has been playing significantly better than Saber throughout the season. We thought that Sasa has been playing better than Jung for a majority of the season, and the fact that Nio has helped revitalize and lift up this team as a whole, we still have favored LGD to at least get at the very least, the one game win necessary to clinch their spot for play-ins in playoffs, if not a full series win against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, they're definitely setting themselves up to be in the best position possible, and for Ultra Prime now, what do you even do? Like, you still need to play side lanes. Your win condition doesn't change. You still have to play through Yorick. You have to try and play through the Weaver's Wall coming in from Saber to cut someone off and create something alongside the Vi. But it's just so much more difficult because let's say you create a situation with Vi and Taliyah and potentially even the Alistair there, and it's a 3v1. Well, which target on LGD do you actually kill fast enough to be able to make that play worth it? It becomes so difficult. We see them try to make the play on Sasa here, but again, I don't think they have the damage.
Sasa using the public execution to put himself closer to the wall so he can flash over it. Well played by the Sasas and Mbessa.
Yeah, Sasa's having a great game here. I really want to point that out because I want to reiterate, in draft, I was concerned about the Mbessa. So we see Junhao and Saber making their way as LGD, with all that pressure that Sasa absorbs on the bottom side of the map, being able to take Otacon for free. We've talked extensively about how strong the new Otacon is and just how important it is to be able to get that early, but LGD is not really going to have a huge contest here. But again, I just want to highlight Sasa for how important he's been because the Mbessa is not a free win in this matchup. Yorick in general is a pretty hard lane matchup, as we saw, and Vi, again, traditionally considered to be a counter. You got to give a ton of credit where it's due for how well this top laner's played, and now with Otacon for these fights, they already were favored in the 5v5s. It becomes even more disastrous for Ultra Prime moving forward.
That's right. Almost a 5,000 gold advantage for LGD. 2 dragons have been picked up to their name. Ultra Prime at least have picked up the 1 ocean dragon on the map here, but still, it is a stark difference in objective control for the side of LGD. And we already alluded to it. We saw, you know, some of the promising potential here for some of the setups that Junhao was able to find with Xiaosha and or Baye already, but a flash burn for Misfortune on the side. I don't know how that happened or what just occurred. Doesn't look like... I'm looking at the minimap. Didn't seem like anyone was near. So I don't know if that was a... Oh, you know what it is? It's the spectator thing where when the flash is about to come back available on cooldown, it like blinks out completely, and then, you know, that irks me sometimes because it's definitely confusing.
Yeah, no, I was getting ready to go full in on the narrative, like, oh, Baye, first stage game in the LPL, super nervous, blows flash in the mid lane for absolutely no reason, fat fingers it. You know, like, the narratives were there, but luckily for him and for Ultra Prime, that will be back up off of cooldown now for the Misfortune. The bullet time, of course, available as well, but with Baron spawning now, 30 seconds ago, it becomes a little bit more interesting to see if the dance will begin. We do see Junhao on the bottom side of the map, though. We know that the ability for Nio to be able to make whatever play he wants to make is available, and right now that's the bot lane play.
Nio is a little bit isolated at the moment since Sasa is not quite in range for the public execution. Nio locked in with that dark procession. Public execution finally locks down one Jong. And now Nio is in trouble. Bullet time is going to rip him apart. XQW, though, flies to the rescue with that hero's entrance. And what? So true to the name. That is for XQW as he now single-handedly turns around the fight. The rest of the reinforcements have arrived for LGD, and Ultra Prime remaining members are forced to retreat.
Yeah, this is the problem for Ultra Prime moving forward, is that even if you want to try and take this potential 3v3 where you feel like you've actually done a ton of damage to Nio early on in the fight, all of a sudden a Galio is here, and all of a sudden Sasa is able to turn things around with a gigantic ultimate onto a primary target, and no damage is coming out from Yorick, and things just get so murky, so messy. That's third dragon now going over to LGD. We're going to get a replay here, but Baron is still on the table as well in terms of the dance. You know, it's a nice early aggressive play here by Ultra Prime to be able to capitalize on Nio just being a little bit maybe over-eager, we'll say, on the exchange. We try to see Sasa, you know, attempt to get the Pantheon out, but so much burn to kill the Pantheon that now the moment that XQW ends up arriving on the Galio, the fight is over. Gigantic two-man taunt there to really seal the fight. Baye just way too far forward, caught out there, and no way to turn it around. But like we said, Baron is still up on the map, and now the gold has become even more evenly distributed for LGD. You've got 4 kills on Corki, 4 kills on Pantheon, 4 kills on Mbessa. Galio is starting to hit some item spikes, and so it's becoming even more difficult to find a target that you can actually capitalize on, and this is what we were saying earlier. You can't really find picks when the entire team can collapse.
Yeah. It's a toughie for Ultra Prime. I've respected a lot of the looks that they have gone for, and, you know, for their credit, the Xiaosha is forced to flash over the wall. Actually, we're going to save this point.
Xiaosha is not making it out, I don't think.
Nope. Not going to be the case. You know, unfortunately, that cow tried to do his damnedest to make it out alive. It's not going to be the case. Oh, I didn't even consider this. Shout out to producer Kelsey for getting a little bit of extra narrative flavor here. The fact that LGD Youth against BLG Junior was able to 3-0 this squad in the final for the summer lower bracket final goes to show that the story remains the same, at least for the core of LGD's squad against Ultra Prime's new core for this squad, as they continue another kill onto Saber's Talia, following up on the death of Junhao's Vi. And Ultra Prime, slowly but surely, losing grasp on this game and any hopes of being able to come back now with LGD being able to rip a uncontested Baron.
Yeah, things are just going from bad to worse for Ultra Prime. We saw a full, uninterrupted, fully tanked bullet time there onto the mid laner, and it did maybe a quarter of his health bar. Like, we are really hitting the point where it's just becoming difficult to even see an angle for Ultra Prime to get back into the game. What I really want to point out in terms of why Ultra Prime are in this position is, to me, in the mid game, I think they made the mistake of, and I know you kind of called out some positives in terms of them staying aggressive, but I don't know if this is a comp that needed to be looking for a lot of these skirmishes, that needed to be looking for a lot of these fights. You had Yorick, you have the ability to play the map with Talia. Like, you obviously do have pick potential, but it felt like they maybe just got a little bit impatient in terms of how they played their comp, and it's ended up in this position now where it doesn't really matter how much patience they end up showing. They just don't really have the gold to be able to pull it back, and even with the plays they want to try to make on a side lane, right now Baron is active. Sasa could potentially be death pushed here, but even Sasa is not catchable in terms of this position, and we see LGD actually pushing through the mid lane, pushing into the base with nobody protecting.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Ultra Prime felt like they were forced into this position once LGD started investing a lot of their collapses onto the solo laners of Ultra Prime. We saw early on that dive into Saber's Taliyah on the top side, then Zhong paying, you know, kind of the punishment of the play as well in response. And once your Yorick and Taliyah are starting to decelerate at the hands of LGD, maybe the Ultra Prime core that was formerly on this BLG Junior squad felt, okay, it's up to us to bring it back, you know, trying to rely on that LDL synergy that they were able to really master together as a squad. Unfortunately, not strong enough to gain a gold advantage against LGD as the siege continues into the base.
Yeah, we're just looking at LGD perfect the art of pushing into the base here. Is there's really no way for Ultra Prime to be able to stop everything that's happening. The moment that one of Ultra Prime's members step up, they're almost instantly going to get bursted down by either this Corki or this Pantheon because of the gold difference. We're just going to have to see who the sacrificial lamb ends up being to potentially buy them some space. It's a nice flick on, though, and Xiaosh is going to be the one to go in.
Oh, but Naito's about to send it with the Grand Star Fall, finding his way into the backline. XQW follows up beautifully with the hero's entrance. Saber is under fire as Sasa rips him apart, dancing around in that Drakehound step. And just like that, it's a 5-0 ace on the side of LGD. And with this push into the base, it's official. LGD will join EDG from Group Nirvana, and we'll see them in the play-in stage for playoffs.
Big win for LGD. They only needed one, and that's what they got here. They got their one win. Obviously, the series isn't over. They want to still play for pride, and there's a chance that seeding could really matter here in terms of how things go, you know, moving forward, but just clinical from LGD. Some fantastic dives in the early game, a really great understanding of where the pressure on the enemy team is coming in from, and neutralizing that as quickly as possible, just taking Ultra Prime out of their game and taking away all their options.
I will still say that even though that Ultra Prime didn't get to have many, you know, advantageous looks before LGD broke the game open for themselves, I have to say, I really am hopeful about Baya being a, you know, long-standing member for Ultra Prime's roster going into Split 3 if no other changes happen from this roster, or if no one from Ultra Prime's roster, you know, leaves for a different team, you know, going into Split 3, right? I think clearly there's some magic with this BLG Junior core. Obviously, the solo lanes fell behind at the hands of LGD, and that is pretty hard to overcome, and I think, you know, the win conditions were a little strained because of that. So I don't know if Ultra Prime are going to be able to necessarily, you know, be able to bring it back 2 games in a row against LGD with how clinical their play was, as you already called out, K-Man, but I will say, you know, I'm going to check out the BLG Junior mid laner and top laner and be like, hey, you know, Ultra Prime, do you just want to rip the full team from BLG? Be like, hey, you guys are doing something right over there, you know? Who else are you cooking up, you know?
I think YXL has been there forever as their mid laner, so I think that's probably, you know, who knows, you know, Saber's job is not safe, I guess, especially after this Taliyah performance. I don't think anybody is really walking away with that, but you hit the nail on the head. Like, the solo laners were the win condition for Ultra Prime, and they got trounced in the early game. I'm not going to beat around the bush. They got dove, and they got set super far behind, and all of a sudden that win condition was over. And that's the problem with indexing so heavily into things like Yorick in the early part of the draft phase, is that Yorick immediately becomes your win condition and how you play around it, especially without really any sort of hyper carry in the bot lane. But definitely going to be interesting to see what the adaptation is in draft. I imagine Blue Side's going to offer a bit more possibilities for Ultra Prime. I'm curious to see if they want to keep just trying to play through the mid lane and through the middle of the map, trying to play more carries there, or if they are going to start indexing potentially into playing some hyper carries. I will continue to say that I think they are pretty good right now, and we just saw they kind of needed a bailout threat in that game, and they just didn't really have it.
Yeah, and once again, when we go back to how the draft priority was set up for LGD, we really thought that Talia was going to be the big rip away that LGD would find for themselves getting that blue side. The fact they opted into the Pantheon, we called back to, what Cubby brought up, and it's like, do you really want Pantheon over Talia when Talia can still get set up from other junglers? Yeah, Nio definitely wanted the Pantheon, and unfortunately for Ultra Prime, they were not able to get that much mileage on this Talia anyway, and now it's gone for the rest of the series since it is Fearless. So, we're going to be there's going to be the threats of, this Neferi still looming in the shadows for Ultra Prime if you are playing against Nio for, the next one, if not 2 games of the series, right? And Ultra Prime, I think they're running out of options in terms of power picks that they can secure for themselves on blue side.
And especially if you want to keep playing this style, right? Like, Ultra Prime has really loved to play, let's open up the map, let's play around Junhao, let's try to create a lot of these picks. But now, not only is Talia off the board, Pantheon is off the board, and Galio is off the board. And so, a lot of these picks, even Vi, right? Like, a lot of these picks that want to play into the win condition for Ultra Prime, they're not there anymore. You're going to have to try and vary up the style. I would expect that to be some sort of early carry jungler, whether that be something like the Neferi if it ends up going through draft, which I'm not sure it will, or more likely something like the Xin Zhao is still on the board, and I would expect that to be a much more, understandable let through. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to the early game. Ultra Prime ended up getting too far behind to be able to play out the comp that they wanted, and they ended up getting taken out of their own comfort zone. And so, again, we'll see, especially with the new AD carry and Baya in there. I think, let's see what he's got. Kai'Sa's on, Kai'Sa could be an option. We've got Zeri still on the board. So, I'm interested to see what ends up being the case. But as it is clear right now, those more macro catch, pick-oriented style comps might be a bit more difficult to execute moving on in Fearless.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, K-Man. Just rolling through the highlights. We're pretty much just waiting on player of the game to be eventually given over to who I honestly, even though Nio was the engine, I think XQW bailed them out and guaranteed so many plays were never even for Ultra Prime, and it was always winning for the side of LGD. So I think either of those two would be my front runners personally for player of the game. And as for any of our longtime fans, still tuning in for the LPL unofficial English broadcast, you might have noticed that I am definitely nowhere near as, gritty on the voice. That is because I have a lot of casting ahead of me, as well as a lot of casting that was, before this series. So I'm trying to do my best to protect my voice. I've got hot tea on my side. I got water here. So, normally I would try and rip these fights apart a little bit more, and I tried to at least preserve a majority of it for the last game ending call here for LGD that did secure their spot for the play-in stage.
Hey, we all love the intimate ASMR type feel that we're getting from the cast. They really get to know us. It's like we're hanging out, really just enjoying a game of League of Legends. But I do want to give one shout out for player of the game, and that's Sasa in the top lane that I think had a really underratedly great game. I called it out midway through, but I think the Mbessa was actually really crucial to that win, absorbing pressure in a side lane. The amount of times that it felt like Ultra Prime were trying to have a 4-man play on the bot side of the map to catch the Mbessa, burning so many ultimates and just not really being able to get anything. We saw some really clutch ults in fights, and so, I do want to give a bit of a shout out there, but I agree. I think XQW is a great shout, great game from him on the Galio. Again, how do you not point out Nio in the jungle with just how much he's been able to do for LGD over the course of this split? But that's the encouraging thing. Like, I'm not naming 1 or 2 players. I'm naming the entire top side. In the bot lane played well in that same vein. It's not like they screwed up. Xiaoya got super fed early, and YCX had some awesome Nautilus hooks. It was just a great team effort from LGD, and one more, and they're going to be walking away with a 2-0 here, and they're going to be finishing at 4-1 alongside EDG.
And I hear the player of the game graphic, and bam! Nice call out, K-Man! It is Sasa who was the linchpin in the end with that Mbessa, being able to absorb all the attention that LGD or Ultra Prime was trying to, leverage in order to bring themselves back into the game. Never dying in any of the collapses, great usages of the public executions to follow up on the initiations made by this LGD squad, as well as making escapes and finding crucial picks in these team fights. But that is game 1 wrapped up here, K-Man. I think it's time to take a short break and step away. Actually, before that, I'm remembering We're back on LPL. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I know. Otherwise, I know Alk would have been, ripping me apart for forgetting the most crucial thing, one of the most important things that we always got to shout out before we toss for the first game break. And that is, we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. And I say it every time when I do this read, it really does mean the world. This fancy graphics package we got, we didn't have this in Split 1, baby. That was all due to support from viewers like you, subscribers on all of our social media platforms that we've had come in, and being able to continue leveling up and making this broadcast, which is pretty much a fan project, the best that it can be. So again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for continuously supporting the broadcast here for the LPL Unofficial English broadcast. Time for a short break, guys. We'll be back for Game 2 in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for game number 2 between Ultra Prime and LGD. But before we get into our draft phase, have you heard about MOBA Trainer? A new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. We're going to do one right now while we're waiting for the draft of game 2. So, here we go. No waiting. Let's see.
What are we doing here?
Pick one, Kelsey.
Yeah, it's all up to you, Kelsey. We're leaving it in your hands.
Yep. I trust. Oh, okay. Oh, we can't even do vision? Darn. What the heck?
Dude, vision. Vision's so important, though.
All right, come on.
I think we have to... Yeah, we got to pick one of the roles. What?
All
right. Rafa, you got this. I'm a mid lane player, so I'm biased towards mid lane.
Mid lane. Yeah.
All right, mid lane trades. Here we go.
Trading number 3, or...
I guess we're just going straight into training number 1. Okay, so it's Yasuo into Lissandra. We've got Nefiri, and we've got an Echo here. So we're stepping up. Looking at the map state, I hate that the scoreboards are not ordered. I don't see any reason not to trade Lissandra here. She's just used all of her abilities. We saw her use her stun, her Q just got used, her E just got used, so should be a pretty easy trade in my opinion. And looks like that was I can't tell. was that okay or was that good?
Yeah, I thought we pressed trade, but maybe it assumed we said last hit. But I mean, yeah, the MOBA trainer basically agreed with us, saying that yeah, we would definitely trade since you just burned all of Lissandra's abilities, whereas Yasuo not only is melee but also has, you know, way more uptime, being able to dash through the minion wave like that. Now it's Echo versus
you also have your passive as well.
Yeah,
just to point out.
Yeah. In the 1v1, Echo is taking a base in fallout, but actually waiting for Talia to walk up here.
This is an interesting situation. I think, once again, your Echo, their Talia, your jungler's on the top side, but you feel pretty confident with the ward here that you can trade. I don't see any reason not to go for this. This is how you want to play Echo. Yep. Yeah, I feel like if you're Echo in this situation and the Talia's walking up, you got to be able to try and punish that. If you're Echo and you're playing a little bit more scared, that becomes a lot more difficult and a lot more scary. So definitely like the decision to try to take as much as you possibly can there.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too. Even though Talia could, like, in vision stop you with her E and make you sad, but as you called out, there's no vision that Talia had, so you get a free trade to be able to burn all of your abilities first, so there's no way that Talia can reliably punish you. I don't even think Echo took Phase Rush, but because he gets the movement speed buff from proccing his 3-hit passive, you can easily sidestep the Seismic Shove and just walk out of the E, so the trade is super favorable.
Yeah, and that's even assuming that Talia's going to be able to know that you're there. No vision for the Talia as well, so... pretty easy exchange there for the Echo, but we should be getting into draft in just a moment. And we are jumping right into the main part of draft, so not really a lot of time to waste. We already know exactly how this is going to start, and we called some of these picks out in terms of the prep. We see the Xin Zhao coming in for Junhao, we see the Ryze coming in, and we see Annie and Shen, some new picks of the patch that I think are starting to rise in popularity.
Yeah, we are blazing through the draft. Sorry, y'all. Didn't give the okay for our producer to toss it, but with the first 3 picks rounded up for Ultra Prime, you already called out and alluded to that Ultra Prime are trying to find ways where they can use Saber to leverage the side lanes of the map here. Well, they are not only doubling down on that with the Ryze lock-in, but also Zhong taking more than likely what is going to be the Shen into the Sion, since it has been a favorable counterpick matchup. Shen historically does really well into tanks, and ever since the most recent patch, Shen has been once again receiving another micro buff. After a series of micro buffs over multiple patches, Shen, in the right situations, is a very,
very
strong champion right now.
That champion is crazy. We can say it. That champion's numbers are a little bit, pardon using the term, but a little bit wacko right now in terms of just how things are set up for him. But I like other parts of this draft as well. I think Xin Zhao Rise is something we really called out for Ultra Prime if they wanted to invest into that style. And, Rise really the last champion that can open up the map. But I think it's a great response from LGD. We've seen Annie really rising in priority here in the LPL. We've seen players like Scout be able to pick it up and perform pretty well on it. This has a very favorable matchup, in my opinion, into Rise, just for how easy it is to just burst him down and make it a lot more difficult for him to, play the game. A lot of those skirmishes become, hard for Rise's lack of range. So, interested to see how they play around the Annie Nefiri, I presume, mid-jungle duo. Theoretically, Annie could go support, but it's going to be the Varus as the answer for Xiaoya. Again, probably the most consistent AD carry in the game.
Also, just noticing now, Wako is back in for the draft this time around for Ultra Prime. We know that Ultra Prime cannot change their fate. They're still guaranteed for Split 3, but they're clearly using this Split 2 last series for themselves as a kind of a litmus test to see which AD carry do they want to take forward as the main starter going into Split 3. Obviously, things can still change around, but I think this is, a nice time to first give Baye a chance to, play his first LPL stage game alongside Ultra Prime, or now that Wako's back in the lineup, to see if Ultra Prime can at least find a game win for themselves. I think that holds a lot of weight for Wako's chances of staying as a starter for this roster.
Yeah, and speaking of Wako, look at these drafts. This is such a Wako draft in terms of where the Ezreal is positioned. You've got things like Varus Braum on the other side, and you're a comp that really wants to spike in the mid game around Xin Zhao and Rise Shen, ultimates kind of coming into different parts. You want to play for an Ezreal strong side here, so we're definitely going to get the chance to see whether or not Wako can step up and really be that player for Ultra Prime. But looking on the other side of this matchup, I did talk about how I liked some of the individual matchups. Sion should be fine, theoretically, in the matchup against Shen. I know we talked about how Shen's numbers are very high right now, but Sion, I'm not super concerned about that matchup. I like the Annie into Rise matchup. There are avenues for both sides. One thing I'm really going to need to see is which version of Varus we're going to see as a build in this game. I think that determines quite a lot of how the comp is going to want to play out, but a big mid-game power spike for Ultra Prime, and I think they're going to have to play around it.
Yeah, it's definitely very tough for Xiaoya as the Varus in this game, even though you said that Varus is probably the most consistent AD carry on this patch and has been for a while in the meta recently. You not only have to deal, but there's flow charts that you are trying to answer yourself as Xiaoya for the Varus, particularly into Ultra Prime's composition. You want to optimize for the on-hit Varus if there's a lot of tanky, health boys that you need to shred the HP of, opting in for something like a Blade of the Ruin King into on-hit. But then again, if you go for on-hit, you have to deal with the threats of, the Rel support engage, the Rise trying to lock you down, Xin Zhao walking up on you. He can block damage from afar with the Crescent Guard. And on top of it, even though Shen is tanky and you want to rip his HP apart, his Twilight Shroud, or not Twilight Shroud, his W blocks all auto attack damage. So you're more incentivized to go for a poke build if you are this Varus, but in fact, it's neither of those. It's actually Hail of Blades for Xiaoya. So if I'm not mistaken, this might be more of an AP-centric build. I don't know if on-hit Varus still would prefer the Hail of Blades setup, but I'm curious to see how this turns out.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be up to the preference here. I do think Hail of Blades, on-hit Varus is functional. If you wanted to go that route, it's not necessarily what I would want to play, but I do think it's theoretically possible if you just like the line. But again, really setting up what we're expecting from these two teams early on here. I think a lot of the tempo and pressure is going to kind of be on LGD once again to be able to create. We've been talking about all of these matchups like, oh, Annie's good into Rise, and you've got the Xin Zhao and the Shen and Rise that can make a lot of plays down with the Ezreal, and, play around that. Rel engages could be big. We have Nio on Nefiri, and that could neutralize a lot of what we're talking about because of just how successful Nio has been so far this year on that champion. So gonna keep an eye out for what ends up happening there in particular.
Yeah, do you know the win rate of Nio's Nefiri far on Split 2?
Able to grab that pretty easily.
I would not be surprised if it's 100%. Because because I don't think he's lost yet with this champion. Obviously, Neferi has been in a busted state for quite some time, ever since they made the rework on her W and her ultimate, and pretty much every top jungler around the world was forced to basically pick up Neferi and be a damn good user of the champion. But Nio in particular, as well as Junhao, both of these junglers have been able to find great success with this champion under their belt.
Yeah, it's actually only a 50% win rate. He's played it twice, but he's averaging 13 kills in those games. He went 12-1-2 in their win, and he went 14-4-8 in their loss. So you can't really blame him for that one, but you know, definitely going to be the main threat here, and we're already seeing that come to fruition mid lane.
Even though Nio is a little too far away from XQW to follow up with a stun, Nio gonna get jumped on here. He already used Call of the Pack to close the distance against Saber, so it was a decent look by Junhao to try and punish while Nio was down important cooldowns. This is the one portion of the game where Neferi is not at the turbo broken state of the game. Obviously, she has a lot of tools to be able to play with in terms of mobility, but early on, this is where you can try to focus her down. However, Junhao doesn't have the support of Ultra Prime's bot lane quite yet. They were trying to fight for priority and trying to collapse first, but the fact that YCX beats the punch to Junhao first, it forces the flash, but now with everyone collapsing, it looks like it will be a successful blue steal for Junhao.
Really great tempo coming in here overall from both of these teams. I really like the aggressiveness that they're showing. Nio trying to generate enough pressure to be able to push Junhao out, but he's not scared. He knows he's Xin Zhao. He knows he's going to be able to try to make plays here, and Nio's actually on the back foot now when it comes to the Neferi in terms of a lot of these setups, but looking forward to these objective spawns. Still a full minute away from that first dragon being able to start up, and I think that's really where you're going to need to start seeing Wako in particular really start to step up and start to create a lot of opportunities, as we're going to see some teleports traded in the mid lane here to just be able to get back. I'm going to be interested to see if they actually swap these bot lanes up into the mid lane. I think that definitely favors Ultra Prime here, but they're getting shoved in at least for now.
Xiaoya trying to crash this wave. Xiaosha pressuring them, stepping up, looking for a decent amount of damage alongside Wako onto YCX's Braum, but the wave is, at least for the moment, pushed in, but a decent free set up here between Xiaosha and Wako are now going to put Xiaoya and YCX potentially in a compromised position here. We'll see how long Ultra Prime are able to hold it for. The fact that the next big objective, technically dragon spawning in 20 seconds, but one that neither of these junglers showed any proclivity for in the first game. I think the story will remain the same, as Ultra Prime just trying to wait for a lot of these level 6 power spikes to come online.
But Nio's making his way up topside. He's spotted on a ward, and so he is going to disengage the play. For the most part, it's just going to be pressure being put on the top side. We are seeing the bot lanes actually transition up topside. This is something we saw a lot more common on the previous map, on the Noxus map, than we are here on the Spirit Blossom one, as we see Zhang kind of pressured out here onto the Shen, but still can apply a lot of pressure from the top side. It really does indicate that it's going to be the Grubs as the primary objective for LGD, and that's kind of been a pretty standard thing. I think LPL teams definitely want Grubs a little bit more. That being said, we see the pings going down onto the bottom side here onto the Dragon, so maybe Nio actually wants to go in that direction, but with how far down he is in gold, maybe it's just the fear of actually trading in terms of objectives here. You don't want to run into the Xin Zhao in any actual competitive kind of way. You're going to be in a pretty scary spot there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the theory behind this sequencing and the map movements made by both teams. Ultra Prime set up that wave. Xiaoya and YCX don't want to walk and potentially overextend themselves for it, so they walk topside. But because that happens, Wako says, okay, well, now I have full guaranteed bot priority, being able to shove this stacked up wave against LGD. Sasa is forced to catch it, and that gives priority for Ultra Prime to look for the first dragon of the game, and there's no objectives to contest for since that rotation of Grubs does not spawn for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, really great call out, and this is something I really want to highlight in comparison to game number 1, where it felt like Ultra Prime were a little bit on the back foot in terms of a lot of these tempo plays that they were trying to make on the map. It felt like they were being a lot more reactive than they were like creative, and you know, I'm excited to see that Ultra Prime has definitely stepped up a little bit more so on blue side here. Junhao gonna look to try and invade here, but he's a little bit low. I'd be intrigued to see if Sasa wanted to make a play. He's just gonna walk up, try to get some vision. Not too worried.
Yeah. You know, we'll spot a Scion just kind of walking around his jungle, and Junhao, you know, thinking, oh, that's weird. I really would appreciate if you would leave my jungle, please. And Salsa says, you're absolutely right. I'm going to... Thank you, producer Kelsey, as... Yeah, Nio and Junhao have definitely been some of my favorites in the group Nirvana here. Just kind of looking down the list of other junglers in group Nirvana off the top of my head. What, LNG? Nope. OMG? Nope.
You
RNG?
gotta have some Xiaohao love. On EDG, nothing from you?
Well, okay. EDG Xiaohao definitely did turn it up in the group Nirvana stage, so I'll give him a shout out. But he wasn't on my radar, you know, right from the get go. But he definitely has my respect.
This Xiaohao slander. I'm not gonna stand for this. It's completely unacceptable.
Okay. You know what? That's totally valid. He has my respect. But Nio and Junhao both have my heart, as both of their impacts on this roster has, you know, done so much to lift them up. As Ultra Prime's bot lane trying to push in this minion wave towards the top side, now that grubs are about to spawn. Junhao does spot out Nio with the ward on that tri-bush. He's making his collapse now.
Yeah, this is a fight coming in.
Crash down. YCX able to use the sand behind me to dash back to the safety of his team. Junhao now popping the Crescent Guard, blocking any range damage for now. LGD trying to hold their ground, a little difficult for themselves as Nio now has the ult advantage against the other jungler here, but the fact that Junhao was able to create so much space might give them the edge, as right now Saber trying to battle for mid lane priority, has the ability to roam with the Realm Warp here. Nio taking a lot of damage with these Mystic shots. He already used Flash Crash Down. Junhao's coming in, and we forgot about the Shen! Zhong, Taunt Flash, right on top of Xiaoya, and Ultra Prime make the first big play on the map.
I was just about to mention not just the Shen, but the gigantic gold lead that Junhao's been able to generate. It's such a scary fight. LGD kind of posturing as if they feel comfortable to be able to take it because Nio still has ultimate up, but they're never going to have the statistical advantage there. Ultra Prime taking advantage of the overreach coming in from LGD to be able to secure the grubs. That's every early objective now going in favor of Ultra Prime moving forward, but it's all started up. And we were going to see on the replay with the Xiaoxia engage on the Rel, a great flash engage coming in from him on the Rel to really make that first big play happen. But now that the objectives are down on the map, I would have said I expect things to get a little bit quieter, but YCX taking a little bit of damage here in the river.
Yeah, shame we don't get a chance to look back at the fight. I would have loved to see where Zhong had been able to position himself relative to Salsa in that bot side of the map to see if Salsa had any real chances of trying to stop the Shen from porting in with the stand united. But definitely looks like it wasn't the case. Zhong was able to, you know, get far enough away to get a full channel on the ultimate. Salsa was forced to TP to the top lane, at least, if not for the fight, just trying to catch the top wave that was crashing in as a result. All three grubs go to the hands of Ultra Prime.
I think Sasa had actually recalled right before that exchange ended up going down, and so Zhong was alone in the lane to be able to get that full ult cast off, and you know that's really a big deciding factor in that fight. So you know, a little bit of an unfortunate timing there. I'd love to see on the replay if it was exact. I know the recall was at the very least ongoing for Sasa as that fight ended up starting, but again with you know, we'll be able to check that post-game, but you know, we see some Saber stats coming up. Saber's going to need to be pretty important here. I talked about how the Ryze didn't necessarily have the easiest matchup into Annie, at least in lane, for the most part, because of just how easy it is to abuse Ryze's lack of range in the matchup in particular, where, you know, Annie is just such a dangerous threat to be able to shut down the movement from Ryze. But if Saber can get out on the map and actually get that shove in, all of a sudden that entire lead for Annie is neutralized. And so we're already seeing it basically neutralized in terms of gold. So definitely going to be looking for Saber to be a little bit more aggressive here. And again, Xiaoxia now with Hex Flash up and available, you know, that Rel can be a lot more aggressive than maybe Xiaoxia was allowed to be last game.
Yeah. And we're starting to see with some of these components coming in for Xiaoya's Varus is that it is still the lethality Varus, so we'll be getting a lot of damage from the poke of these arrows, but I think with the Hail of Blades setup, it's just trying to give yourself an extra bit of all-in potential whenever you are in auto attack range so that you can quickly stack up all three Blight stacks, look for the quick max percentage HP shred pop of, you know, one of your abilities detonating all those Blight stacks for himself. It's not going to be as oppressive in terms of the poke since you're not running Comet, but, you know, I can kind of see the sauce here as LGD trying to look for this dragon. True Shot Barrage. Oh, there's a Scion waiting in the bush. Xiaosha at least buys some time on the backline with this Magnet Storm, but XQW arrives to the party, flashing forward with the Tibber stun, as he actually hasn't even been used it yet. He is waiting to drop the bear, maybe for the second fight, but Sasa falls in the fight here. They don't even win on the side of LGD. Ultra Prime are able to brute force them away from the dragon.
Yeah, a super sloppy fight from LGD. I'm not even really sure what ended up happening there. It felt like they had a lot of priority going into that. The moment that XQW roamed up on the Annie and flashed in, I was like, oh man, this is going to be a gigantic Tibbers. It's going to land onto 3. You're going to get this big stun off, but it didn't actually end up coming out. The stun wasn't prepared. It wasn't ready yet, and that ends up being a huge determiner in that fight. I think if he is able to get that 3-man Tibbers stun off, I actually do think the fight is just over in favor of LGD, but not capable of happening there, and that's a big win for Ultra Prime. Once again, just being able to grow this lead even larger. We're now looking at quite a big gold lead in favor of Ultra Prime, but once again, just not a lot going right. Xiaosha does buy some time, but the big engage here, for the most part, doesn't actually land on priority target. Xiaoya is a little bit disrupted, but still gets to hit for the most part on the backline, and as long as you're able to get the full combo out, yeah, he actually did, yeah. This is, I imagined it was going to do a little bit more, that XQW was going to be more
that's
relevant.
Exactly,
and
yeah, that's exactly where my thought is, K-Man, and now Sasa could be in trouble here. 4-man dive onto the Scion. He's a beefy boy, and he's able to clear the minion wave pretty easily, so this attempted dive from Ultra Prime doesn't really net them that much other than a giant chunk of the Scion's health bar, putting him below 50% HP. YCX and Nio are here to try and defend the dive from, persisting. Wako, sniped by a Winter's Bite. Decimating Smash fully charged will do a really good job of clearing the wave. All this time that is being expended, Jung is forced to walk bot side because XQW is getting a ton of solo time here on the Annie.
Yeah, and you gotta get the Annie moving. Oh my god, they got caught.
Magnet Storm right onto LGD. The biggest damage dealer is Nio on this Nefiri with the Shojin Rush. Sasa does a decent amount of damage, but still it is Junhao that steps up, flashing forward, and this Sasa Scion ulti goes wide, trying to set up with that unstoppable onslaught for the anti-teleport, but XQW not gonna get a chance to get in range, as you called it. No flash, already used it in the prior fight. Both times, XQW arriving to these engages and not finding nearly as much value as we would expect.
Yeah, you need the Annie to really be stepping up in a lot of these fights to set up what the Nefiri can potentially do, and XQW has, quite frankly, been close to a non-factor so far in this game, and that's really not a good look for the Annie moving forward. We already talked about the Rise being so good in the mid game, but I don't think things get easier for Annie as the game progresses. I really like the lane matchup, but we're out of lane by a large margin now, and especially with Saber being neutral in gold and having much more utility moving forward, I really don't know if I favor LGD in that regard. And again, you're looking at Nefiri now being down 700 gold, 1.4k gold lead for Jung on the top side on the Shen going into the Scion. I understand that these aren't massive in their own right, but they build up into something that's much bigger here, and they're going to have to make a play like this.
Jung.
Oh, nice flash.
Yeah, really good flash by the Shen here, just ensuring that the Shen does not fall in the collapse of the 2v1. Nio able to at least find some pressure here. I have to say, K-Man, if we want to take a, grander scope of how this map is playing out for the side of Ultra Prime, obviously, LGD have already secured their spot for play-in, so, it's just kind of courtesy for both teams to play for pride and just play for the best showing. But for Wako, this is great for his chances, the way the game is rolling out in terms of continuing to be the main starter for Ultra Prime. Because even though I think, Baya had a respectable showing on the first game, Ultra Prime are severely winning as a team. And, I don't know how much Ultra Prime, management and coaching are going to, take that into consideration and evaluate, whether Wako's Ezreal is, making the clear difference here. But with the fact that Ultra Prime are playing a lot better in this game too, just from kind of a, shallow perspective, Wako fans can rejoice at potentially Wako, keeping his starting position going into Split 3 at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, Wako definitely kind of showing that, hey, you want to win, you got to keep me in the lineup. I will say the Ezreal's not been quite as effective as maybe I was expecting. I thought the Ezreal was going to be kind of the main character of this draft for Ultra Prime, but they've definitely played a lot more towards the Rise, and, you know, it's been a lot more positive for them. The Xin Zhao Junhao has had a really good game so far. In the early game, a 0-0-0 Nefiri is always a good sign when you're going into it at 17 minutes. You would obviously love some shutdowns there, but it's nice to be able to know that you can take away some of that priority. But you're absolutely right. Wako's definitely making a strong case here as we see the gold graph. You know, it's dominated by Ultra Prime. I think that's a fair way to say it. All three of the top 3 members there for Ultra Prime. But looking forward, dragon spawning in 5 seconds. That's really what's going to be the big next prize, with 2 dragons in Ultra Prime's favor. If they are able to get this third, go to Soul Point, that's going to be massive for them. But it will be LGD setting up first and starting the objective.
This is the 3rd dragon of the game. Xiaosha has a really nice flank angle. Will get spotted as soon as he steps on top of this blast cone, so it's up to Xiaosha whether he wants to go for it. Now suddenly LGD are like, wait a minute, who just popped the Scryer's Orb? Someone's over here on the right side, and now they're gonna get pinched. Flash from Xiaosha, looking for the Magnus Orb, pulling them all in, but they eliminate Junhao first. Hound's pursuit for the reset. Nio is now starting to turn it up here on the Nefiri. Ultra Prime are run out of the river, and the 3rd dragon goes the way of LGD.
Yeah, no Jung ultimate coming in from him on the Shen. He's not able to join the fight really at any point in the TP. Gonna come in to save this tower. I don't believe Jung's gonna be able to get there in time. Sasa is gonna be able to make his way top lane to at least be able to catch the wave, but a huge fight for Nio. We just talked so much about how getting the Nefiri online was huge, and Saber could potentially be that next target with the stun coming up. He is gonna get himself to safety with that movement speed, but you can't donate 2 kills over to a Nefiri. All of a sudden, a game that looked very, very good for Ultra Prime has become a little bit more dubious moving forward, with Nio being in a great spot. We're going to get the replay here. Some great flashes early on from LGD to avoid this engage from Xiaosha.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous stuff. And the moment that Nio goes invulnerable and is able to get the reset and, you know, just kind of starts popping off on the Nefiri, is able to grab the dragon, it just goes to show how strong Nefiri is as a champion and how much Ultra Prime might regret letting that through draft.
And the thing was, for Ultra Prime, they knew that LGD were all in that brush and kind of like waiting stacked up, because you just got vision from Xiaosha from the Scryer's Orb trying to see where all 5 members were as he was preparing for a flank. But I think Ultra Prime just severely underestimated how much damage was going to come out from the full 5-man focus on top of Junhao, even with a Shen Stand United coming on top of it. As you saw the shield, it was there for a second, and then LGD just blew right on past it.
Yeah, I mean, you can rely on the Shen Stand United a little bit, but you cannot rely on it to be a full frontline survival tactic in this comp with Annie and Nefiri and, you know, Varus building Yomus. Like, you can't really rely on that being able to keep you safe throughout the entire fight, and so you need to make sure that you're positioning well in that same vein. And again, with Zhang not ever being able to make his way actually into that fight, it ended up being catastrophic for Ultra Prime. That being said, there still is a massive gold lead, but again, the reason that was so catastrophic, look at where the gold lead is. 2.5k alone is in favor of Zhang, who wasn't able to make it there. And so, you know, definitely gonna keep an eye on whether or not that continues, but could see an overextension. Junhao gonna try and make a play. Xiaosha's here. I would be very surprised if they wanted to go aggressive here. This seems like a good setup for LGD, but both sides just wanting to back off and take their vision.
Ultra Prime doing their due diligence of pushing LGD out of the safety of their own blue quadrant. Saber now pushing on the bottom side of the map. Relatively healthy, and it's very durable. I mean, this might be a little tough for LGD to try and walk their way through. However, the vision at least gives them full eyes on where Xiaosha is.
Yeah, this is tough because Ultra Prime are clearly trying to force a play around here. This is something we saw last game where it feels like they really feel like they need to make something happen as quickly as possible when they're in a spot where that's either not perfectly advantageous for them, or they feel like the map is starting to stagnate. They're just afraid of sitting still for a little bit. And I understand that with this comp, you want to try and be aggressive, but LGD clearly showing that they're not going to just run into danger and die for no reason. So no real reason to spend a lot of time on this play. When I'm looking for the next gigantic fight, obviously we have Dragon spawning in a minute and a half, and with Otacon on this side of the map, I imagine all of the pressure in the world will be put here as quickly as possible. We see the resets coming in from both junglers now. Nio's going to be out on the map first, but He actually will be making his way topside for now as the pings come down for Ultra Prime. And we'll see if they want to prioritize Otacon or if they want to wait for Dragon to spawn as well.
Two things are just running through my mind right now. One, off the back of that, advantageous third dragon fight for LGD, they're a lot more competitive with Ultra Prime than they were before, as you already called out. It seemed like Ultra Prime had this game 2 pretty much shut in the bag. But third or second, I'm starting to fear for my voice because I'm naturally going to get excited about the tension we have. And as we've already can tell, it is on, high pressure tonight as 6k HP already being dropped on this Otacon. Nio first sending it, and Cole the pack gives him the immunity. Junhao's going to force the flash right on top of the Fury. Nio trying to kite his way out, the Eviscerate dashing forward. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight, LGD forced to retreat as Junhao gets the 1v1 solo onto Nio. Now rejoining the fray. Zhong, taunt flash right onto XQW's face. Sasa not going to survive. Xiaosha continuing the chase on top of LGD's backline. Xiaoya under fire. And unfortunately for Ultra Prime, Reld is not doing a lot of damage to at least solo out Xiaoya, but he has done his job in forcing this Varus away. And now Ultra Prime have sole control of this Thornbound Otacon.
It's disaster for Nio, the most important member of LGD, the one with all the gold and the one with the potential to bring this game back. He ends up tracking onto Saber, who has a brilliant flash over the wall to bring the Neferi into all 5 members of the enemy team. They burst him down as quickly as they can, and there's just no way for the Neferi to actually be relevant in that fight. The moment Nio is really taken out of the exchange, there's no way to bring this back. So big credit to Ultra Prime. They play the fight incredibly well, and a lot of that momentum that we see in favor of LGD after that fight ends up getting completely negated here. We can see the flash coming in, and at this point, Nio is just in way too deep. Great job by Junhao to really pressure him out, and it's a flash to follow, but it's just an unfortunate set of circumstances there for LGD. If they had been a tad bit more patient, they had not gone in quite as aggressive, maybe there's a way to turn this fight in a slower manner, but that's not going to be the case, and we see just some fantastic play from Jiang in this fight. The Shen is really starting to take over with that gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the name of the game for these team fight setups here is, try and look for optimal burst and then carry out the fight with your Neferi looking for resets and extended fight situations, because unfortunately for Xiaoya on this Varus, once he goes through the initial Halo Blade setup, he's only just trying to fire out arrows for poke. And if you are not able to get a lot of poke prior to the fight engage, which is exactly Ultra Prime's, MO, and being able to set up by pulling them into the Thornbound Otacon, it's definitely favored for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, completely agree, and that's why I was so confused with Nio being like the main engage threat there. But we actually see Tibbers getting dropped here, doing some damage. Shouldn't really be too big of a deal, but the Realm Warp coming in.
Oh no. Okay, XQW at least able to make it out over the wall with the Blast Cone. Saber cutting off the rest of the members of LGD and limiting their access in this red quadrant jungle. Gives Xiaosha some time to establish some aggressive vision control with the Baron spawning in the next 2 seconds. Now, this is really good setup for Ultra Prime, being able to continue putting themselves steps forward in this game too.
Yeah, and I'm really looking for Ultra Prime at being able to continue to pressure these waves and set up for these objectives as cleanly as they've been able to do recently. That Otacon setup was obviously fantastic, and now they're at 3 dragons as well, which means that in 3 minutes they're going to be fighting over that soul, but Baron is also up on the map if they want to try and prioritize that. I wouldn't be shocked to see the game state slow down for the next 3 minutes. I don't imagine that Baron is going to be the thing that LGD really, or that Ultra Prime really want to lose the game over, and, Soul might be a little bit more of a priority. That being said, we've seen Ultra Prime be so greedy this series. Maybe they won't stop here.
Ultra Prime continuing to pressure LGD out of this top quadrant. There was some decent defensive vision placed down in parts of this jungle, but not nearly enough for LGD to feel an overwhelming sense of confidence to just bull rush their way back into the jungle, as it now really takes Nio and XQW being the first ones in here. Xiaosha looking for Nio to face check the bush, pops the call of the pack, good eviscerate and the stun from the anti-Tibbers, but Junhao ensures that this dog is getting run down and put down. LGD will lose their mid laner after the fight, even finding Xiaoya in the backline as Wako just sends him back to the fountain courtesy of a few mystic shots. LGD were able to at least get 1 off the back of Xiaosha, but they lose 4 in the trade.
This is the second time that Nayo has been the first one to walk up, and I understand the worry that that Baron is just gone, but for the Neferi to be the one that has to face check these bushes, it just creates a scenario where Nayo's getting bursted down before the fight starts, and that's your only way to ever win the fight if you're LGD. It's a disaster scenario for them. It's 2 fights in a row where it feels like it was over before it even started, and obviously it's fantastic follow-up coming in from Junhao, Wako with a really nice Ezreal ultimate as well to be able to really pressure that out. But again, it's just walking into darkness, and Xiaoxia does such a phenomenal job being able to catch out. Junhao immediately capitalizing, and all of the damage coming through, the follow-up. It's really, really gorgeous stuff. At that point, XQW has no way out because of the lack of range on this Annie. It's a great stun once again from Xiaoxia, who put in so much work over that fight. Xiaoxia certainly has no way to be able to survive, but it's everything on the map gained by Ultra Prime. You can talk about, oh, it's just losing a fight, but you lose Baron now. Dragon is spawning in 39 seconds, and that Baron buff will be active for Ultra Prime to push those waves and to set things up for them. You have 5 kills now over on the Xin Zhao, 3 over on the Shen as well, making it much more difficult to break through the front line. Things are just getting harder and harder for LGD.
Nearly 9,000 gold in advantage for the side of Ultra Prime, and Junhao being able to answer Nayo's very feared Neferi with a lot of poise and a lot of calculated precision here, and being able to just put this dog down. Ultra Prime continuing the siege onto the bottom lane, knocking out the tier 2. XQW. Okay, there's no taunt. So yeah. He can't interrupt it. So XQW will join the fray here. Stand United already used
Giant
to
flank.
allow Jong to be. Oh my goodness. Where's the Annie? Dude, does Ultra Prime know? Oh, okay. Well, Wako now spots the Annie, and now XQW is on the wrong side of the tracks. Gonna try to run for her life, as thankfully that E gives a huge movement speed steroid, but it does mean Ultra Prime will just pick up the Infernal Soul for free.
Yeah, I mean, that's a flank from a million miles away. The team had absolutely no way of being able to follow up on that. You gotta love the full cross-country trip that Annie had to make to even try and join the fight, but you know, for Ultra Prime, that's Soul, and it's Soul for free, and they have Baron, and it's not just Soul, it's Infernal Soul, and they have 2 Infernal Dragons. This is a terrifying situation for LGD. They now have so much damage to deal with, and, you know, especially if you're Nayo, you're gonna get bursted down so quickly in these fights. Look at YCX, he's just dead.
Yeah, I mean, not tanking enough on this Braum. Flashing the Wind becomes Lightning. Nice to at least escape for now, but Ultra Prime are going to get 2 inhibitors off the back of this siege. XQW finally getting a chance to recall and rejoin the rest of his team here to make one last stand against Ultra Prime, who will at least not go down in this series without a fight and taking a game win for themselves, unless something very funny happens with this Hail Mary from LGD on the base defense. But YCX already taking a lot of damage from Saber's Rise. Xiaoxia just waiting for the right time to strike back. A Storm Flash right there. Ultra Prime sink their fangs into LGD's backs, and they are forced to retreat, but the fountain is just not close enough, and the rest of Ultra Prime rout off this squad of LGD. Triple kill and a big globe for Saber in this second game of the series. Ultra Prime will equalize it 1-1.
Big win for Ultra Prime. I know we talked about there not being quite as many stakes here in game number 2, but just from a confidence perspective, from understanding what you are capable of doing and understanding what this roster is good at, to see this team actually be able to go out, play really aggressive in the early game, generate a lead on their own, and even though there were some up and down moments in terms of some execution around some of these fights, be able to walk out of this with a pretty clean and pretty strong win against a team that just kind of dominated you. Great look from Ultra Prime here in game 2.
Like we said, you know, even though Ultra Prime will not get a chance to play out the remainder of Split 2, you know, they're still locked in for Split 3, and I think, you know, Ultra Prime have big decisions to make going into the final split of the LPL season. If, you know, depending on what kind of goals Ultra Prime has for themselves, you know, do they want to continue fielding, you know, more experienced players to give them as best of a shot to, you know, make a run in playoffs, or you know, try to punch upwards on the top teams from Group Ascend? Or do Ultra Prime want to focus on development and look forward ahead into 2026 by, you know, bringing in more members from the BLG junior squad, since they have clearly already done so with Junhao and Xiaosha. And I think it means that much more for players like Saber and Wako, who have been around for quite some time, especially Wako trying to, fight for a starting spot. The fact this game 2 goes so well, not only for him, but for Ultra Prime as a whole, as well as Saber being able to, answer for quite a disappointing Talia performance, where he was focused a lot, steps up huge on the rise in game 2, and at least, gives some, fighting power in terms of trying to show reason why he deserves to stay.
Yeah, no, I think both of the carry duo here of Saber and Wako were pretty solid in this game. Wako obviously has that big selling point on his resume now of, hey, you guys have a 0% win rate without me. I'm crucial to this team's success, and I'm sure he's going to be carrying that through. But like you pointed out with Saber, I think he just felt so much more comfortable on the rise once he did have an early lead. It's something we've seen very, predictably from Saber. We see this a lot with players who, come up through LDL systems that aren't quite as accomplished. He's coming up through the Ultra Prime system. This is a homegrown player for this organization, and, I think he just feels so much more comfortable when he can control the pace of the game, and they allowed him to do that with Xin Zhao and Rise, and even the Shen to really facilitate a lot of those skirmishes more so than in game number 1, and I think that just played into their strengths.
That's right. And as we get ready for our player of the game, I imagine it's got to be Junhao. He looked so massive on the Xin Zhao. We already kind of teed up the concerns we had of giving the Fury over to Nayo, of, all players who, had impressive KDAs and, performances with LGD when this jungler was in his own right. But for those that don't know, once Nefiri first got reworked, who the first jungler that brought out Nefiri to the entire world? It was Junhao. It was Ultra Prime that debuted the Nefiri jungler and really showed the world what was to come around every other region with the, oppression that is, Nefiri fully unleashed. And if anyone knows how to put that dog down, it is definitely going to be Junhao.
I don't think you need any more convincing than this gold graph right here, or this damage graph in particular. Almost triple damage coming in from Junhao on the Xin Zhao as opposed to the Nefiri. Ridiculous stuff, really impressive, and overall, I think there's a lot to like for Ultra Prime. I agree that Junhao is probably the player of the game here, but I do want to give a big shout out to Xiaosha in the support position. I thought those rel engages were really great throughout a lot of this game. We're seeing one on the screen now, a really important one, where LGD just end up overextending. Jiang, of course, generating a big lead for himself in the early laning phase, but I think what I really was impressed by with Ultra Prime in terms of what they were capable of doing is just, I think this is a team that has struggled with their own mentality. Sometimes they can be a little bit too far forward. I saw some more calculated plays in this game, and I think that that's what we really want to see. It's great to have the aggression, and it's great to know when to go in, but it's a little bit better to be able to do that in a way that benefits your team always, rather than just hoping and praying that you can outskill, and it felt like they were starting to find something here.
Yeah, and while obviously there was a, quick roster swap from, Baya to Wako in this game, if we look at, what really felt like the major difference for Ultra Prime being a lot more successful in these team fights, I think that just solo laners had easier times of being able to sync up with the team. LGD didn't get a chance to really punish and pummel Zhang and Saber early on with, a lot of the aggressive roams that they made in game 1, respectively. This time around, Saber wasn't focused, was able to scale up on the rise, and Zhang having the immediate, assistance on demand with the Stand United made a difference right from that first global map play around the first grub rotation of the game, right? It just goes to show that, when Ultra Prime are able to sync up with their solo laners, it definitely is a better look for them, as we'll obviously see how the series concludes, where, both for Ultra Prime and LGD, their fates are already sealed. LGD is still going to the play-in stage. Ultra Prime, we'll see them again in Split 3 after our final game of the series, but still nice for both of these teams to, find wins in both situations, and we'll get a chance to see, who comes out victorious in the end. Yeah,
it's really the battle of pride from here on out. You are fighting for your own sense of accomplishment, and honestly take this as one big publicized scrim and take it seriously, right? Like, this is a good chance to prove that you are a team that needs to be looked at going into summer. We are going to see both of these teams back and ready for action, regardless of what happens to Ultra Prime, you know, in terms of the roster moving forward, or LGD for that matter. You never really know what ends up happening. So, you know, I'm excited to see, you know, the direction that they go in for game 3, but especially because everything is a little bit more locked up, everything's a little bit more understood in terms of where these teams are going to be at. I'm telling you, I want to see some crazy stuff. Like, this is the game to pull out some of those, you know, scrim picks that maybe have been gaining a little bit of popularity, maybe not quite as popular on stage just yet.
That's right. All right, show me the player of the game graphic. I want to see it and see finally get a chance to wrap up this game 2 discussion and get ready for game 3. Definitely have an announcement to make. Once we see the player of the game, I hear the music. Come on. Who's going to be? Is it actually Junhao? Is it someone else? Oh my goodness, it's Jung. Okay, well, hey, you know what? Like we said, the Stand Uniteds were clutch right from the get-go. The very first cast getting so much value and setting up Ultra Prime for success on the map. But, you know, at least, even if I was expecting Junhao, I think that's definitely a worthy shout out, but that is going to conclude game 2. Now, some news. I will not be able to finish out this series because I have some other obligations that I unfortunately must attend to. So, you know, sad that I won't be able to finish this series out with you, K-Man, but I am very excited to bring on a very special guest coming in to fill in for me, as well as our second series of the night. She is starting to make a huge name for herself in the tier 2 scene in Europe. Everyone, please give a round of applause to Mila, who will be coming in to play-by-play. I'm super excited for you all to meet her. She is great. I love what work she has already shown so far in the past couple of months that I've been able to finally see what she has done. And yeah, we're super excited to have her. Make sure to continue staying tuned in. Right after the break, we're going to have Mila come in for the final game of the series, as well as the second series. Stay tuned.
Yeah, these teams are very interesting to talk about. There's a lot going on already in this series. LGD kind of really trying to level up as much as they can so that they can start getting into play-in form now that they have confirmed themselves for play-ins. But some interesting drafts with a lot of champions already taken off the board. We see things like Udyr being prioritized. I called out at the end of Game 2. I want to see some of these scrim picks start to come to light. I think Udyr, Sejuani, Yone definitely kind of fits the bill in that regard. So excited to see that, but it's not like we're lacking in action on the other side as well. Victor and Nico already selected, so we're definitely in for a good time when it comes to these two teams. And Wukong is actually going to be the combo here. So excited to see kind of the Wombo potential pull-off here. A lot of team fight pressure coming in. Wukong Victor really can do a lot in the 5v5s. And Nico, of course, can really assist that. The Draven ban customary against Xiaoya at this point. You kind of need to be able to put that in. But it's actually going to be Jax banned out. So some topside bans now that that's actually open for Jiang to take on the second rotation. But yes, still a lot to talk about here in a good way. We're just working on audio here for a quick second, but as we get through draft, we will see where the bans end up going. But again, I'm just excited to see that LGD are not scared to go out and try something that they think could really take over. Sasa on the top side playing Udyr, especially after how he's played, you know, the Mbessa and things like that earlier on in this series is really fun. But much more of the, I would say, utility-esque, like Xayah, kind of the more all-around AD carry taken off the board alongside the customary Draven, but it's the Gnar actually as that other answer, so.
Can you hear me now? I'm just asking because I'm not sure, and I want to fix this. Okay, perfect. If you can hear me now, I'm going to be there. And I'm not Rafa, but I'm Mila. Hi, what's up? Sorry for the tech issues. I haven't been here, so this is wild. But I'm excited. Okay, let's go. What do we have here? Ooh, Caitlyn pick. Caitlyn Karma. That sounds like a little bit of an annoying lane, to be fair.
Very annoying lane, I would say. Definitely not one I would feel great going into if I'm Kai'Sa, low-range AD carry that wants to play off. But Ultra Prime have a pretty clear strategy here. They have set themselves up for a pretty strong team fight. The Wukong, Nico combo ultimates, Victor ult on top of that. Even the Cassante really plays into that. So definitely a clear strategy for Ultra Prime and a much more aggressive one for LGD.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Just looking at both of these drafts, I think both teams have some very interesting power picks. Especially for me, the Nico has been up and coming all over the place at this point. Everyone likes to play it on support of all places. Like, not that much in mid lane anymore. I really enjoy seeing that. I mean, for me, on paper, LGD is obviously the way stronger team, and I was a little surprised that they dropped this game number 2. But at the same time, it looked very convincing from Ultra Prime. So I'm excited to see how this one is going to pin out. Do you have a draft that you prefer specifically?
I think I like the inevitability of red side a little bit more. I think, you know, Wukong, Nico, Kai'Sa, Victor, very strong in the late game.
Yeah.
And I think generally LGD are going to be favored in that regard. But man, Caitlyn Karma can generate some pretty big leads. If we see a big gold lead, that could be very in favor of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta say, for me, Caitlyn is always, I don't want to call her a coin flip champion, but I feel like she needs to get ahead. Not necessarily that she falls behind, but even if she's just even, sometimes I feel like she can't have the impact that we need her to have. But we've also seen some huge comeback arcs from Caitlyn's in the past. So honestly, I'm here for it. I'm hyped. Very interested to see how this Nico support is going to play out, because I feel like that Nico ultimate has such a big impact on how the team fights are getting started. So definitely looking over there to see how that's going to go as we're getting ready to go into this third game of the series. I'm super excited. And now with all the stakes being, you know, kind of gone, let's just see if we can get a good show out of this one.
Yeah, still no Gyos, I think, coming in from the fans. So, you know, not even for this big game number 3, but we already see some poke action coming in from LGD, some setups here. I think LGD are on more of a clock this game than Ultra Prime are on the blue side. That Caitlyn Karma is so important towards how the early game is going to end up going for them. And again, Ultra Prime feels so inevitable the longer this game goes. You talked about the Nico ultimate. I think that that's a really great call out because the combo potential off of that is terrifying. Wukong can really set that up in a very dangerous way, and it's certainly not like Ultra Prime are lacking damage. But I'm definitely going to be looking at the bot lane early on to see just how big of a lead that Caitlyn can get. And as you said, a pretty coin flippy matchup and a coin flippy pick.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to go. First poke definitely landing there from the Nico. But they're trying to poke back just a little bit.
Yeah, just some trading going on. That's typically going to favor Karma in the early game, but you never really know. I think one thing we also haven't called out quite yet is the, of course, Sejuani Yone combo. That's going to be the mid-jungle duo for LGD. If you're going to be able to consistently get that out and, you know, be able to get the Yone out on the map, that could be pretty dangerous, especially alongside the Udyr, the double melees on the top side. So a lot to really look forward to, but not a particularly diversified damage composition for LGD with the all AD.
Yeah, as we can see, the pokes landing here on bot lane. I wonder who's going to have the upper hand in laning phase, because I feel like Nico can match the poke of Karma just a little bit, but maybe not necessarily in the same way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty difficult for the Kai'Sa in particular to step up here and actually be able to contribute in any meaningful way. The shove and level 2 is going in favor of LGD here, so I would expect that to continue. I'm watching the junglers here. It's going to be pretty standard full clears, I would imagine, for both of them. I would be surprised if it really went in any other direction, but we can see some pings coming down. Sejuani potentially looking mid.
We're looking for a possible gank here, as we're getting the first engage, but Saber should be safe underneath the turret. So no bigger action.
Yeah, it's going to be XQW just trying to take as many trades as possible here, mostly because he's in a very dangerous spot. Of course, a lot of protection coming in from Nio, but it's actually Nio playing aggressive, trying to come in and steal the red. He's a little late. Sasa is here, but there's nothing to take. Junhao should just be able to get back onto these Krugs, so good pathing from Junhao to make sure that he secures as much as he needs here.
Also interesting, because I wonder if that kind of messes with the timing of the Sejuani just a little bit, because you did spend some time trying to find something, but maybe at this stage of the game it doesn't matter that much yet. Let's see how it's gonna go. Even though the CS lead, if we look towards jungle, is, you know, definitely on the red side.
Yeah, definitely going to be a little bit in favor of Ultra Prime here. You're right that Nio is going to be a little bit set behind, but it's, you know, in service of some of the plays that maybe you would want to make after hitting level 4 instead of just, you know, making them at level 3. So we'll see if anything actually gets taken advantage of. It's just going to be a trade of crabs here, but especially with Dragon spawning a little bit earlier than Grubs now on the new Spirit Blossom map, that's typically in favor of the team that gets pressure on the bottom side. At least in my opinion, if they do want to pressure that out early, that will be Ultra Prime here. So good to see, but again, the onus is still on LGD to make these plays early. The longer this goes, the easier it is for Ultra Prime, and they're looking to make a play mid once again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Saber should be a really nice, you know, enemy here to catch as they're looking forward. Nice flash from Saber though, tries to make it out alive, now has to walk out a little bit, finds a stun, but gets re-stunned here by the Sejuani, but now with Junhao in the area as well, maybe can trade back a little bit. But they are not quite able to reach them. Maybe now if they overstep a little bit. Nice flash for flash trade underneath the turret. First blood going in favor of the Wukong. But the turret aggro manages to make it a 1-for-1 trade.
Very, very aggressive from Junhao. You love to see it. You love to see the greed coming in from him to pick up that first blood. He almost got a double kill there if it wasn't for XQW's shield on the Yone. So pretty massive stuff. But he's stuck under the tower and he's just dead.
Wow. I did not expect that. This is now all in favor of Ultra Prime. You lost so much, like so much wave, so much money. You lost the plating. Oh my god, what a disaster.
That couldn't have possibly gone worse for LGD. Yeah. We already talked about, like, I know I've stressed the point a lot, but LGD are the team that needs to win early. Like, they're the team that needs to be on the front foot. They don't scale nearly as well as Ultra Prime do on the other side. To give such a big gold influx to the jungle mid combo in particular here for Ultra Prime is a really, really big deal and should make some of these skirmishes, should they happen around these objectives, a little bit easier for them.
Also, I feel like they just have such good ultimate layering. We already talked about the setup coming in from the Wukong and the Nico, but you also have that Arcane Storm, that crazy important ultimate that Saber can bring to the table here. And I'm really excited to see how the first big team fight involving all these people will look like, because I think it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one. That I can guarantee one way or another. Saber, the last solo laner to hit level 6 here, he's actually still level 5, so nice trade from XQW, but Grubs are still not spawning for another minute and 45 seconds, and so, again, not really a lot of pressure being put on Dragon, but there's the Chaos Storm dropped.
Yeah, using the ultimate right as it comes up, but not really, you know, really going for the kill, but definitely a nice way to bully back that Yone and giving yourself a little bit more of a, you know, better setup here towards that mid lane. Now with the Scuttle Crab being done by Neu, it's gonna be interesting to see who will actually have the upper hand when it comes to the Grubbies, and if they are going for, you know, some shenanigans, or if it's just going to be given over.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent delay from Saber because XQW has no teleport available to him on the Yone, so he does just have to walk. He can delay as many minions as he needs there, but again, because of the way that Nio had been playing the early game on Sejuani, there really wasn't anything to punish in terms of that play. So overall, you know, pretty neutral. Gold is still neutral here, and we continue to see Junhao pathing towards the middle of the map, and this continues to create an advantage for Saber. Both of these junglers really prioritizing that, but both now making their way bot side for the Dragon, potentially.
It's really hard to say who has the better position here. Obviously, LGD, they have the constant push in this bot lane. Not really much Waco can do. Has to just try and farm whatever he can get. But it's definitely the Caitlyn showdown here so far. And now we're looking at a possible invade. And maybe even some action coming from that as the Grump is getting secured. And now in the Tribush, you're going to be spotted. So definitely the right call from Ultra Prime here to stay back a little bit and not really let them get to you. But the pings are coming out towards that mid lane. People are going on the move.
Four-man play potentially coming. Saber's playing so safe, though. There's no way to actually take advantage of this. It looks like they want to take this pressure and move it to the Grubs. We've seen this very regularly here in the LPL teams saying, we don't need Dragon. We don't got to worry about that. We want the Grubs, the 3 Grubs that are now even more important than maybe they were before. We want to prioritize that objective, and especially for a team like LGD that does need to get a lead that's playing through Caitlyn Karma. You know, I understand the priority on an objective that maybe gives you a little bit more power in terms of the mid-game, so we'll see how they want to end up identifying that, but we're sitting here at 8.5 minutes. Dragon is up, and no one's even tried to take it. No one's even prioritized it a little bit yet. Very interesting.
Yeah, especially if we look at the possible trade of, you know, they are getting Grubs, are we going for Drake? No, they're not. We're actually looking at a possible action here on the top side as they're looking to push in with these Grubs they just claimed, but they have to be careful because Ultra Prime are in the area. But not really a lot of answers they can find here for the time being.
Just more posturing, more back and forth, more setup. You know, not a lot of execution just yet. We're in game 3. I think these teams are a little bit worried about throwing something away at a bad, you know, top lane dive or something of that nature, and so we're seeing a little bit more passiveness come in there. I'm interested to see if that ever ends up changing for LGD, but once again, it's just a win overall for them. They're able to grab the Grubs and not really get punished for anything. That Dragon is still up, and XQW now potentially has found Junhao. But he's just going to go back.
He's just going to decide to play it safe as we now have gotten this lane swap going on. And we can see Udyr doing Udyr things. You know, it's the proxy. It's just, you know, what else would you expect from Udyr top? That's, of course, what he's going to do. But we have the Yuntals completed now for the Caitlyn, which is the first important item spike, if you ask me. And that could be maybe a little bit of a sign that there might be some more action coming up so the Caitlyn can actually get ahead.
Yeah, this is absolutely the power spike you want to play around if you are Ultra Prime, or if you're LGD. If you're not Ultra Prime, you do not want to play around first item power spike for Caitlyn. It is worth noting that Victor is a little bit ahead and that Roa has been completed for him as well. He needs some time to power up, but I'm definitely interested in seeing how that ends up going. Interested specifically to see exactly where the pressure ends up getting put and where they want to put the Caitlyn. Right now, she's in the middle of the map. We'll see if they want to rotate her elsewhere, if they want to try and take a lot of these skirmishes, or if they just want to use her pressure to try and siege down the mid lane. That could also work, but you definitely got to utilize this power spike for your own good.
I mean, the important thing is that you have the 3 Void Grubs. The Grubbies really only help you when you're able to push and play from ahead. The moment comes you can't hit these turrets anymore, and we're talking about possible scaling on the side of Ultra Prime, then the Grubs kind of become more useless, I would say. So I guess they want to try and force as much as they can in this early game. Let's see if it works out in this scenario as we get the Nico Ulpa. Very nice flash. Now they can re-engage. They're looking to go back in. But the follow-up is just not quite there. But that was
turn.
Action. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great turn from LGD. It's a great job of understanding, okay, Xiaosha's walking up, the Nico ultimate's coming. Let's throw that Sejuani ultimate out. We can deny that entirely. It lands on absolutely no one. That's free pressure over to LGD. You know, again, it's just heads-up awareness, and it's Ultra Prime kind of forcing a decision once again in this series. They've done this so many times through the first couple of games where they're making an aggressive play that maybe they can't get away with, and you know, Zhang now getting pressured out on the bot side, but everything kind of going in favor of LGD after what looked like a pretty, you know, up and down first 5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. They're now able to pick up the Drake. Now TP coming in towards this bot side here. And we're talking about Cassante. Cassante can buy a whole lot of time. The ultimate of Udyr is doing so much work. But in the end, no kills. And I love how this is just a classic LPL game, right? There's just not as many kills anymore. I feel like a while ago, it was carnage on carnage on carnage. And now I feel like things have slowed down just a little bit. And we're waiting for these kills, for these team fights to happen.
You gotta start getting some gold if you are LGD on some of the top side members, I think. I think it's a little concerning that XQW is falling a little bit behind, but you're absolutely right. The pace of the game has slowed down quite a lot, and I think part of that has to do with just the fact that Ultra Prime feel pretty comfortable saying, okay, well, we can go for this Nico ultimate. If we end up landing it on 2 or 3, that's awesome. We can kind of counter-engage. If we don't, okay, Nico ends up getting out. Maybe we have to sacrifice somebody, and, you know, we go next, and we go for the next fight. We wait for our cooldowns again. They're not in any sort of rush with this comp, I think is the point to make, and they're playing like it, whether you want to see that or not. So, you know, credit to LGD for capitalizing on it, but we could be in for a little bit more of a slow-paced one here if Ultra Prime is to control it.
There's a lot of action coming out from these junglers who are both on the roam quite a bit, looking to find picks here and there. As we can now see LGD as a group trying to move more towards this top side, and they're looking to possibly pick up their first turret here, and it would be important. It's another gold spike that they would definitely need, and they can capitalize off of these grubs that they just got. Now even trying to kind of proxy farm the wave in order to buy some more time, and this should easily be the first turret here for them. Nicely done, as they get a little bit more gold in their pockets.
Yeah, very well done utilizing the grubs there from LGD. No way they're ever going to be able to lose that trade, but it might even be over. Zhang's alone here on the top side. Sasa's behind them. I do understand that Xiaosha and Wako are making their way up, but this could be a dangerous play for Ultra Prime here.
We have a cannon minion, but the cannon minion just decided, no, I'm Nico again. So nothing crazy coming out of that. Cross-map play, though, from the side of Ultra Prime. They are picking up the bot lane tier 1 turret. And now we can see a little bit of a push in mid lane. Will they be able to pick this one up? I don't think so. Wako has really nice wave clear, I would say. So definitely important for the red side here to keep that mid lane tier 1 turret, because that one opens up the map completely.
Yeah, I think keeping that turret alive is very important in the short term. I think it's worth noting, though, that as much as we're talking about LGD having a lot of control on the map because of their champion power spikes and just their objective control, they still are down in gold. It is only 700 gold, but a lot of that is in favor of Saber and Junhao on the other side, which is a really big advantage for Ultra Prime. They're in a pretty, good spot to be able to set up some of their primary carries. So this certainly isn't an obvious game at this point, like maybe it was in games 1 and 2. We're hitting that 15-minute mark. Rift Herald is spawning here, and it looks like Ultra Prime are going to be on it immediately.
Yeah, they definitely want to try to pick this up as soon as possible, as Saber has to stay safe, be a little bit careful, but we're looking at people moving into the river here. Is there any chance for LGD to contest this? It looks like they're not really 100% committed, but now with all 5 members in the area, they are definitely looking to play this. But we got to take a look at this Nico. Where's Nico gonna go? Can she find an ultimate over the wall? She's trying to go in, but the Herald has been delayed. And now with LGD trying to take it down, they have kind of split up the entire fight a little bit. But now the Nico ult coming out. Where's the follow-up? Can we get anything? Very nice Yone ult into the backline. They're trying to do so much work, but it is not possible. In the end, it's the Herald towards the red side. And they manage to pick up the objective and the kill onto the Yone.
Yeah, it's a pretty big fight win for Ultra Prime. I think grabbing the Herald there is massive, but this is what we were talking about in draft. When you look at these front-to-back 5v5 compositions, you really have to favor Ultra Prime. Wako now overextended. There's no tower here to protect him.
I mean, he's Udyr. He can definitely, you know, find some time, annoy them a little bit, makes it out alive, but has to be a bit careful. And so far, for me, as we look back at this replay, I think the Yone was actually doing a decent job, but there was just no one there.
Yeah, it's such a tough fight to be able to play Yone in. Like, there's really no way for him to be able to stay alive consistently with all of that damage and lockdown on the other side. But LGD once again parlaying some mid lane priority that they've been able to generate, getting out on the map quicker to be able to get those dragons. That would be second Drake for them. They would control the kind of stacking of that, but Herald dropped mid lane. This could be the mid lane tower if we don't see a collapse.
They're definitely looking for it, but they don't have as many grubbies here. So they are looking for the next fight instead. Let's see if there's any possibility. We have the Udyr on the side. Udyr, for me, also a pick that can be massively important in these teamfight situations. But so far hasn't really had that big of an impact. Here is now Ultra Prime are looking to take down this mid lane turret. As they're splitting up the fight just a little bit, they have to keep their backline safe. That's super important. As we can see, the first kill's falling on the side, but now Wacko is a little bit too far forward. And that should be a kill in the end. How did he do that? I didn't see that one coming. The killer instinct put him in a bad position, but in the end, he manages to play that fight. And now they're looking to find something. Maybe LGD, can they find something they can take back here? But it's Ultra Prime who play the fight just a little bit better. And they manage to pick up another. So it is a 3-for-2 trade. But in the end, I think Ultra Prime found more in this fight.
You can definitely say that. I think that is a massive win for Ultra Prime. You know, from a gold perspective, I can understand looking at that as a bit more neutral, but those kills going over to Wako on the Kai'Sa make this game so much easier for Ultra Prime. And what a play from a player who was benched for game number 1. He wasn't a part of this team. They were trying out other members. He's saying, no, you need to start me in the AD carry role. It's a great ult from Victor coming in at the start of this fight, but a super aggressive ultimate coming in from Wako on the Kai'Sa. He knows he has enough damage. He knows he can survive. Saber ends up joining on the Victor as well. It's a great peeling ultimate coming in from Xiaoxia to be able to delay the fight as much as possible. Still, a lot of damage coming in from the combo of Nayo and the Yone on the other side. XQW, I should say. And overall, it's just a really, really good look for LGD and Ultra Prime. Some gold going over to LGD, but again, getting gold on Kai'Sa, very, very scary if you're talking about fights moving forward.
Yeah, also if we're looking at the items on mid lane, we can see that Saber has now also completed the Liandry's, which is another important little item spike. You know, with the afterburn, you can make so many things work, especially looking towards these tankier members on the side of LGD. That will definitely be a little bit more annoying for them to play into.
Yeah, you don't really want to have to deal with the big beefy boys in this comp. There's not a lot of clean ways to cut through them, but I think for both of these teams, I'm definitely going to be looking at that 25-second Otacon timer. I think that's really going to be the next big thing for both of them. We can see Otacon is spawning on the top side. Sometimes we do see that, you know, bot lane Otacon, and that makes Dragon a lot more interesting. This game, you know, either you're going to have to rush it or you're going to have to prioritize trading that for a potential Dragon. And either way, it's going to be a really interesting decision for these two teams. So we'll see where they want to go with that pressure. For now, it's just pretty traditional mid-wave control coming in from LGD and setting up towards the top side.
And last game, from what it looked like, LGD, they fell behind, and then it felt like maybe they can have this comeback arc, but they didn't end up making it happen. And I wonder, is this one of the positions they were in last game as well, where it was like, they kind of fell behind just a little bit? Can they manage to come back from it? As they're looking to interrupt the backport here, but it's not going to happen. So I really want to see LGD trying to, you know, put some more attention towards this Caitlyn. She can be your carry, but you have to, you know, invest into her a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the concerning thing for Caitlyn at this point, for Xiaoya in particular, is that the damage really isn't going to be there at this stage of the game. This is what most people would consider to be Caitlyn's weakest point in comparison to a lot of the other big burst mages. So if you're going to take a fight here, you better be sure you can win it.
They are looking for it. LGD looking for an angle here. But the Atakan is melting. It's going so fast. There's not really much they can do. They are trying to maybe go for the 50-50, maybe trying to force a fight, as we can see a little bit of action on the side here from the Cassandra, but maybe they can manage to pick up a kill. Nice Yodel into the backline, manages to pick up Waco. Super important here for the side of LGD. Atakan is going down, but how much more is possible? They are looking to move into the Stripe, which we can see the flashes coming out as Ultra Prime realize they are in a bit of a sticky situation here, using all their clones in order to make it work, make it out. Nice ultimate from the Caitlyn, doing a little bit of damage here towards that Nico. But now LGD a little more in the driver's seat and able to capitalize off of these grubs once more as they pick up the top lane tier 2 turret.
Wow, that's incredible in the back. Oh, it's gonna get stopped, YCX.
They are stopping the backport and picking up YCX, sending him into the gray screen for just a little bit. I mean, it's a good consolation prize if you want it that way.
Yeah, consolation prize I think is a pretty apt way to put it for this, because that's still a massive victory for LGD as we see the teleport from the Udyr coming into the bot side. You wanted a way for them to get back into the game. Here you go. This is a way for them to get back into the game. We're already fighting for another objective. Dragon has been started by Ultra Prime, and Sasa, he's by himself.
Yeah, he's completely left alone by the rest of the team. We do have the Sejuani in the area, but they are split up quite heavily. So let's see if there is any way for LGD to move into this. As we can see, the Victor is in the area as well, but the Smite is just there, and it's the first Drake for Ultra Prime here. But very nice call from the Caitlyn to be like, look, we can give up this Drake. I'm getting mid lane turret, and that's important. Very nice going golden here to kind of take away the damage of the Glacial Prison, but the follow-up damage is still huge. How much can you do with this Nico ultimate? It's buying some time. You're picking up the kill onto the Udyr, but how much more is possible? Very nice. Cassandra going all out, but in the end, it doesn't matter. The damage for LGD is finally arrived, and now with the ultimate, we get the killing spree for the Caitlyn, and they're looking to open up the base.
And just like that, everything that we have built towards comes to a gigantic conclusion. What a fight from LGD, about as good as you could predict it, and they're not just settled for winning the fight, they're gonna try to end the game.
They're really looking for it as they managed to pick up a kill here for Ultra Prime. It was the ace, but now we have the Nico on the map again. Can't you do something? You have to do a lot of work. The poke is good, and the wave is gone, so they have to retreat here, but... Oh, I was just saying... Are you actually going back in there? I mean, if anyone can do it, Yon can do it, but I think it's the right call to retreat and be like, okay, look, we came for what we wanted. It's okay. We can play this for a few more minutes.
As much as I love an LPL Fiesta, I do have to agree that it's probably the right decision to back out of the base, but we're gonna get a replay of this fight here. Saber tries to get around the trap and just doesn't. Steps on the Caitlyn trap, ends up having to Zanya's to avoid the Sejuani ultimate. That leads to a perfect combo with XQW. Your Victor's gone. No ultimate even comes out. It's not even really anything that matters. It's a great pullback from Xiaoxia to try and get something with the Nico ultimate, comboing with the Wukong, but the moment Wako dives into the backline, the damage is completely separated, and from that point, it's really difficult for anybody to be able to follow up on what the Kai'Sa is doing. That leads to a big fight win for LGD, and now things are set up for them to be able to control this upper side of the map. Otacon is obviously gone at this point, but Baron spawning in 15 seconds, and LGD have full control of the upper river.
They are definitely looking to play for this Baron here. It would be an important objective for both of these teams, actually, as we can see a little bit of poke landing. But Udyr just doesn't care. It's an Udyr. You can poke him. He will just be full life in a second. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, Udyr's not going to worry too much about some poke. Same thing for the Sejuani here for Nayo. Not really going to be too concerned with anything going down, but this is where the Sejuani really comes in clutch. When you're trying to establish this priority around these close quarters objectives, it becomes so scary to feel like you have to engage into something like a Sejuani, into a Yone, even to a Karma in terms of the poke that's going to be put down, especially because outside of Cassante, there's no real tank, and we're seeing LGD push that pressure now with a potential fight.
Looking for the Cyclone here from the side. When is he going to make the choice? When is he going to go in? He's found now. There's the Cyclone, but where's the follow-up damage? There's just nothing there. Nico ultimate. Now maybe they can go in. The laser lands, but where is the damage? They managed to find it. They find some damage here, and it's another nice Yone ultimate. How much can they pick up here? LGD, they need to try and find a way to win this fight in order to end the game, but they're not able to. And it's the comeback arc for Upper, for UP. They are actually looking to go towards this Baron now. And that was a comeback fight, for sure.
The pendulum swings once again. Every time it feels like one of these teams has a lead, it's the other team that comes out swinging. Sasa could potentially try to make things interesting here. A lot of low health bars for Ultra Prime. I don't want to speak too soon, but we're going to have to see. This Udir's causing a lot of problems.
Udir is definitely trying to delay them just a little bit, maybe, in order for the rest of the team to be able to move into. But now he's in the pit. He's in the pit, and he's trying to manage something, maybe get a kill on Saber, but he ends up going down instead. But now with the TP coming in, is there enough time? Have they delayed it enough? No, Baron has gone down, but maybe they can now capitalize off the low health bars as the plant is trying to take Ultra Prime to safety. But it's the ultimate once more from the Caitlyn. Just that headshot from downtown, managing to pick up one last kill, but here we go. Nice replay of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is beautifully played by Ultra Prime, and we talked about it. It really is the ultimate combo. Look at that from Xiaoxia, the most perfect Nico ultimate you could draw up in this scenario, and that's the exact kind of setup that you need for this comp. There is damage here. Saber and Wako, they can do a lot of damage if you give them enough time, and we saw it in this instance. Junhao being super aggressive, looking for a flank play and landing it, and then some fantastic follow-up. If you can get those ultimates to combo off of each other, this game is not out of the realm of possibility for Ultra Prime, and now it's LGD who are on the back foot. We mentioned this in draft. As much as we love what LGD has been doing and the amount of control they've been able to put over the map, this is not a comp that scales nearly as effortlessly as Ultra Prime, and with that big team fight win and a lot of gold going into the pocket of things like Victor and Wukong, things might not be getting easier for LGD moving forward.
We do have them at Soul Point now, but it doesn't look like Ultra Prime really care about that. They have their Baron buff, they have a lot of standing gold on the map. They're looking to maybe pick up a turret here and there. Mid lane tier 2 turret should fall, but we can see the Yone on the split push, trying to, force back some pressure towards that red base. And they have to answer it. They have to recall and answer it.
Yeah, it's a nice play by XQW to pull something back and delay the Baron at the very least a little bit. He is going to have to, burn the ultimate to make sure that he can get into the bush. Saber's here. If he finds him, he's going to be able to stop the back, but he's not going to find him. So no worries there. XQW makes a clean escape by burning that ultimate, but now with nothing left up on the map, Baron going to be expiring in about a minute here. We could be returning to a more, slower paced style of game. That being said, you can never really expect that here in the LPL, so who knows what's going to happen, but I'm really going to be looking at that dragon spawning in 3.5 minutes here. You called it out perfectly. Soul Point right now for LGD. One more, and they're going to be able to grab Mountain Soul, which all of a sudden changes things.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Mountain Soul is such an important objective here. For both of these teams, actually, imagine Ultra Prime stacking a few more Mountain Drakes, but we're looking to maybe possibly get another fight here. But Junhao uses the clone to go over the wall and therefore makes it out without any bruises. And they still have that Baron buff. There's not a lot more they can get.
Yeah, it's only 15 seconds, so not going to be too much left to get here. They are going to be able to shove in the waves and, try to establish as much vision, take away as much of the jungle, classic League of Legends, very well-played League of Legends here coming in from Ultra Prime, very technical, but not really much else to take on the map, unfortunately, right now. This is the part of the game that does end up stalling out a bit for these team fight comps because they don't really have a ton of ways to be able to punish a lot of the overextensions nearly as much on things like Sejuani because you can't really burst down that without, or you can't burst down Sej in particular without, a ton of damage coming in from Victor and Kaisa. You really need to play a lot more for the 5v5. So definitely going to be looking for whatever the next big setup is going to be. Again, we're about a minute closer, so 2.5 minutes on that Dragon. Also worth noting, 2.5 minutes on the Baron. So could potentially see some interesting shenanigans there if they want to take it.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see what you prioritize, especially on the side of LGD. Would you want to give up the Drake? Because, you know, it's not soul point for them, so we might as well try to get the Baron and open up the base once more. Or do you actually prioritize that Mountain Soul that can give you just that bit more damage you need in these teamfight situations? Very interesting. Definitely a tense situation for both of these teams to be in.
Yeah, both have already been intimately familiar with throwing the lead in this game, and so I think both definitely don't want to overextend and set themselves up to do something similar as we continue to move forward, but I think it's really going to come down into these fights with what happens with that ult combo. If you can get Junhao onto the backline and once again onto Caitlyn, onto Karma, a lot of these backline damage dealers, this could get interesting. He's spotted on
Should
Ward.
be spotted. They found him. Glacial Prison connects onto the clone, but Weko with the killer instinct just going forward manages to pick up the kill anyways. And now they are one carry down on the side of LGD. Now, how much can Ultra Prime actually do with that? Because there's still no objectives, but they can push into the base, possibly.
Yeah, they're certainly going to try and get this inhibitor. Nayo missing the Sejuani ultimate, hitting the Wukong clone. Instead, really sets up that entire fight. The inhibitor should fall in the mid lane here. Is there going to be more?
They're looking for it, but Ultra Prime definitely going the safe route here, as they maybe look for a little bit of a re-engage, but they shouldn't, you know, overforce it here. They should try to play it as safe as possible. They already got more than what you would expect in the first place. We thought the next fight was going to be once these objectives were up. But now everyone is just on the retreat. And I think they are looking to set up for either Drake or Baron.
We gotta see this replay, because look how Junhao perfectly dodges everything here with the clone. YCX even flashing in to try and get the damage down as quickly as possible, but Junhao just gets out of everything and sets Wako up perfectly to be able to kind of take over the rest of that fight. But now we're seeing some pings come down for LGD. They want to try to find their own pick play here with their utility tools, and unfortunately for them, Ultra Prime's just not on the map yet, and so this dragon is spawning, and it looks like it will be started here by the carry duo. Ultra Prime gonna fight back, though. They're making their way in.
They're definitely looking to contest this Drake. It would be the soul for LGD and a very important objective for them to find the upper hand again, as they managed to pick it up. Maybe now we're looking for the next fight. Wonderful Yone ultimate, but we get the pop blossom from the Nico. Is there any follow-up damage? No. You get the all-out from the Cassandra, but YCX is the only target that's getting hit. And so they make it a very nice play here. LGD even managing to get another flash out. Woo! That was explosive.
That might be one of the prettiest Yone ultimates I've seen in quite a long time.
Yes.
From XQW. Perfectly executed after the flash to get in position for him. And he's just able to melt through all of Ultra Prime. He's not able to pick up a ton of kills, but he pushes them entirely out of the play. That's not only Mountain Soul, that's Baron. Going over to the side of LGD, we talked about how Ultra Prime should be advantaged in these fights. Once again, the pendulum swings, and we are back in favor of LGD. They're teleporting to the top side. They want to push to try and get everything now.
They definitely want to try to continue where they left off last time they went into their enemy's base. But Ultra Prime, they don't want to just let it go. They want to find another fight, maybe find another possibility with Weko back on the map. Maybe there is a chance for them, but they're pushing in on 2 lanes right now. The traps of Caitlyn trying to zone the enemy here. It's the one thing you can do for now, but I'm not sure anyone really cares about these traps at this point. As you can see, XQW manages to pick up that first inhib. Glacial Prison going just wide, but they do want to go for the team fight anyways. And we're looking back at Yone again. Has been doing so much work here for the side of LGD as the next inhibitor falls. And now, with the waves and the Baron buff coming in, they are looking to end this game right here, right now. But it is a 5v5 situation, and maybe Ultra Prime can look for one last team fight. One last chance to stay alive in this game. Buy more minutes. Buy some more time. Weko trying to do so much work from the side, but we're looking at the Nico ultimate. Nico ultimate hits several members, but is the follow-up damage enough? Saber picks up one, but we need more in order to stay alive, as the Caitlyn is getting unleashed, trying to kill one member after another. Cassante in the mix as well, but you're just getting lasered here. Caitlyn with the double, And now they manage to move towards the Nexus and want to end this game for good. It's the triple kill. How much more can he get? He's looking for it. He's looking for the kills. He wants to get the kills. And he gets the pentakill on the Caitlyn and ends the game on a high note.
Oh man, what a fun end to such a fun game from these two teams. Both definitely left it all out on the Rift. I'm very comfortable saying that. Really fun back and forth action from both of them, but it's Xiaoya on this Caitlyn that you highlighted that really took over a pentakill to end the game, and it's a big win for LGD, giving them all the momentum they need going into play-ins.
Yeah, and they definitely deserve this. Fell back just a little bit mid-game, but they managed to stay on top of it, and they don't resignate. I think it speaks for both of these teams. Both of these teams have this fighting spirit. They just don't want to give it up. They will always look for another angle. And also Ultra Prime, very strong game too, and even here towards the end, trying to find something, fighting for their lives in the base. Such an enjoyable game to watch, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's LPL League of Legends. That's what I remember. That's why I love the league. This is what we wanted out of Group Nirvana. We wanted to see two teams that just had nothing to lose, put all of it out on the line, and really show everything they had. I'm excited to see the gold graph when we do inevitably get that up on the screen. I think we're going to see some interesting trends there, but I mean, what a fun game and what a fun way to end a pretty enjoyable series overall.
Yeah, definitely. Would you say that the end is as you expected? I mean, obviously on paper, LGD looks like the stronger team. Would you agree with that still? Or do you feel like game 2 was a bit shaky? Maybe they need to look at some things.
You know, I think when you're looking at Group Nirvana teams, it's really hard for me to confidently say that any of them are great, because they all have their own little individual quirks and things like that. We've seen a team like Ultra Prime perform really well. When you're talking about what most people consider to be the best team in Group Nirvana, Edward Gaming, Ultra Prime's the only team to beat them in this group stage. They're the only team to take a series off of them. And so, you know, for LGD, I think that they were always a team that wanted to be near the top, that wanted to compete for Group Ascend, but this is a lot of rookies. This is a pretty young team overall. For them to be so accomplished right now and for them to be able to get a best of 5, likely against, you know, a pretty decent team. Right now, they're, you know, stationed in second place. We're going to pull up the standings, I'm sure, at some point here, but that would place them in a potential matchup against a team like Invictus Gaming in a best of 5 against Rookie and the Shy and these world winners. And, you know, that's obviously very exciting. So for LGD, I think building that momentum and kind of showing that, you know, some of the form we saw isn't a fluke. We are as good as we showed we were. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I gotta give it to Ultra Prime, though. They definitely made this extremely entertaining. I think the creativity coming out from the drafts is also something that stands for the LPL as a whole, you know? The entire world is looking to the LPL, the LCK. What are these people playing, and how can we take that and put it into other regions? Most of the times it doesn't work as well, but, you know, we're trying. And especially the Nico pick. I mean, we saw that beautiful engage play from the Wukong followed up by the Nico ultimate. And I think this Wombo combo just had so much potential. It's kind of sad to see it not work out as well.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised in the back half of the game when if you would have told me that Caitlyn was going to be the deciding factor in the final fight, I would have thought this game went 35-40 minutes in. I mean, it did go 35-40 minutes in, so I guess we were right on the money. Look at that gold graph.
That is ridiculous.
That's what we want to see, right? Like, that's the LPL embodied in one small little image, but you're right, like so much setup, so many combo ultimates, especially with Xiaoxia getting a really big Nico ultimate in that fight. You would think that the setup would be enough, but it's the damage just not being there. I believe this is one of the earlier fights here that we're going to get a chance to see. But a lot of replays to talk about. I, again, want to give Ultra Prime credit for understanding their win condition. I think their fatal flaw today, and that includes their loss in Game 1, was just not being patient enough in a couple of really key instances, maybe just going a little bit too far forward and getting caught out in some unfortunate circumstances. I think we saw multiple instances of that, and, you know, they'll have a lot of time to work on it, as this is, of course, their final series of the split number 2.
Yeah, and I think also, especially in this last game, you have this great backline dive with the Yone, and it's so important for him to pick out Wecco on that Kai'Sa and make sure he does not get to use that killer instinct in order to come in and actually put out some damage himself. And he did a great job at that. I mean, we said it. There was one beautiful Yono to match just before display, actually, but we don't get to see it again, which is a bit sad because it was beautiful. But yeah, very nice try from the side of Ultra Prime anyways. Also, positioning in the jungle is just really, really rough. And they don't really put themselves in the greatest position here to, play this fight in a clean manner.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's really tough when you're in this situation to accurately be able to kind of execute, but this is the fight that really brought Ultra Prime back. I mean, this is unbelievable from Xiaoxia. This is the dream for every Nico player out there. You look at this and you go, that tingles the part of the brain that you play the champion for. So, excited for that and for him, but unfortunately, it's a little bit in vain as Ultra Prime's not able to capitalize maybe in the way that they would want, but you got to give them a lot of credit. Again, this is a team that had nothing to play for today. Even going into game number 1, all they had was their pride, and they were trying out new 80 carries and, trying out different drafts. They pull out the Udyr here in game, or LGD pull out the Udyr, but they're pulling out like a lot of these more team fight oriented comps when they've mostly been playing skirmishes.
Oh, we're getting it.
Rise. Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
It's so beautiful.
It's picture perfect. So you can't draw up a better engage than that from XQW. So, happy to see all of it. I feel happy for the players. I think that there might not have been a lot on the line after game number 1, but still a lot to prove for these players who were pretty new to the LPL. So credit to them for stepping up.
Yeah, I think both of these teams can take a lot of positives away from the series nonetheless. I think moving forward, it's going to be interesting how LGD is going to perform in the upcoming, games. But I think they put themselves in a very good position, especially with games like this. It just shows that their understanding of what they need to do in the game is incredible. They really know when to be where. And you mentioned the issue for Ultra Prime being, sometimes they overstep a little, sometimes they force it a bit too much. And I feel like LGD, they are a bit more on the calm side when it comes to that, just trusting, their abilities and trusting what they can do. Even though they had this Caitlyn that we thought was going to dip in mid-game, it did not dip. It didn't happen. I need to study what happened there because all the EU Caitlyns that I watch, they are dipping and they need to learn. They need to learn.
Yes, goodbye Nirvana. We will always have your insane Elder fights. Even just from the teams in this series, I can say personally that I've gotten the chance to experience a 1v4 Elder fight where a player goes in with a 2k gold lead, immediately dies, and the game is just instantly over. Very fun. We're going to miss Group Nirvana and the energy that it brings. I'm excited that we're going to see a lot of these teams going into summer, but hopefully some of those Group Nirvana teams, the two that I'm sure we'll see at some point that have qualified for the play-in stage, Edward Gaming and LGD, they're going to be bringing that to a higher stage now as they go up against Group Ascend teams as we push over to our player of the game, which is XQW on the other.
Ooh! I get it. Honestly, he sold me with just that ultimate. I'm like, only for that ultimate, I'm gonna give it to you because it was perfect, like pixel perfect. I loved everything about it.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great game. 100% deserved. I think this is one of his better games in quite a while, considering the form, and it's at a great time for LGD, for him to be able to step up and really be a primary playmaker, primary creator, and even primary damage dealer for the team all wrapped into one.
Yeah, 100%. So I think with this series being done, we should be going to a little bit of a break, and then we'll be right back, or I'll be right back with another partner. It was an honor to cast with you, even though it was on short notice. And we'll be right back after the break for the next series between TT and Weibo. And we are back with the next series of the day, Thunder Talk versus Weibo. And I'm still Mila, but this time I'm joined with Alec. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's been a long time since we got to hang out on the stream together, so I'm glad we can have this reunion here tonight. And unfortunately, it is for a Thunder Talk series, which I feel really bad to say. You know, they were Split 1 darlings, but they've been having a rough time here in Split number 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you guys already talked about the roster change and how it's a roughie. You know, we just in the green room we were a bit like, you know, I think they miss Beichuan. I miss Beichuan. It's rough. It's hard. You don't want to flame the new jungler. Obviously, it's not his fault. For him, it's a big thing coming into this league. But how are you going to fix a team that is already so far down the drain? To be honest, it's a roughie. It's definitely a roughie.
They're at the bottom of the standings already, and you know, we are in the second round robin, so we are seeing a repeat of all of our matchups here. We have some clips of what happened last time versus Weibo. Unfortunately, like most of Thunder Talk series so far this season, very uneventful. It was a 2-0 for Weibo at the very beginning of the season. I think that we got to see some cool parts. Again, this was when Beichuan was still part of the roster, but I think another series where, unfortunately, Setab did not perform up to expectation and had a really rough go of things, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. They are very deep in the struggle bus. And I think this was back when Weibo was also not as much in the struggle bus as they might be right now as well. But yeah, definitely. You can see TT just trying to overcommit a little bit, forcing things, but it's just not working out ever. And it's really, really hard. But maybe we can take a quick look at their roster in order to all be on the same page, be updated on how things are looking right now. So this is the people we're working with, and I'm looking to 1xN most. That's my GOAT. That's my player. If I have to hype one player in this team, it's gonna be him always.
Yeah, he's been, I think, he was in Split 1, one of our All-Pro votes for AD Carry, and even with the fact that they are still kind of not really performing to the level of some of the other teams here, I think that when we have looked at this roster, it has almost entirely been this guy by himself. In particular, 1xN has been the most impressive, so I don't know. I feel really bad when I look at this. This is my highlight reel of 1xN landing a bunch of Ashe ultimates.
I love that.
Yeah, this is. I was just like, I was trying to sell him as like a Ashe merchant, just being like, look, if you need a guy to land Ashe ultimates, that's basically all we're doing on this map. Because even on some other champions like the Kaisa, where he's able to peel for himself, I feel like, in particular, Thunder Talk end up looking very desperate trying to find picks. And trying to just get any kind of kill they want.
Yeah, definitely. I think Desperate is a very good name, especially here. I mean, playing against your jungler that you're missing, that you had to give up. And I think they're just struggling to find their footing at this point, you know? I feel like their team identity has been crushed just a little bit. And also, we cannot underestimate the impact the jungle has when it comes to communication in game, and it's definitely not working out so well right now. But maybe we can take a look at Weibo next, because Weibo, I mean, they are the most consistently inconsistent team, right? They managed to win against the better teams and then lose against the worst teams at this point. And I'm a bit confused, but I mean, their roster is kind of stacked, no?
It should be. I think the only people that might be in contention for famously inconsistent is maybe Invictus Gaming. That roster has me baffled every single time I have to watch them. But for Weibo, you look at this lineup, most of these players actually were in that World's Finals in 2023. They only brought in Tien and then eventually Erha to try to fix some of the support position problems that they were having beforehand. And despite an early run with Erha after moving out outside of Hung, this team is still having a lot of the same issues. I feel like Xiaohu in particular is having on and off games similar to some of our other legendary mids that we've been talking about across the league. And it feels like there are a lot of games where sometimes we're getting good like performances, some of them they're not. I feel like the only real consistent member we've gotten out of this team has been Breathe all season long.
Yeah, and I think the main issue that I see, especially when I look at the recent series, especially at the one from yesterday as well, they find good engage moments, right? Look at this engage. It's a nice play from Erha, but there's just no one there to follow up on it. and they are coming in a little bit too late. And now, once the Galio arrived, once Flandre was there, game was over. And that's just what's been the most consistent thing they've been doing, is finding engages and then not being able to follow up. And don't forget, we have Tian on this roster. He is a world champion. He won Worlds in 2019. And I think that's also quite the backpack to carry, to come into this team and be like, fix them, please. Do something. You go. You make something happen.
He's also taken over for some big shoes, right? Like, he's taken over for Tarzan. Weibo have not really been able to take any kind of trophies home in recent memory. And while it does suck, this lineup should be expected not only to win today, but also potentially to make a race into top 4. If we kind of think about where they are in the standings right now, they're currently 6 and 7. They're on the outbreak. They're on 5 and 6. They're kind of close to an Invictus Gaming right now. And if they want any chance of being in an auto bid into playoffs, they need to go on a bit of a run here. They need to take this win versus ThunderTalk. They cannot give up any kind of games in here. And we're moving straight into our 1v1s. This is going to be between the mid lane of ThunderTalk and the jungle of Weibo. That guy in the jungle you were talking about, Tian, going up against Setab.
Honestly, I love these 1v1 for side selection. I wish we had these in other areas as well, because, man, this is just always entertaining. And this is super entertaining. Orianna versus Qiyana. Now, you tell me, how does that one work out?
So Tian famously is known for his Qiyana, but also I would think that Qiyana has not mostly performed. Now, I'm a big Qiyana hater. I know I got into this the other day with our producer that was on the show, who is also a Qiyana lover, but I don't think this champion is very good, but if there's anybody that I trust, it is going to be one of our junglers, and especially Tian here.
I mean, look, there's a German jungler. His name is Denzi. He plays a lot of Qiyana jungle. That's what he's known for. And I think he would be like, yeah, this is a win. It's Tian. He's playing Qiyana. This is done, like done and dusted. I mean, I'm not sure. Orianna is also, in my opinion, a very interesting champion to go into this 1v1 with. You have some very nice abilities to maybe, you know, just annoy the other person a little bit. But to be honest, I can't tell you how this is going to work out for either of them. And I wonder if it's going to be a resident sleeper or if we are getting that early action.
So I was not able to catch the 1v1 for the first game. I do remember seeing, what was it? It was like, there was a Renekton, and there was one other... I forgot already what the 1v1 was before for this one. For the Ultra Prime series beforehand. I know that... it was Aurelia. Okay. But, you know, Orianna's a bit more fun. I think that if Setab's able to utilize the Orianna passive to have a little bit more auto attacks. I'm going to be honest, though, Mila, this is a range versus melee matchup. Tian is basically just going to have to find all-in timers, and if he can't do that, then he's going to be in a world of hurt. We're probably going to be resident sleeper for a little bit.
Yeah, that's to be expected. But since they removed the 100 CS type of thing, I hope it's not going to be that boring. As we can see, Tian already moving in a little bit, but he gets ignited. Has to be a bit careful. Even both barriers are now used. Ooh. So this looks like a very offensive trade.
Tian!
Like, oh my god! What? That was an easy... Look at him! Look at him in the face cam! He's cocky. He's like, yeah, well, I just did that. Okay. Chill, bro.
He missed the Q and still won. Very gangster
crazy.
Coming out from TN. Very, very. Look, and the fun part about these 1v1s, obviously we don't have access to them, but for these 1v1s, all of the players and then the coaches are in the voice comms at the same time, talking with their players and kind of chirping them a little bit. I know that BLG just put out some of theirs when they were playing up against FPX, and the entire time, Wei and Elk are just kind of chirping on the entire match, which I thought was a lot of fun. So hopefully Tian is getting a little bit of flack from a player like Xiaohu or even maybe a Light.
I think it's the most hilarious part for me is always looking at the face cams and seeing everyone standing behind them while they're playing this, and just, you know, I think it's hilarious. It reminds me of like gaming conventions where you're sitting there trying out a new game and everyone's watching you. It's the funniest thing to me. But Tian is looking to move back in just a little bit. He definitely has the ego now to make these plays as he's looking for it, but Setab manages to heal himself up just a little bit as well. So, you know, we're chilling for now. We're chilling a little bit.
Yeah, especially with 1 kill, it does mean that on Tien's side, if he gets another one, that will be the end of this 1v1. For anybody who's just joining us or maybe is unfamiliar with this is for side select, so the win conditions are being able to take the first turret of the game if you get 2 kills, or at 7 minutes there's going to be a ring of fire that spawns, and then it is sudden death. So currently Tien with a lead, about a 500 gold lead here, but is also going to be able to pick up this wave. I think now with both of them having their summoner spells and most importantly having those ultimates, probably not going to be seeing all that much from these guys, especially with Tien already having what looks to be, and if he finishes his recall, probably a completed Maw of Malmortius. That is going to be very annoying to deal with. For right now, it's going to be the Hex Drinker.
It's very interesting. I think item builds in these scenarios also are both ridiculous and crazy how well they work. But they are doing a good job. Also, Setup here trying to play it a little slower, forcing Tien to come towards him if he wants to make a play. Staying in the safety of his own turret just a little bit. But I'm waiting for the person to pull the trigger. I think Tien is going to pull the trigger. He's cocky like that. I can see that happening.
They're emote spamming. They have the same emote too. This is wonderful. They're just emote spamming at each other. All right, I wonder how annoying Tien is going to be just having the constant invisibility from the river brush. Kind of just makes it very easy for him to keep throwing out poke. He has about a half a level lead. Don't think it's going to matter all that much, as you can see. Even by him going the Maw of Malmortius or the Hex Drinker build, he actually doesn't have a ton of attack damage, so
yeah,
it's going to take a fair few amount of these combos for him to start dealing damage.
Well, it's taking a bit of time for sure, as Zetap's now maybe in a better position, trying to find some really nice poke here against Tien, who is looking to stay safe in the bushes once more. And he has to go for this heal. And what looked like a very explosive early 1v1 turned out to be a little more sleepy now.
Yeah, I mean, Setab's also just going to run out of mana. Okay, we have time. I think that there's probably not going to be doing much until the Ring of Fire. I mean, like, I got to ask. It's been a long time since we hung out on the LPL Revival stream. I wanted to ask, what happened with the background? Because you had some funky stuff going on last time. I know we got into a discussion about your collection. You're now in the White Rooms. Cars?
Yeah, I'm in the White Rooms. No, look, funny story, okay? I am in my hallway. Because, you know, okay. I live together with a pro gamer who, for some reason, thinks it's the right time, German midday, to have scrims. And obviously, I can't sit next to him and scream about League of Legends while they have scrims, because they seem to take it seriously for some reason. I don't know. So I am either bent towards the bathroom or the hallway. And I feel like the hallway is just a little less disturbing for people who don't know me to look at.
That's fair.
Otherwise they're like, why are you sitting on the toilet? Well, that's my second streaming room, by the way.
Fair play then. Okay, you know what? That's a reasonable response.
Thank you. Reasonable is also the damage that we're trying to put out here, but again, the heals are coming through, and Zetap is in a little bit of a, I don't want to say better position right now, but just look at the health bar, as Tien is probably looking to find some heal for himself as well.
He has no damage. He literally has Tien, what the? You can see the face. He's got 40 seconds before the Ring of Fire spawns, so hopefully his ult will be up in time for when it collapses fully into the mid lane, but I think he's realizing that, you know, I have the durability, I have D-Shield as well. I think I need a little bit of DPS here.
I mean, that ult was cringe, but also now Zetap kind of delaying the backport a little bit, you know, forcing him to stay just a second longer.
Oh my god.
He's not going for it. Oh my, I think this is the wrong decision. Will he go now? Will he go after this wave? He has to.
Yeah, so he'll recall. The Ring of Fire will spawn, but it won't immediately start coming on in. So for right now, they have a little bit of time. It's going to be close there for Tien. He's going to have to buy his item and immediately move. Okay, so you can see it. It is going to start contracting in a few seconds here. And honestly, I'm looking at it now. I don't think that Tien will actually have access to that ultimate. So look, last time they played this 1v1, it was Hoya versus Tien. Hoya ended up winning it. I think it is every single advantage you need if you are Thundertalk coming into this series.
Oh, definitely. You get the mental edge if you win this. It would definitely do wonders for, you know, just the way they're going to go into this game with a mental state of like, oh, we already won the most important part, which is obviously the 1v1 for side selection.
True.
As we can see, the Ring of Fire coming in. Both of them are ignited. The barrier is being burned here. And they're trying to heal up just a little bit. But Tian not in a prime position to get that heal in. Very nice shockwave. But the damage is just not quite there. And not the barrier now being used by Tian. And they have to be a little bit careful. The Ring of Fire is coming in. Oh my god, he pushes him out! It's the 2-0 for Tian!
Oh,
wow.
He actually got it at the very end. He was literally ticking down. It came down to like literally 2 seconds worth. Perfect calculation. No notes coming in for Tian. Like you said, gets the 2-0, and that'll be side select. Have to imagine that that's going to be Weibo choosing blue side going into game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect that, even though I think the later a series like this goes, the more interesting red side becomes as well. But for the beginning, for sure, you're going to go with blue side. You want to get that very important first pick, whichever one it may be. To be honest, there are a bunch of champions they have played up and down all around the whole time. 7 times Ambessa, 7 times Pantheon, 8 times Talia, 7 times Kai'Sa. Let's see what they're going to go with. I think all of these picks deserve the prio that they have gotten so far.
Yep, and we can take a look at our 1v1, our head-to-head between our two AD carries as we have time before the draft comes on through. We're looking at 1xN and Light. I think between these two guys, they have not really been able to perform to the level that maybe we expect for them in terms of Split 1 and I think prior history, especially for a player like Light. You could see he's still contributing a lot to the team, but I think some woes with bringing in Urha has definitely, I think, changed up the bot lane dynamic, and for this team in general, I don't think he's been as consistent as we have seen him in years past. So I really want to see him have this as a kind of a pick-me-up series, especially coming off of their loss most recently.
Yeah, and if we look at 1xN, obviously he falls a bit behind here. Also looking at the state of the team, that's pretty, you know, obvious and reasonable why it is that way. But he is the standout player. We've mentioned it before. We saw the highlight reel. You know, he's just one of these players you want to talk about in this roster. And I'm looking forward to seeing him perform against Light, because Light has a very high kill participation, and that for me was one of the reasons why I wanted to look at these two players specifically, because I feel like the way they are involved in team fights and the way they play these team fights can have an impact for either of these two teams. And we've heard it before, Weibo, they are great at losing against possibly weaker teams. So anything can happen,
Weibo
guys.
Hater? Are you a Weibo hater?
No, look, my goats are AL, okay? So I'm an AL lover. So yesterday was a fun day for me. But I gotta say, obviously Weibo are a favorite in this matchup. I just, you know, my sources, in this case, Trouble, shoutouts to Trouble, she was like, you know, they like to lose against better teams. They like to lose against less great teams. So, you know, I'm just saying what she said. Basically.
All right, cool. So if they win this series, we just say Trouble was wrong. If they lose, then Trouble was right all along. So we're getting right into draft here. Weibo, though, a big focus onto the bottom lane immediately. I think taking away pretty proactive picks for 1xN and Feather with the Misfortune and the Nautilus. I imagine maybe we're either going to see that first pick in the top lane for Breathe or moving into that AD carry position. Vera's still up, obviously very, very important, especially now that we have also Nico taken away.
I mean, I would be fine with a Varus first pick. I just feel like there have been, I don't want to say stronger ADCs, but with the MF band, obviously, Varus might be one of the better options. Let's see if they want to answer it right away and pick their AD carry in first rotation as well, because I can imagine that being something that's going to get outbanned, especially considering that 1xN is maybe one of the more impactful players here. But they look at the Rumble, and obviously leaving Rumble open and not first picking it yourself serves it on a silver platter. It has been played 5 times here by Hoya, so he should be pretty fine with that.
Yeah, this makes sense as an opener, just having Xiao Huangren as well as the Rumble. There's a lot of skirmishing that could potentially happen here, especially if we're talking about playing for those first set of grubs at 8 minutes. And especially for a new player for this lineup, it is one of his most played coming into the season. So we'll see what he's able to do, and if ThunderTalk can kind of try to utilize this winning lane. This Rumble has been a bit of a problem for ThunderTalk in series past. So for Weibo, are they just going to get Talia Pantheon? That's kind of my worry here, is even though you might get outranged by something like the Rumble later on, Taliyah Pantheon has been an extremely deadly duo, just being able to have those semi-globals, the setup in mid lane. Taliyah in general on this patch is looking quite broken, so it looks like we're going to be getting more of that here for Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, it is some of their first, most played picks. And I think especially those two ultimates are so important for teamfight setup. And, the tempo on the map is very much decided by Pantheon ulting in and also the Weaver's Wall, making space, buying time, blocking people off. I do like the Ahri as an answer because I just feel like it's a very safe pick. You're not trying to go for any crazy shenanigans. I'm not entirely hyped about this mid-jungle synergy. I think there is better options for Ahri to play with, but I'm happy to be surprised. Like, if they want to show me that this is exactly what you got to pick, then you go. You make it work. Yeah. I'll be here to support that.
Yeah, Setab, I think, needs to be a big performer going up into Xiaohu. I think when ThunderTalk have looked their best, we're talking about bottom lane, but Setab has had one of his big pop-off moments is really when this team has gotten off to a good start. So back end of these drafts, I'm kind of looking strong ADs getting taken away. Obviously, we talked about Misfortune earlier on. Jhin, I wonder if there is a look towards the Kai'Sa, obviously a much weaker laner, but when we're talking about giving 1xN the ability to peel for himself, as well as kind of having that dive potential that you're already setting up with a Rumble and this Ahri, maybe that's the answer that they're looking for. I'm thinking either that or potentially taking away the Xayah.
Yeah, that's an interesting call. I would have said Kai'Sa would be something I would either ban or pick here for 1xN. They do go with the Alistar, which obviously is a very impactful support pick, has been for a while now, and it makes sense to respect it. The question now is, what does 1xN want to play against this Varus? You mentioned a few options. Xayah for me, she's not my favorite pick. I think there are more exciting picks you could choose from. Just maybe even this. Yes. 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 I mean, okay, let's be real. I hate the fact that we're back to Lucian Zeri meta.
Hey, come on.
It works.
Lucian's fun.
Yeah, Lucian's fun. Zeri isn't. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I take this over Zeri any day.
Wow.
I'm fine.
We're even getting Cassante. We're really diving back into 2024.
For real.
But this was interesting. I think with the supports all being gone and them really focusing on getting rid of the Nautilus and the Alistar, you saw that I think ThunderTalk had to make a little bit of a change here. I think hitting on mid-waves is going to be very difficult. If you look at this 2v2 coming in from bottom lane for ThunderTalk, it's going to be very explosive. I wonder, now with Cassante and the Pantheon, if this is more so going to be that PTA Lucian instead of the Electrocute Lucian just for the laning phase. Would mean that they're a little bit weaker against this Varus and Rel, but I think just playing on mid lane, I still really favor what Weibo are going to be able to do. And then if they ever decide to play on side lane, one of the weaknesses of ThunderTalk is Setab getting caught on a side lane. So this Pantheon with the Taliyah, I'm expecting a lot coming out from Weibo.
Yeah, 100%. I would completely agree with that. I think it's fair to mention that TT drafted a completely new bot lane approach here. They haven't played these two champions so far, so it's a premiere for them, at least for the split. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to perform on that. My worry is actually I don't want to call it wombo combo potential, right? But the potential looking towards the ultimates on the side of Weibo that just have such nice abilities to, root you for ages, annoy you, come in from a long range. I think that's a big issue. And then I don't really see that exact same ultimate layering potential on the side of TT, because you do have individually very strong ultimates to play around, but how do they work together? Like, what's your setup for the equalizer, for example?
Yeah, this game is going to all be about range, right? Like, it's just, hey, if I'm ThunderTalk, can I find poke? Can I try to, find a burst potential? I think an important part for both of these teams is going to be setup and making sure that they're at an objective first, something that ThunderTalk have actually had a bit of trouble with in terms of setting up around objectives. Showing up late doesn't very bode well for a champion like Ahri, but your main engage this game is either going to be a Nami wave or it's going to be a charm coming in from Setab. So we're going to need to see huge step-up performances from ThunderTalk. Again, already locked for play-ins. They're not going to be able to really make a very big dive into the standings. So what I want to see from them and what I hope we can get from ThunderTalk is any upset they can find, any win, is a huge good one for them.
Yeah, definitely. As we're going into this first game of the series, we can see that Weibo are kind of, trying to move around this bot side river just a little bit, but not really anyone who wants to go for an early shenanigans here. They don't want to go for any invades. Looks like they want to play it rather safe, and also both junglers starting on that top side, probably moving in towards their bot laners.
Yeah. Interesting runes. So we were questioning whether or not this was going to be the PTA.
Yeah.
This is going to be Electrocute for 1xN, and Hail of Blades here for Light, recognizing that this lane is going to be all about the short-term trades, especially between a Lucian and a Nami. So we'll see how Light and Urha are going to be able to perform. Again, big focus on our 80 carries between these two in this series, and especially for Urha, I think he has been a massive improvement for this team.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see some early pokings coming out here on this bot lane, as Urha has to, tank a little bit of the damage here. I wonder who is going to have the upper hand in laning phase. You already said that Lucian with the different runes could have been a bit more of an easier target, especially in these early moments of the game, but now with the Electrocute, they can really evenly push this forward. And I mean, the Twitch prediction speaks for itself, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think everyone expected that, but we get an early heal from Feather here. It was more of a tempo heal, I would say.
I think he was just expecting for Urha to actually do a lot more damage, maybe do a crash down with the Ignite. Ends up not really being the case. So, yeah. Oh, I'm glad that our Twitch predictions are vaguely similar to what the fans over on the LPL feed actually think this game is going to be. Again, Weibo, very big favorites. I think that anybody who's facing against ThunderTalk in this year, or at least Split 2, are looking to be coming out the victors of this one, at least if everything goes to expectation. But that's why we play these games. Maybe we get massive upsets. It's kind of the fun about, the LPL in general.
And I mean, that's the one thing that TT are, here to do at this point. They are not really in contention for anything. Apart from, being annoying and maybe messing up someone else's run just a tiny little bit.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can manage to work towards that bit of an upset. It would be funny. It would be hilarious, to be fair.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Not sure they are in the greatest position to actually get something done here.
Every ThunderTalk series is like you have the chance to do something incredibly funny today. Dan is going to be here first. Xiao Huangren is going to be able to walk into the Tribe Rush, but immediately Xiaohu instead saying, look, I'll drop this mid-wave. I'll try to play for priority around my jungle. Urha gets engaged upon.
Yeah, Urha is going to get caught here. Easy first blood for 1xN on his Lucian. And I mean, look, we have talked plenty about 1xN, but if he gets more of these catches, more of these kills, if you manage to feed into him, I can see an angle where the culling can carry this thing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, again, it's all about that range, whether or not they can actually contest. Say tab.
They're looking to play this early game extremely aggressive as they have to flash out here for the moment, but as the flamethrower comes in, so does the second kill, and it goes towards Hoya.
Mila?
Yeah.
I don't want to get too hyped yet. The funny thing is happening right now.
We're
starting to get into the comedy club. Weibo are at the door. They're bouncing. We'll see what ends up happening. It's only 2 kills, right? But that's a scuttle going over to Xiao Huangren. Also kind of using his flash there to be able to survive. And I think the kill's going over to exactly the places you want. One of these solo lanes for ThunderTalk and 1xN in this bottom lane.
And I love this graphic just pointing out that this is obviously a comfort pick for the jungler who has been, well, criticized to say the least for coming in here. Obviously in a very hard position trying to make things work. Lost his flash pretty early on, but he should know this pick very, very well and feel comfortable with knowing his limits and what he can do. And I feel like the ultimate is so important for Xin Zhao to either buy time or find engage potential as well in a way. So very excited to see him perform on this. And so far, he has 100% kill participation.
Let's go. The Xin Zhao is going to effectively work as frontline for this team. Because as you can see, they don't really have anything close to like a traditional tank like a Cassante or a Rel that we see from Weibo here. So that Crescent Guard is going to provide him so much damage resistance. And honestly, Satab can just walk up. He has red buff. He wins the auto attack trades any day of the week. This is looking good. This is a great opener for ThunderTalk, who are a team that don't usually play an early lane very, very well. Sometimes they get very lucky, but it feels like so far a lot of this has been premeditated and in particular just well performed by ThunderTalk Gaming.
Yeah, as they're looking to also pick up that first Drake here. Tian is in the area but decides to go for the backport instead. They know they don't have prio here so far, so there's not really any chance for them to contest this first Drake over to ThunderTalk. And they put themselves in a very nice position in these first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, look at Setab right now. One of the issues, I remember talking about this during the Weibo and IG series, was that Rookie and Xiaohu have not been the best when it comes to their laning phases. And we see it, I think, exemplified here. Setab is up almost 15, 20 CS on his lane opponent right now. Xiaohu did drop waves to try to help Tian early, but he is already close to level 7. Setab now should have a little bit more kill pressure, and we'll see what Weibo are able to do. They're opting for the swap immediately. They're going to be the first ones on this top lane wave, so hopefully they're able to gain vision and at least establish any kind of presence here in this topside river as they get set up for the first round of grubs.
Yeah, grubbies obviously have become more important nowadays, I feel. Because there's only just one set left. You really want to get them in order to be able to play from ahead, you know, attack these turrets and actually take them down in a matter of seconds sometimes. So let's see who gets the upper hand here. Very nice read from both teams though, realizing that they need to go for the swap in order to have a chance to contest for this.
All right. Well, they're going to have first access. The Varus, even though the Lucian is slightly ahead of him right now with a 400 gold lead, Varus, with his range and what looks to be a poke Varus as well, should have a lot easier time being able to clear this minion wave and should gain them priority. Tian is trying to finish off his topside camps. I wonder if maybe they look for something a little bit different here, but Xiao Hongren coming back in, he's going to be late, and Setab's already kind of getting chunked. This is a bit worrisome for ThunderTalk if they have any implications of maybe going up towards this top side.
Yeah, I think topside wave looks like it's going to be pretty even at this point. Maybe even a bit of a, you know, push from the side of ThunderTalk here. As we can see them moving towards the grubby pit. Feather is in the area, but I don't really see a way how they can come in, even breathe moving up here now. We get a TP from Hoya as well, so they definitely want to fight for this. They're standing in the bushes. They're waiting for the face check. Manages to smite away one, but who's picking up the other two? We're looking for either the grubs or the fight, but we're getting the fight. We're probably getting both. Nice equalizer. Forces Erhai away. And now 1xN used the culling, but it didn't really have as much impact as we needed to have. Chain of Corruption commits onto 1xM, but in the end, not a lot of kills falling here at all. People are looking to just poke each other away as Breathe gets dropped down pretty low and has to be a little bit careful, but they're flashing forward. They want to play it. They overstepped, and it is Erhai picking up the kill, but Hoya with the very important third kill to at least get the feat of warfare here as they're looking to turn the team fight around. Now Weibo with the upper hand, picking up 4 quick kills. It's a double kill for Light. And it shows why these bot laners are so important for their respective teams.
But why was that so close there? Maybe Setab actually does get punished. I imagine it's going to be a little tough. He's going to try to use that movement speed. Yep, that should be the kill going over to Tien, as well as the flash. That's a lot of summoner spells used by ThunderTalk to still end up losing the trade there. It'll be 2 grubs going over, or actually only 1 grub. They didn't finish the objective here, Mila. Oh my god.
I mean, honestly, you know, sometimes the fight is just more important.
Yeah,
and
sometimes
also,
you just got to go for it.
I also feel like once you lose one, why even try to get another one? Like, you know, it's frustrating.
Yeah. We see here, I mean, there's a lot of good I guess, objective control here when we're talking about both teams. You know, we have the Rumble Equalizer, which does force Weibo out of the pit, but then this Varus ultimate is kind of keeping them, as well as also getting the cleanse out from this Lucian. This re-engage coming in from Tian, he is so tanky just because of the fact that he has all of his HP in comparison to his opponents. And while I like this ultimate coming in from Xiaohu, I think the fact that Setab used his ultimate so early to try to apply pressure onto this Talia means that, you know, part of this team fight was predicated on whether Setab was actually going to be able to join in on the grubs here. So a good punish coming in from Weibo, and they get a hell of a lot of gold to try to equalize what was a rough early game.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like the comedy club has closed its doors, at least for a bit here, because, you know, they looked a bit more, I want to say, organized in that fight. Even though the timings overall felt a little off and it was a little shaky, Weibo, in the end, just with a tiny bit better decision making, if you want it that way. So
yeah,
we have 2 grubs for Weibo, 1 solo grub for ThunderTalk. But we do have the next Drake on the map in about 2 seconds. So let's see if we get another fight right away, or if people are looking to play it a little safer here.
Well, Tien doesn't have the Grand Starfall, but is trying to get more of that passive here. They did spot Xiao Hongren, sending more people forward.
He's looking for it. Tidal Wave is out, didn't really catch anyone, so therefore important engage ultimate missed. And they have to respect that kind of and pull away. But now, what is happening? They don't want to contest
This picture
this?
is just showing that ward. Yeah, okay. So we're going for this. I mean, Setab tried to drop the wave and move first. We're seeing something happen again. Setab has Malignance, and I think that's a huge spike when you do look at what they have. In terms of completed items, ThunderTalk are a lot stronger. Already
Xiao.
3 of them completed. Setab's moving. Xiaohu's going to have to wrap all the way around for this play.
Oh, he's going in. The Weaver's Wall is out, and now they've caught each other in here. Erha going in really misses the Magnet Storm there just a little bit, but the follow-up damage still is enough. Light with the next kill. We even get the TP out of Breathe, who wants to play his part in this fight as well. Has the ultimate if he wants to use it. Gets bubbled up. Has to step back just a bit for that. But now Weibo, with the upper hand towards the second Drake, managed to pick up a Mountain Drake for themselves. And they should be really happy with this. Even though they invested some stuff, it's fine.
Yeah, Hoya gets 2 plates on the opposite side, so at least willing to trade is ThunderTalk. I want to take a look at that, because I'm pretty sure ThunderTalk just left their jungler high and dry there. Like, Feather was really far behind on the play. 1xN never used the culling. I feel like that's a pretty big pain point for ThunderTalk, is when you have this Lucian and this Nami, your entire job is basically, like, I find one person, I drop an entire culling into their face or their back, and done. They're out of the fight. They're going to be losing 40-60% of their HP, but that just wasn't the case here. Maybe now with 1xN having access to the Imperial Mandate, that changes, but I'm questioning some of ThunderTalk's setups yet again.
Yeah, definitely. They feel a little indecisive, for sure. And like not on the same page. I think that's the better way to put it. Because obviously as a jungler you want to look to contest this, maybe find a way into the pit, but you know, not really anyone who felt the same way in that scenario. But now we have maybe a few minutes of calm before the Herald is spawning on the map. And they can look to stabilize these lanes again before contesting for the next objective.
Yeah, so we'll end up seeing, still I think that ThunderTalk are very strong on one item. They also do have a teleport advantage, so wherever Breathe is, currently he is not going to really be able to match. Even if Ahri doesn't want to invest in the Summoner spell, she has a ton of movement speed between her Foxfire and her W, so we'll see. With Herald spawning in a minute, I do expect that Weibo are going to want to really get this objective right now, but you already see that Breathe. He might just get the solo kill. He's probably going to force the ult here from Setab.
I mean, the ult is out now, both of them. All out, gone, but also the Spirit Rush being used. One more charge left. He manages to use it. Finds another charm, makes it out alive. But 2 ultimates burned. I mean, it's okay. I think for Breathe, it's kind of whatever. I think for Setup, that actually hurts to use the Spirit Rush there.
I think it hurts more that he's probably going to have to teleport for this wave, right? Like, now he has to invest more resources to pick up a wave that he was probably already going to have access to. He's not going to use it. He wants to try and save it, so a small gold advantage for Weibo right now. When you look at the gold advantage, it is their bottom lane and their jungle, while ThunderTalk are trying to keep this lead between Hoya and Setab. Kind of the shining marks here in game number 1 of this series. They were able to get the Feats of Warfare early on, and maybe if they're able to contest for this Herald, we see ThunderTalk still be able to find some bite back in this game. Still a lot left to play here.
Oh, for sure. 100% Herald now on the map. And we can see ThunderTalk kind of hovering in this bush, really looking for someone. Maybe someone wants to face check. Maybe someone wants to come in. Tien getting poked there a little bit, but not quite in range. Now they have to walk back, and they don't have a lot of vision. And now with the Weaver's Wall coming in once more, Tidal Wave hitting several members, but Feather is just not tanky at all. And it's the first one going down here. Chain of Corruption immediately cleansed by 1xN. But with that, It is Weibo again finding the advantages and therefore moving in towards this
Uh-oh.
Herald.
There's the ultimate as well. Hoya, just execute to the turret. Start hitting this turret. Maybe you get the next wave as well.
He's trying. The equalizer coming out. He's trying to buy some time. Moving towards this next turret. Flash even being traded underneath this turret. That's ridiculous. I mean, it ends up being the execute, but both of them flashing for it is kind of funny to me.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's hilarious. I mean, we said maybe the Comedy Club ended a little early, but I think Thunder Talk may have front row seats here at the Comedy Club.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. The flash out from Xiaohu is actually not bad of a trade. It also stops Weibo from immediately going for the Rift Herald, so a bit of a punish. They're going to go for a swap here. They no longer want the Ahri to be playing into the Kanik, Rooker, and Kasante anymore. Hoya will have teleport when he is back up. And with no equalizer, I don't imagine he's going to be showing up to this fight. I think it's more important for him to just make sure that you get your items. He's already getting closer to what looks to be either a Rabadon's or a Shadow Flame second here, so make sure that we're getting, and we're kind of staying relevant with our items. As Urha, fantastic vision toggle from the observers here. They don't know that this Rel is behind them, and this is a pick that starts onto Feather, but like, where's our Lucian combo? We're so afraid to move forward. We still had ult this entire time. I know I'm kind of grasping at straws for what they're able to do here, but I'm not looking. This bot lane duo of 1x and Feather has been so impressive in so many years past and have played together for so long, even back in the LDL. But it's just not performing right now. Not in LPL in Split 2, and especially not in this game number 1.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a bit underwhelming. Also, big question mark for me really is why did Weibo want to go for that kill on Hoya so badly instead of just going for the Herald? Because now they lost the Herald. They will trade it for the Drake. But I feel like at this point in the game, the Herald for me has a bit more value when it comes to just opening up that mid lane possibly. As we can see the cross-map play coming in. Weibo picking up bot lane tier 1 turret as TT managed to get that top lane tier 1 as well.
Okay. So, 2 dragons, you've given over the Herald over to Thunder Talk, but I think that is less of an issue when you're looking at it from the side of Weibo right now. They're about 1,500 gold up when you take into consideration some of the gold and, in particular, where it is lying right now. But I'm looking at Tien on this Pantheon. He's had, I think, some pretty big influence already here in game number 1. Has 2 items completed, so with the Black Cleaver and the Sundered Sky, he is going to be almost impossible to deal with from the side of Thunder Talk unless we invest multiple resources into hunting him down.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially with the hesitance that we've seen from 1xN. The question you have to ask yourself is who's gonna kill them at some point, as we get the culling now, but also the Chain of Corruption that connected. 1xN has to flash, is also ignited now with Tian ulting in. Very nice tidal wave to kind of try and delay the damage here just a little bit as the Crescent Guard is being used as that fake tankiness that this team needs so badly in order to stay alive. But ZTAP on the side now trying to move in as well, as we have a little bit of a drive-by action here. And it's going to be that very important mid lane tier 1 turret going down. I think that's fair for them, considering they got engaged.
Yeah, they made good on the play on the back end of that. They were able to fight back versus Weibo. They also grabbed themselves the feats of strength by getting the first turret of the game there, even with Breathe on the side lane. So impressive stuff still here for Thunder Talk, but I think you're still going into an uphill battle coming into this game. Your engage is almost entirely predicated on Setab actually finding something with a charm. And with how Weibo are able to play the map, they can kind of cheat waves very easily with this Taliyah and this Pantheon right now. So Thunder Talk are going to have to keep working a lot harder for this win if they want to grab it. And you can kind of see they're trying to push Xiaohu off. Big advantage coming in for Setab on this Ahri.
I think also for me, crucially in that last scenario, we saw what happens when 1xN is missing his cleanse. It's now back up, so he's in a bit more of a comfortable position, but as soon as this Chain of Corruption hits, everyone can just commit onto him, and that big damage dealer that we possibly need on the side of TT is just gone. And that means ZTAP has to carry even more of, you know, the team's potential in these fight situations.
I'm glad that Setab, he's many things, but not a Rod of Ages Ahri builder. So I'm glad to see that coming out from our Ahri player tonight. Very sad build.
So we don't like that.
No, that build is terrible. That is an
Okay.
abomination of Ahri champion design, unfortunately.
Look, I feel that's how I felt about Hullbreaker Jinx. But, you know, it's
Oh,
okay.
true.
As we see the next engage coming in, his Zetap has to flash and ult in order to make it out alive. Manages to do so. But another small loss here for the side of TT. And the question is, how much more can Weibo get out of this? With Zetap having to go to the base. He does have his TP up, but they're looking to push for this mid lane tier 1 turret. As they're finding another nice engage, and there goes the jungler. Never mind, Crescent Guard doing a bit of work as he's ignited, but manages to stay alive with 1 HP, which is 1 HP more than you need. So he's fine. Manages to heal himself up in the jungle now, but whew, it's getting stickier by the minute.
Wow, Weibo, I think, played the map so well there. I love how they went and pushed topside and they make a fast play around this Herald pit. They end up only getting 2 summoner spells out of it, but they got the top lane tier 1. They moved Xiaohu into mid lane to help them push, especially with 2 grubs. So then they take the mid tier 1 as well. A large influx of gold that is going to at least massage some of the worries that we might have with some of the solo lanes here of ThunderTalk getting more and more gold for themselves. So we're seeing right now, despite having a 20 CS lead, there's only 500 gold here for Satab, and Hoya, your 2 items, but like, I'm looking at my Cassante and I'm saying, cool, dude, I do not care. He's Pantheon.
Very nice Magnet Storm engage here from the side of Erha, as we also get Tian's ultimate once more, and the 1xN is just in the middle of the enemies, getting picked up here by Tian. They find another possible catch onto Zetap, who manages to, you know, Spirit Rush himself to safety, but now is over the wall, finds a charm onto the Cassante, has to go over the wall in order to possibly stay alive. It's not even sure. But Weibo decide not to go for any further catches. They want to turn their attention towards this Atakan as Breathe might actually look to get set up in the end. But now Atakan, the main objective they want to play around. And it's an important one nonetheless.
Yeah, it's going to be the Thornbound Otacon again, a new change coming into this patch if you are still unfamiliar with our Spirit Blossoms. So just giving them so much damage when it comes to the eliminations, as well as I think the more important part about this Otacon is those purified blood petals just getting so much. Setab just gets solo killed by Breathe. Okay, well, this went from bad to worse. ThunderTalk going to try and grab a dragon on the opposite side, but demolish proc, 4 members here. They have another top wave coming. There's going to be another turret falling for Weibo.
And Breathe can just tank it, by the way. You know, like, of course, demolish proc, all these fun things, but Breathe is just standing there, gets hit by the turret aggro, and just does not give a damn about it. Like, it really just doesn't matter. And I think that's part of the problem. Who's going to kill Breathe? Who's going to kill Tian? At this point, they are such a strong frontline. Even Erha, look at this magnificent Magnet Storm.
He just splits up this duo. One of the issues that we saw throughout this draft was, I mean, Lucian and Nami so far this game have not been working that well together, and being able to just split them apart makes it that much easier to pick off one of them. That's the cleanse away from the Lucian, and now coming back onto the map, Weibo, they can play on any map, any side of the map that they want. Talia's currently pushing on bottom lane. Tian's going to have his ultimate in 8, so he can just show up for this fight, and ThunderTalk need to have more than just numbers advantage. They need to find some kind of pick, get in under the skin of Weibo if they won't even be competitive here.
And they even ulting in as the Crescent Guard comes out one more time, trying to frontline here. Tidal Wave used as well, but it's not enough to delay the fight. Even the Equalizer cannot really make the difference here, as they now are looking to pick up the first kill. Light is on a rampage, gets the next one. But they are all just a little hurt. They have to be a bit careful. Health bars are definitely, you know, down a bit.
Yeah.
And that might be the saving grace here for ThunderTalk. So Weibo won't push any further on the spot lane.
Yeah, but still 4,000 gold right now, 4.5 almost. Like, that's tough. And it's not just the gold, because the gold right now tells you 3. But then you look, there's level leads for some of these lanes. I think the item completions in some of these make it a little bit more tough to kind of swallow. I mean, honestly, Mila, like, we've got 2 items here for 1xN. I'm looking at what looks to be like a Lord Doms on 3 for this Lucian. My important item breakpoint is going to be Feather hitting what I really do hope is a Mikhail's. If you know that you're kind of playing around your cleanse timer anyway, making sure that your Lucian does not get taken down is more than important for ThunderTalk. But yeah, you've got Dragon spawning in 3 minutes that you don't really have to worry about, but ThunderTalk are now just deathballing. They're giving up waves just to make sure that no individual gets taken down.
They also have to kind of find a way to stay active on the map. Feather doing a decent job here, trying to clear the vision and therefore giving TT just a little bit more room to even play around, because we all know how it is. You know, once this push comes in towards your own base, it's getting dark. Exactly. And Xiaohu is on a ward that is not going to be spotted there. Like, the wards are just not positioned right, and now he's moving into the Baron pit. What is he looking
he's
for?
clearing the so he's clearing the ward right now because it got spotted by the control. So good job from Xiaohu, showing a little bit of control there for himself. He's gonna push this top wave, and look at what Weibo have. They have push in both of the side lanes. It's very easy for them to get mid priority. Thunder Talk.
Okay, nice engage here. Possibly. Maybe they can find Erha here, but the rest of the team is there as well. Tidal Wave coming out, Zetap over the wall, but the Chain of Corruption goes wide. Important ultimate gone here for the side of Weibo. But now they can re-engage onto Zetap, who has to flash, but the Spirit Rush is down, so there's no other way out for him. Tian gets the next kill, doing a great job here. 4, 1, and 5 on this Pantheon. And he has had so much impact for the team.
He has a Guardian Angel third.
Okay, that's
I think
crazy,
Tian knows
actually.
He's just going to send himself in, and as long as he has the revive, they're probably not losing a fight anyway. So let's see if Thunder Talk are going to be able to kind of contest around the Baron. It is Weibo starting this up. Light has just now joined. There are all these ultimates missing for Thunder Talk. Can Xiao Hongren, the new upstart jungler, find a steal? They're just going to go on a Hoya. Nice.
Yeah, well, not much you can say about this. They find a fight in the jungle. Now Tian is in, obviously has that GA, you already mentioned it. They're looking for the chase onto Feather. They fight it, Xiaohu with the next kill. With his first kill, actually, you gotta say, in this game. Has had, you know, a lot of impact. Has been everywhere all at once at the same time. But just now manages to pick up a kill of his own, as they're turning their attention back towards the Baron. But there's, again, no vision for Thunder Talk. And Erha and Breathe are doing a great job at keeping the Xin Zhao away from this Baron pit. There's no way he should be able to move into this, as Erha finds a Magnet Storm, but not really catches anyone. This is a good pickup here for the side of TT. And they have to step away from the Baron. So for the moment, it's a bit of a small win, a consolation prize maybe for Thunder Talk.
That setup from Weibo was not what we should have seen from a team of this caliber. But they still end up winning it. They still find at least a few picks, some summoner spells. I think most importantly, the fact that they're able to get that cleanse out of 1xN is going to pay back dividends for this team. And right now, Thunder Talk are getting back onto the map. They're first to the play. They'll have a little bit of vision in this bottom side river, but I expect that Weibo now coming back out of the map, they're going to just sweep all of these wards, put it right back into the darkness using that Fog of War, and make it basically a given here as Weibo put themselves at soul point.
Important soul. For both of these teams, to be honest, the mobility would be a great thing to have, as TT are looking to now again clear the vision around this Baron pit, as they know there was no chance for them to contest this. But you gotta give it to the side laners of Weibo, doing a good job at pushing out these waves and therefore always forcing Thunder Talk back, forcing them to answer rather than to, you know, make plays by themselves in a proactive type of way.
All right. So Weibo now pushing on the bottom side of the map. They're going to very easily just bounce between mid and top at this point, waiting for either the dragon to spawn in 4.5 minutes, or if they find, I think if they're able to get at least 2 kills in the next couple of minutes, maybe there's a start towards the Baron here for Weibo Gaming. And I know we've been, at least I have been dogging on Thunder Talk so far in this game, but like, they're expected underdogs coming into the series. They're 2-11. Their wins were in the very first weeks of the LPL. They took a win versus FPX in the very first week, and then they won versus NIP in week number 3. But every other series past that has been absolutely dominated by their opponents. And it's tough to watch, especially as the first team that has been immediately put into a play-in situations. They're not going to have any kind of bid playing into the auto qualification for playoffs.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough stage for them to be in. Also makes you wonder, how do you handle that mentally as a player, as mental health obviously plays a big part in how these teams can perform, as we see Setup in a bit of a flank position here, but there's not really anything for him to catch. You don't want to commit onto Breathe. That's not your target. And now you're not even allowed to move in your own jungle as the Weaver's Wall comes out again. Xin Zhao has to be a bit careful, manages to stay alive. Tidal Wave gone as well. And now Z-Tap on the side. In it to win it, but it doesn't really look like a win. Equalizer is out as well, so there's a bunch of very important ultimates used already from the side of Thundertalk. They have to step back as Breathe is doing a great job at being the frontline for his team and not really letting anyone get even close to the carries. And they're now looking to pick up this mid lane tier 2 turret.
What X said has LDR. He gets the Electrocute proc. It gets 3 autos down onto Breathe. Doesn't even break that 1 HP bar. He still has 100 plus HP that just didn't take any damage. Look at his build. He's 3-item Cassante. He's a plated steel caps as well. He's going to be unkillable. And I mean, cool item here for 1xN in the Serpent's Fang. Going to be able to deal a little bit more damage and kind of cut some of the shielding. I don't know how real this is. I mean, Cassante shields are not that big. The Seraph's shield, you know, maybe you can make an argument there. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's maybe a better item. And especially for when you are behind, your item slots are very, very expensive. You need to make sure that every item you buy is extremely worthwhile. Maybe just going for short-term power, recognizing that this game may not be going on for much longer.
I mean, I do understand the creativity, though. They know they're not in a position to really make a lot of things happen here anymore as they're getting engaged one more time. Very nice ultimate from Tian as they find the knockups here. Tidal Wave coming out, but Light is unstoppable. The carry's already gone. 1xN is down, as well as Hoya on the side. They pick up the next kill. It's already the double kill here for Light on the Varus. Doing a great job. He's definitely wearing his carry pants today. And they are looking to maybe even push into this base if there was a wave. Now there is a wave. But again, Breathe can just tank the turret. Yeah. It doesn't matter. They don't need a wave.
Oh, yeah. And they have another... It's only Tab right now. He doesn't have ultimate. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have very much to be able to do here. Thundertalk looking to go down in the series with Weibo starting off with a very dominant win here.
Yeah, they're looking to take this Nexus, even flashing forward. They want to get the ace. They will get the ace. It's another kill here for the Varus. 7-0 for Light. And definitely make sure that we, you know, make it reasonable that we highlighted him as a player as well here. What a game. Very convincing from the side of Weibo, but big question marks for TT once again.
They started off so well. We got a kill onto Hoya. They played the Grubs start so good. Then they're able to get that kill onto 1xN for first blood. I was like, okay, maybe there's an angle here, but 1xN and Feather did not have a game that was particularly strong from the both of them. And then even with Tab having his lead, we never got to see those roams that we really wanted to kind of get out of this Ahri. If you're going to have priority versus the Taliyah, just move on over. Just move forward. MVP, man, I think they're probably just going to give it to Light immediately. He's deathless here in this game. I
mean, honestly, yeah, I agree. Light did a really, really good job. But I also feel like, you know, it's a question of who you want as MVP. The one who picks up the kills or the one who sets them up? Because that's always the thing with the AD carries, right? You get these kills, you stay unkillable, kind of, you don't die, but that's also because Breathe did a great job at being a frontline. Tian did a great job at being a frontline. That's just how it works, and he got to just stand behind them and feel good about himself and just fire away with all these shots. And I mean, it looked beautiful. But for the side of Thundertalk, it just pulls up so many questions as to what can they do? You know, like, how can they come back from this? They had some comfort picks in this lineup, but they just didn't manage to actually get anything done.
I feel like 9 out of 10 Lucians recommend. Yeah, I agree. But I'm kind of looking at this. We talked about it from the draft. We didn't really think that Engage was going to be their strong suit here from Thundertalk. And while this is I think a harder to execute composition for Thundertalk, I just don't think this is the draft for them. Like, their bottom lane not being, you know, on hyper carries and a typical Engage support coming in from Feather, I think kind of takes away from some of their strengths. Xiao Hongren having to be basically what is essentially like a solo frontline. I don't know if that's really the play, especially when he is supposed to just kind of be like your engaged guy. He's supposed to be the guy who starts fights for you, especially as a player from the LDL. You kind of rely on some of that, movement, some of that mechanics maybe, but I don't know. Very worrying draft here of them trying to, I think, play some of the meta, but that not necessarily suiting them as a team.
Yeah, for sure. And as we're looking back at some of these highlights, we see that in the early stages of the game, like in the first few minutes, we were like, wait, is TT online? Are they here to give us the upset that we're looking for? But it was kind of I don't even know if it was a matter of scaling. For me, it was really a matter of game plan because, again, they had ultimates that worked so well individually, but it never really worked well together. They were just never on the same timer. The tidal wave came, but where was the rest? Where was the equalizer following that up? It was never on the same page for me, really.
Yeah, this game was kind of a headache, and I feel bad for Thunder Talk. Again, it's easy to bag on the team that is on the bottom of the standings, but we see more and more of these games where it just doesn't feel like we are seeing more of the good spots of Thunder Talk, which is team fighting around 1xn, which is usually trying to have your solo lanes have explosive performances, and you're playing into the Rumble. I think we got to see some cool stuff out from Weibo, but it took them a little bit to get online, and I think that is probably why we're a little on the fence as to whether or not this Weibo team really is going to be able to make a push for top 4.
Yeah, I think we saw that one thing. I think it was in the Baron scenario where their setup was just not great. And it's a bit of a question mark because they find all these picks. They look so dominant, even here in the jungle, bullying out your enemy where Feather just has nowhere to go, just pops like a bubble, really. Yeah, still, they didn't play it out clean in some scenarios, I would say.
Yeah.
There's still some place that you could be a little bit more organized around, especially when we look towards that early game. And that's something I'm looking forward to when we go into a game number 2, also seeing how can a team like Weibo clean up their mistakes after a game 1 and become even better, and how do a team like Thunder Talk even look to bring something new to the table.
I just need to see Weibo close out the series. Like, they already 2-0'd them at the very beginning of the season. I think that even despite the loss last night versus AL, 2 different beasts, and for Weibo, this should be a pick-me-up series because the rest of their schedule is not any easier. Next week, they're playing JDG and they're playing Top Esports. You need every win you can get right now, especially when tiebreakers and the like immediately come down to game differential. That's the music for MVP. Please give it to Light. Please. Or TN. We're giving it to Xiaohu. This guy was 007 for a long time in this game. I'm not sure. Sometimes we don't agree with the MVPs here on the LPL English.
Yeah, I mean, again, it pulls the question of, do you give it to the one getting the kills or to the one who's setting up the kills? We gotta say his Weaver's Walls came in clutch. He did a great job with the ultimate, which is the most important part for the champion. So I think we can agree that he had a really good game, but let's be real, I think all of them had a good game compared to whatever Thunder Talk was trying to do.
Yeah.
So I think we can take this info, throw it to a break, and then we'll be obviously right back for game number 2, and then we'll see if Thunder Talk can make a miracle happen or if it's going to be the 2-0 for Weibo. I mean, and
Hi.
we are right back to the LPL English. Welcome back. We just witnessed a rather one-sided game by Weibo and Thunder Talk were trying to cling on to whatever hopes and dreams they had left. But we're now right on time for our MOBA Trainer segment. Have you ever heard of the MOBA Trainer? It's a great app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. So you can just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your in-game knowledge. And you can select the puzzle from a map and then answer all the questions to unlock more features. We can do one right now, but you should definitely use our code LPL20 to unlock premium. So let's get in here.
All right. This is going to be trading. It's going to ask us a couple of questions. They are usually lane by lane. These are, if I remember correctly, almost all of these are taken from the EU server. So.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we've got Bukata. You know, SK.
Oh, nice. We love Bukata, Slay, King.
Yes. Rush B P90, I think, is an even better name here. So, Syndra just used her E. I think we're going in. I think we're hitting her right in the head. She does not get to just miss her scout of the week. Yeah.
Good choice. I love when it says that. They never tell me I make good choices in League, but...
Oh.
I love this app already.
It's a feel-good zap. You know, you're like, oh,
right.
and we get it immediately. Okay.
Nice.
Cool. All right.
Awesome. I mean, I already learned something from that. Like, if I ever want to play mid lane, I got it now.
I forgot. What role do you play?
I'm 80 carry main.
Oh, that's right. This is why this cast is so much fun. We got 2 80 carry players on the show. Let's go. Okay, well, again, if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. It's there on the bottom of the screen, and also you could use an @ over in the Twitch chat. It helps you, also the proceeds not only benefit the MOBA Trainer designers, but also help us here at the LPL unofficial English broadcast. Start leveling up your gameplay today, and go hang out on MOBA Trainer. They've also got some fun stuff, not only the puzzles. I know we've been experimenting with the dodge trainers. Unfortunately, Mila, we don't have enough time to subject Kelsey to the torture that is watching her trying to play League of Legends dodge trainer, but hopefully later tonight I will bug her enough and harass her to maybe get on the sticks.
I mean, I love that for you, but I gotta say, I just enjoyed watching some of my EU players in their solo queue games and wonder what they're doing. So if you ever want to watch really good gameplay, you should definitely check out the app because it has all the EU players on it. EU West.
No. I would actually, I think I'm gonna ask them if they have any Nordic East, and we could just drop some of those games just in there real quick for everybody at home.
I love that. No, I love that. I mean, that's the thing, because we have the European versus the American banter here. We already talked plenty about what MSI is going to bring for both of our regions, but I hope MSI will bring only good for the LPL, because let's be real, I don't think any of our regions have a real chance at doing anything, so we're kind of rooting for the LPL here, and I'm not sure how much we're rooting for Thunder Talk, though.
They're not going to MSI. They might purchase tickets to go hang out in MSI, and maybe they can come hang out in the seats. And, you know, if I get a picture with 1xN, I'll let you know. But I mean, honestly, not think we are seeing them.
If I get a picture with 1xN ever, my day will be made.
True.
So, you know, I would take it, but surely their hopes and dreams are on the verge of being crashed if they haven't already been crashed. But they look... I mean, I don't want to say they look okay for the state that they're in, but they don't look super frustrated, though. I hope they can find a way to... I don't even want to say come back from this, but just find a way to look a little more competitive. Because the early game, you know, some picks were great, but then they fell off during the mid to late game in a hard manner. So I just want them to look a little more competitive going into this next game. Even though they end up losing, I just want them to have tried harder.
Well, let's see. They're going to be in game number 2. They'll be on blue side this time around. So Interesting that they decided to take away the Nico. Seems like they're not going to at least put enough priority on a champion that has been really meta warping so far in the past couple weeks, especially with how strong her laning phase is and having that set up. But I'm looking at champions that are already gone here. I think that Ahri and Taliyah taken away are actually big pain points now here for Thunder Talk. They're probably going to be reliant on some of other champions that Setab has had more success with, and that is why I think we also see this Yone gone, one of his best champions that he very rarely is actually able to play.
I just wanted to say they watched the MOBA trainer thing and they were like, you know what? He may have learned something now. Let's not give him this pick. But it makes sense, obviously, to ban it. On the other side, Nico, Gwen, another very strong pick currently in the meta, and then the Poppy going out. Is Poppy a flex pick here for you guys, or is it very sure when that would go?
we have a lot of Poppy jungle players. There's a few top laners that are willing to play Poppy. Thashai is one of them. He actually picked it at a really good spot versus Team WE the other night. So we've been seeing we've got a fair bit of flex players that are willing to play Poppy in 3 different roles. So hopefully that'll be something we see maybe later tonight, as again it is banned here. First pick coming in for Thunder Talk. I imagine it's going to be somewhere around the mid lane. I think maybe getting this Aurora for Setab is going to be their priority, but seems like they want to try to grab a Vi that has made it all the way here into Game 2 draft.
I mean, Vi is a very strong pick. I wonder what they are going to give Setup in order to have that synergy with it, with the Ahri already being gone and Orianna also maybe a possibility, but let's see. First pick being hovered for the side of Weibo. They first looked towards the Naafiri, now decided to go with the Galio. I mean, Galio can be very annoying. We saw it yesterday. It can be the kryptonite for some people here. Tian, if you're doing this, Jesus Christ, I have to stop getting hyped about hovers. You know, sometimes I'm just like, please do it. But it's better you don't. It's okay. You shouldn't.
We saw in the cams there, most of his other team got terrorized by seeing that pick. He started chuckling. He was like, guys, maybe we get a free game here. But the Galio is interesting to me, especially if they were going to already go for the Naafiri. I feel like you really want more proactive setup, and this does mean that I think that when we look at Weibo, while they are going to be shorter ranged, they are probably going to be playing either more of a dive composition or looking to kind of peel back, especially with how much mobility some of these champions already have. And for Thunder Talk, they want to go scaling. They want to go a little bit greedier here. They're giving Hoya a lot of agency in a side lane by having this Yorick. And we'll see what Setab, he's been flickering through a couple of different mid lane champions. I think that the Rise is going to just be able to gain so much early mid prio again for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually use that prio this time to make it an easier way into the mid to late game. Because I feel like, again, their early game had some really nice moments. However, they had no chance of bringing it into the mid to late game, which is also because 1xN and Feather were just not on the same page and not really playing out their duo potential at all. So I'm very interested to see what these bot laners are going to take. We do get the Ambassador here for the side of Weibo, which kind of leaves the question of where does what go in this scenario, because obviously Ambassador is a very top lane favorite pick here, and Xiaohu has played the Galio in mid before, so that would be my expectation for this scenario.
All right, we're getting one of Breeze's best champions. I think that he has been just consistently across the split an early adopter of the Mbessa and one of the best performing players on this champion. So getting ready for that dive. I have to imagine Galio, Naafiri, Mbessa, you are looking for backline access. Frontline is not really going to matter all that much. So crowd control at a premium here. As we get into the second phase of bans, it's going to be Misfortune and Ashe taken away. So big focus for 1xN. Probably going to be looking to snap Kaisa on 4 if we're going for a dive composition, and we're really pinching the pool of effective champions coming in from 1xN. I would really hate to see a Jhin coming out from him, but we're going down the tier list. It's probably going to be his answer.
I hope not, because you're just so stuck and you're so slow and you're such an easy target for these players. I mean, if I'm with my very low elo brain looking at this, I'd be like, I want something with mobility, you know? I want something that might be able to make it out alive when everyone tries to collapse on me in the back line. Does that mean Ezreal? Does that mean... I don't know. Does that mean Tristana? I don't know. You know, something like that,
feel
which
like
would have to get creative.
I like the Ezreal. I like Xayah here as well. If they're going to be playing like this, if you're going to be inviting the Kalista to walk forward into you instead of the Kai'Sa, that is an angle for them to go for. If you have this Ryze and you have a Vi, I still think Kai'Sa here for 1xN is perfectly fine. But we're talking about being able to have some of those tools, a little bit more agency to save yourself. Ezreal is going to be very good at that. So wonder what the bot lane pair is going to be. We're going to be getting Rakan here for Feather, one of his most famous champions throughout his career. Or are we going to be looking for, I don't know, I mean, you already have the, you could go for Braum, but yeah, we're going to see that Ezreal Karma instead. All right.
I mean, that's a lot of poke. I think that's a positive. You can definitely be annoying towards that other lane here, but ooh, this would be a very strong pickup, I think, because you have some very nice hard engage there, but Kalista Renata is probably the most played bot lane duo when you look at, you know, what you want to pair the Kalista with. You have very nice disengage tools. I like this. I think, again, the overall game plan from the side of Weibo is a bit more, you know, obvious. I understand they want to play this front to back. I understand they want to use their tools to hard engage onto the back line as well. On the other hand side, again, individually, not bad. Not quite sure how they are going to make it work together in a way where they can actually punish Weibo with this.
Yeah, I mean, ThunderTalk have really strong side lanes. When you look at having this Ryze, you're going to be able to gain mid-push. This bottom lane should be incredibly aggressive. Even if ThunderTalk are kind of playing a little bit further back, Ezreal Karma, it's all about, can you get into the brush first? Are you looking for early prio in the lane? For Weibo, this is a composition that really spikes on one item. You're going to be incredibly strong. You have so many proactive tools even before the level 6 and especially afterwards. So I hope we don't get a resident sleeper game. That took 34 minutes for Weibo to close out that last game. That felt like it was done at 15. I want to see them really roll over ThunderTalk with this one. You have a Nefiri to be able to do that. You have this Kalista Renata, Light and Urha need to be able to perform and kind of close this one out. If we want to feel any kind of confidence, especially as a team that is on the bubble, really trying to make a push for top 4.
I mean, honestly, I'm also looking towards this Ambessa. I love Ambessa. I love how some of the greatest top laners don't play her ultimate as a skill shot, but as a point and click type thing, because it always hits. And I love that. I want to see that. I want to see big Ambessa ultimates into great follow-up. That's just what I'm here for. But because I'm always also rooting just a tiny bit for the underdog, I want to see TT in a position where they can at least look semi-competitive and make them work for it just a tiny little bit, even though I give the game to Weibo, no questions asked.
You say that the Ambessa ult is a point and click. I feel like a lot of these LPL games have been very disappointing in that factor. I've seen way too many Ambessa ults miss. That skill shot is incredibly thin.
Come to German Prime League. We show you how it's played. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, you have a Kiana player. You guys have some real dark tech going on over there.
We have some crazy stuff over here. So if any of you are ever bored and want to watch a cast you won't understand, definitely check out Prime League. However, we're learning from the LPL. You can see it every week. You know, the picks that are coming in are so inspired by these leagues. So it's nice for me to watch the LPL a bit more again as well, because I, as a caster, obviously learn from it and try to understand the meta read a bit more. And I just feel great when I predict something and it comes true, you know? When I say I've seen this and that happening, and then it happens, I just feel good.
That's the easiest analyst points that you get on a broadcast. Right. And you're like, I think they should be picking this here, and then they do it. It's free dopamine here on the broadcast. So we're going to be seeing an early game, though. Both junglers pathing down towards the bottom side. Tan actually going for a little bit of a different clear. He wants to go for his red buff last. It means that he will be able to have a little bit more combat efficacy as the game goes on. He'll have that red buff for a little bit longer, as well as also giving him some options here if he needs to visit some early lanes. Xiaohu already down to a third of his HP. The laning phase has been a big struggle here for Weibo in their solo lane mid, and we're seeing that continue here in game number 2.
Definitely also had a level disadvantage there for quite a bit, had to respect setup. And we can also see a similar scenario here on the bot lane. Obviously, 1xN and Feather, they have a lot of poke in this lane. They can definitely try and annoy Light in Erha a lot here and force them back underneath their turret. But as soon as Tian, in form of the Nafiri, is going to join this, which I would expect because you would want to play around bot side a lot, having a Kalista, it's gonna change. But for now, we can see Tian move towards this mid lane here. But the Hot Dog Nafiri is not striking yet as he goes underneath the turret, gets rooted, tanks 1 or 2 turret shots, and manages to make it out alive. Oh!
Wow.
Now that prediction is surprising. We're actually expecting Thunder Talk to win?
This is a good draft for them. I think if there's ever a draft for Thunder Talk to win, if I took nameplates off, I would really like their draft here. But knowing what these players have shown us, knowing with the nameplates how they have looked, not only in this series, but in series past, I think this is a fair, Twitch chat are just using the draft. They're voting blind. They're voting with their hearts, I think, a little bit here.
Just coping a little bit as well, which, fair point. You gotta give it to the underdog sometimes. Let's see if they can make it happen. So far, at least, their prio towards bot lane and mid lane is looking halfway decent. But now Tian over the wall, moving into the tri-bush, hasn't been spotted yet. And Weibo are looking to find something here as they go for the tempo heal. But on mid lane, get the solo bolo by Setup, who manages to pick up the first blood. But now at what cost? 1xN gets poked down pretty low. But they can't actually make anything happen here for the side of Weibo. And
look at Xiaohong Ren, though. He's invading for grubs. He has mid-prio. Hell, I respect it. And maybe even tries to go for a gank on this bottom lane. They have no wards here. Tian may have accidentally just baited his bot lane into a sense of security. Erha's dead.
Look at this poke. Erha's gonna die here. Pretty sure flashes out. But in the end, doesn't manage to stay alive. And there's the second kill for the side of TT. And they kind of give me a similar feeling when it comes to the early game that I had in the last game, where I felt like, these first 10 to 15 minutes didn't look too shabby.
All right, and then what happened afterwards? Mila?
We're not talking about what happened afterwards. No,
okay.
no.
All right.
No.
Okay. All right. Just. Okay.
Then
well. In this one, we're already seeing that Xiaohu did get solo killed, as we'll check in the replay here. That is also a massive minion wave in that bottom lane that now Light and Erha will not have access to. So a very good punish, and unfortunately for Tian, he tried to kind of move around the map. He accidentally doesn't spot out this Vi. So early game plans from Thunder Talk looking very good in this series. However, how are they going to be able to convert when we talk about the objective spawning in 2.5 minutes time around this top side? That, I think, is going to be the biggest question. We see another game here where Setab has an advantage early on, but he's playing Ryze. He's not playing a champion that's going to have a lot of agency early on. It's those 2-item power spikes that'll really make this champion very scary to play against.
Yeah, 100%, as we're possibly looking at a gank in mid lane here. Xiao has to be a bit careful, gets rooted, and now has to look to flash out in order to stay alive. Manages to do just that. But again, his flash burned makes him a possible target here for a re-gank at some point.
He's playing he's playing Galio, so should be a little difficult if they do try to find them. We're seeing an early Dragon Start here for Thunder Talk, so making sure they're staying on top of the objectives, making sure that they're utilizing their lane priority. I like this from Thunder Talk. Tian does not spot out the dragon here, and with him using the Scryer's Bloom, there's no way for him to really contest here. This is going to be a free objective going over to Thunder Talk.
Yeah, looks like it. There's no way Weibo are moving into this. Tian getting zoned there. Very well done by Zetap moving in as well. And again, I don't want to... I mean, is the comedy club open yet?
The comedy club is very open right now. The comedy club is extremely open right now. We have free tickets. We have concessions. There's popcorn that you can use to throw at Weibo if necessary, and you better get your spots quick, because we saw last game that opening did not last very long. Hopefully this game the door stays open, maybe for some more seats. This is an early Saturday night for them, early Sunday night for them.
100%. No, definitely having a lot of copium here, as the Maiden obviously comes in as a little bit of help here, but seems to be rather stuck, just observing what Oya's doing. I love how the Maiden sometimes just look like it's not doing anything. Sometimes she just stands there. So we get a seasoned assist on the bot lane here. Erha is getting targeted. Vedat finds the root and there for the next kill, and the feat of warfare again secured for Thunder Talk.
Another Feats of Warfare completed here in this series. Tian trying to make an invade, but Hoya now collapses. He's going to try and be at least annoying. And look at the maiden. She's like, look, I've been worked like a dog. All I do is I spawn in my little homies, the ghouls. They come down. They do all the work. I'm supposed to be your wife, you know. Like, let me at least chill for a little before I have to go back to work and keep doing the damage in this relationship.
Honestly, I've heard of a bug where someone spawned the maiden and it was just standing in base. I think Finn. It was actually Finn posting that. He was like, you know, I spawned my maiden and she was just standing in base and didn't move. But we do get a move from Weibo here. They're looking to get these grubs, maybe 3 at this point in the game, but they're looking to contest. TT are here, but they're at a numbers disadvantage. Ultimate from the Ezreal coming out from downtown. Very nice heal, but Xiaohu has to run. He's going to be targeted. Setup with the next kill. Already finds a way to be very involved here. Very nice ultimate now from the Rise. Trying to chase Tian and Erha, but they don't quite manage to pick up anything else. But now maybe collapsing onto Breathe here. Feather finds the root, but where's the follow-up damage? Can Hoya actually do something here? Manages to kind of trap him, but Breathe obviously having locked in. Ambassador has to flash underneath the turrets, but manages to stay alive just like that. And again, we are trading the grubs.
We're going for more.
1-1 at this point. Oh my god, Xiaohu. What a nice position to be in. Can he find anything to do here, really? It seems like TT are happy with what they've gotten out of this. They got the kills, they got a grub. How much more do you want?
They're going to go for more, though. What are we doing? Guys, please, we really don't have to do this. Erha sitting in fog.
Oh my god, Breathe is super low. He's going to get picked up here. Setup is unstoppable, doing a great job. 3-0 already. And now the hostile takeover is gone for the side of Weibo. And TT are looking for a chase. Feather looking for another route. Doesn't quite find it. Tian with the arcane shift over the wall. But there we can also see a little bit of what Geo can do. Called the pack coming out. Hoya has to flash over the wall. This team fight will never end. It's a play-by-play caster's nightmare. I'm going to take a breath now. You guys, please chill.
Yeah, Hoya, you know, made that play. He actually ends up using his flash. A lot of summoner spells used across the board there. And I think the biggest benefactor out of all of this is Setup. He uses another wave in top lane to be able to push. Yeah, please, get everybody, please, come on through, because this is a game where maybe Thunder Talk have their best opening that we've seen from them in a couple of series here now. 3-0 on Rise very on is a huge boon for them, and again, 1,400 gold on this Rise. The mid lane has constantly gone over to Setup in this series, but the rest of the team not really being able to provide that kind of cover in game number 1. Game number 2 looking a lot more even between them.
I mean, I gotta say, though, I'm looking towards Tian here. I think Naafiri is obnoxious as a champion, because the second she becomes untargetable, I'm losing my mind. Like, yeah. I love it as much as I hate it. And I think she has these outplay buttons that once you use them right in team fights, once you find a way to layer what you have as a team here for Weibo, they can definitely collapse onto TT. They just have to kind of try and not fall behind so much, because we have 3 kills on Setup. He's completely solo carrying this early game so far.
I am getting nightmares right now thinking about Weibo potentially reverting back in form to a former version of this team. There were so many years with this Xiaohu lineup, whether it was 2023 or 2024, where they were notoriously slow at just, hey, we're going to play around some of these objectives, but we're really just going to try and give. We're going to try to maybe play on side lanes. I think back then Xiaohu was actually a lot better about pressuring on the side lanes and being a bit smarter, but right now we're seeing a Weibo that is kind of slow to action here, maybe asleep at the wheel in some of these fights. I think we saw it in Game 1 in particular, and here they're kind of just showing up just to say that they're here for the participation medal. Right now they're making sure that Xiaohu gets a wave in, but you gave a turret, or you gave a dragon here, you give him free time to Hoya on the side lane. What are we contesting here as Weibo?
I mean, there's nothing, so I don't know. I hope that they know, but you know, so far there's nothing. It's crazy, actually. I don't want to be too hyped about this, though, because I feel like TT have shown us a decent early game last game and then completely collapsed. We gotta be honest about that, but now they're looking very much more proactive as well. And maybe it's exactly this what I wanted, you know, the little bit more of a competitive look coming into the series and not giving up in the middle of the game, as they have now used a little bit of time in order to try and punish up there, but not a lot that ThunderTalk can get here. They're looking to even out the lane state a little bit here for Weibo.
I think you're fine with this. You see that Xiao Hongren takes another jungle camp of Tien's. He already has the Sundered Sky completed. I can understand maybe some of the trepidation, especially with your item spikes being a bit desynced here. 1xN just now finishing the Trinity Force. You're waiting for this Rod of Ages to be completed by Setab. Another 7 minutes before that is done. First 2 item spikes coming in. I mean, you have double Trinity Force now. You're going to have Muramana in like 5-10 minutes time. ThunderTalk can continue to have this lead and make Weibo really sweat for this first game. Or for the second game, sorry.
I mean, Weibo, they want to have an early day done, right? Like, I don't think Weibo want to go to a game 3 here.
Oh, no.
For them, on paper, it should be an easy win. They need to win this in order to, you know, also keep up their own mental health, probably, as we're seeing some flashes. Very open playing field here, but not really anything that comes out of it. Flash for flash trade. Both heals used, but so far no kills.
Weibo, please don't lose this game. I know you wanted to see a more competitive series.
I
mean, I need Weibo to win this, please. Like, I think it is so dangerous, and I think a very exciting win for ThunderTalk. They still need to be able to close out. They're going to be able to catch out Tien here.
Yeah, he's going untargetable, but can he buy enough time? Nope. 1xN gets the kill over the wall. Another one for him. And all 6 kills on the map are for the side of ThunderTalk. And someone in chat just said it. It looks like a real gold lead. What are we doing with this now?
We've got 4,000 gold. ThunderTalk, I've waited for this moment. It's been multiple weeks since we've been able to get excited for ThunderTalk here. Hoya's probably caught. No! Don't hit the Maiden.
They're hitting the Maiden, but the Maiden doesn't hit anyone back, and that means Hoya is probably going to go down. He's trying to take Breathe to the gray screen with him, but it doesn't work out in the end. Very nice use of the ultimates there for the side of Weibo, and kind of a showing of the possible potential that is there, but at the same time, it's just one catch in order to, you know, get back all this gold that you've already lost.
And it was a kill going over to Erha. That's exactly not the place you want that gold, especially with the premium that these kills are coming through. It's going to be the Herald even started here for ThunderTalk. They got the first 3 kills. They got the first turret of the game. They got the first 3 objectives here. ThunderTalk are playing a mean game here in the second one of this series. Can Tien make the steal? Even if he steals this, he's not going to be able to pick this up. We're getting a teleport now from Xiaohu. Breathe will not be able to answer. It'll finally be the Herald picked up by Weibo. That felt like still we are reaching a lot for this.
I mean, I have questions because I felt like it was a very hard commit to go for this Herald. Then we weren't sure if he's actually going to be able to pick up the eye, but for some reason TTE decided, no, we're not going to contest this. It's gone, okay, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've talked about how Weibo in this first game, even though they managed to come out ahead and have the upper hand for most of the game, it still didn't look clean. And I think that might still be the biggest issue here for them.
Now look at ThunderTalk, right? They've escorted Rise to so many of these side lanes, making sure that Setab can actually pick up gold. This was a big point of this series. Away from the bottom lanes, looking at our 2 mid laners here, Xiaohu and Setab, 2 mid laners that have kind of been on a downslide but are really important to their team's wins, and we kind of saw it in that game number 1, setting up with the Talia for Xiaohu. Now here in this game number 2, Setab with this Rise. He is up 2.5 thousand gold on his mid laner here, enemy mid lane counterpart, and he is going to continue to scale. Has already finished his Seraphs. He's 3 minutes away from having his Rod of Ages completed, and he's going to be a demon here in this game.
It's crazy, actually. I did not expect this. Right off the bat, I would have said I like Weibo's draft better, just because I can see how they can use their ultimates to really stress out ThunderTalk here, but so far, it hasn't really worked out, but now Thundertalk are still very respective of this Weibo roster, taking a step back, not trying to force this Drake. It would be a really early soul point for them at about 18 minutes, but they decide to not force it for the time being and just try to play it safe. Because I think for them as well, like, when was the last time you were so clearly in the lead? And how do you play around this now as a team who's maybe not used to it?
Hey, you got to take it and run, though. You cannot let up the gas, especially against a team like Weibo. They're going to be a little bit greedy. Maybe we kind of have to revisit some of the draft after this game. If Thundertalk do end up winning, just the fact that we thought maybe with the Kaisa they were going to be able to play a little bit differently, but instead pivoting for the Callista. It's going to be a start for the Dragon here.
Yeah, they have to be a bit careful because Tian, he does have a lot of damage on his side, and now the TPs are coming in as well. We do get a full 5v5 scenario as 1xN is moving towards that mid lane just a little bit, but now manages to get the ultimate out. Ztap also moving in as well, but so far it looks like Weibo are in a better position to really fight for this Drake. They have more members committed towards it. They're really clumping together here. Tian needs to get this Drake in order to make something happen. Very nice ultimate layering, but can they actually get the damage out? It's the kill for Tian. He gets the enemy jungler. 1xN though on the killing spree, manages to pick up one as well, but now the Nafiri might be a little unleashed. Gets the Drake, but they have to run for the hills as Weibo are getting cleaned off the map here by Thundertalk. And Erha is kind of looking for a possible execute, but Tian is just too mobile. Just one arcane shift into your death. 4 kills on Tian. 1xN, I mean. 4 kills on 1xN, 4 kills on Ztap. But Tian kind of showing the possible potential that Nafiri brings into the mix.
We didn't even use our Galio ultimate there. What are we doing? Weibo, they're going to lose out on this turret. I'm actually pretty sure Ztap wins this 1v1, by the way. He still has the Rod of Ages. The Seraphs is just now procced. Yeah, walk this guy down. He's a real dog here on the champion here. I am very confused by how Weibo are playing. And despite losing the Dragon, Thundertalk still come out the victors in that fight. They are just having such a field day in this game here, and Rod of Age is now completed here for Ztap, so he's getting closer and closer to kind of being that unkillable raid boss. I think if you get something like a Frozen Heart, that's kind of it. That's the public execution trying to land here by Breathe. Still no Galio ult in this fight, I think is surprising enough. And I mean, we're seeing it in the picture-in-picture right now. Xiao's just getting hunted down in the side lane.
Yeah, and I also feel like Light does not get the opportunity to actually have impact. He's also getting picked up here as well. But for the first part of the fight, he was just off to the side and not really finding a great position to play from. Because I think we've all seen a Callista that completely takes the fight over and just doesn't give anyone any room to breathe. In this scenario, it just didn't work out.
Yeah. All right, well, for Thundertalk, 6,000 gold. They're going to continue to split push, and Weibo feel kind of lost around the map. They don't have anybody that can really competently deal with this Yorick for right now. I mean, Ztap is absolutely clapping Xiaohu right now in the mid lane. And who is going to really match any of them? Sure, you can send 2 people over towards this Yorick, but then you're going to let Ztap push on another lane. 1xN just getting themselves the mid-tier 1. It's going to be the start of the Otacon. Let's see if Weibo have any fight left in them. Breathe is not able to move for this play. They're more focused on mid lane right now. They don't even know this objective is being taken. The global announcement's going to go off, and Weibo are already late to this.
Yep, ultimate from the Ezreal coming out again as well. So yeah, should not go for the chase here. Send your little friends to maybe do some damage, but not much more they can do. Now, an interesting question, I think, is how does Tian fit into the jungle carry role? Would you say he's better on the tank junglers, on the enabling junglers, or is this carry performance something you would rather see from him and he's just not quite getting there yet?
I really have liked Tian so far when he's able to play stuff like his Xin Zhao and his Neferi. I just don't think this is the right... I'm still questioning this Galio for... Like, this entire draft from Weibo felt like a mistake. I feel like if we're going to pick the Neferi, we should have gone with Ryze. It's one of her most comfortable pairings. It gives her setup in mid lane. If we're going to be picking Galio here, why didn't we maybe do this in the first game when we had, the Rumble matchup? It feels like if we're going to be going for dive, why do we have Callista? We've limited so much of our range, and now we're going to be trying to play a shorter range composition into Yorick and Rise. Karma, this is absolutely miserable to play from the side of Weibo, and you can kind of see that they don't have very many options. So, I mean, maybe Tien can try to have a 1v9 performance. He's kind of the only shimmering light of hope here in the draft.
That was a very nice cage there from Hoya. Even though he ends up going down here, he really predicted that. Was looking very nicely, but now Light with the ultimate. Can they manage to pick up Zetap here? Would be such an important kill. They were calling the pack, and Zetap is down! And it's the shutdown they needed. Can they go for more? As Feather is trying to find something, but the pack is here again. Not quite reaching the target, though, as 1xN is trying to move forward, poke a little bit. But that is one very important kill for them. The question is, can TT get something back here on the map?
And at least they were able to get some of that gold onto Breathe, onto the Zembessa. So hopefully there's something here. Second item starting to come on through for Light. Seems like Xiaohu and Breathe are going to spend a little bit of time on this bottom lane turret. They're also able to get the flash. I think more importantly for me when I look at this is that the Seeker's Arm Guard is now done, or at least taken away from Zetap. So until he finishes the Zonias, he will not have that stasis available, and that makes him a little bit of an easier target here. And a great time to find that pick. Fourth dragon of the game spawning. Weibo look like they want to be in position, but recognize that there's just too much vision coming in from Thunder Talk to be able to potentially go for this. Xiaohu also does not have ultimate here for this play.
Yeah, they kind of have to respect that for the time being, as we're kind of looking towards where Erha is positioned here, but they are giving up the Drake. And it's the soul point in the end for Thunder Talk. We're looking to, not panic, I would say, in this scenario. I think that kill onto Zetap was a very important catch, and TT have to be careful for not letting it happen again.
Oh, no.
But as we can see, it's a roughie, as Zetap is trying to heal himself up, kind of getting the shields here as 1xN is the next target, but now they are looking to play it again. Zetap is down, Light with the next kill. We're trying to buy some time here with Xiao, who has the front line. And some may have said he's become useless, but he did one hell of a job there, keeping his team alive for the moment. And Basta wasn't even part of this.
Yeah, this Ezreal Karma is so annoying to deal with. And Zetap doing the good work. He's doing the Lord of Weibo right now by giving over some more kills to the opponents, but it takes them so long. This gold gap has closed so magnificently from 6,000 now to 3. I still have a lot of worries. Again, Zetap 3,000 gold over his opponent, and even Light, or 1xN, 1.6 over this Callista. This is a massive power spike coming in for this team. 3 item Ezreal, 2 items on this Rise. He's almost level 16 as well. This is a good pick coming in from Weibo. I am merely just wondering, is it too late? Have they really been able to push this game? It is now soul point here for Thunder Talk. I feel like if there's any more picks that come out from Weibo from the side onto Thunder Talk, there might be more objectives falling.
Oh yeah, manages to flash the ultimate coming in here from Breathe. Finds one of his own, but not really anything they can do. With his ultimate being down, has to flash. But TT, they know there's a lot of attention towards that bot lane right now, and they are looking to go for a little bit of a burger flip here, getting this Baron done. They are on vision. So Weibo know this is happening. Tien is over the wall, and they are now realizing we cannot actually play this. Weibo have the tempo advantage. They come over, and they can bully us away. And we're down one frontliner.
We're fine with that. That's the teleport out from Xiaohu. So they got exactly what they wanted. They pull off of the Baron. It's going to be Weibo trying to punish by grabbing another turret here. Oh, they may have just found Xiaohong Ren.
Yeah, they're looking for something, but the turret still stands as turret aggro is crashing down, but they managed to pick up a kill. Feather finds a route onto Breathe. Breathe can kind of dodge away as Xiaohu is still alive. Manages to just move out of the target area here. Wow, it's become so tense, and Weibo are really, trying to find whatever they can to make it back into this game. And so far, they have done an incredible job because the gold lead is so far down at this point.
Mila, is it happening? Am I witnessing the throne? No! The funny things are happening again! Weibo are going to maybe start Baron here?
I think the comedy club has closed its doors again. No more comedy for today. I mean, let's be real. Weibo has given us enough comedy for the next 2 weeks from that early game, but yeah, it looks like we're getting something here. They are looking for the comeback angle, and I think Jahu is shutting up all the doubters who said he's become useless because, you know, he is utilizing
that Galio kit to its perfection. He is literally 1.5 items. He is a Seeker's Arm Guard. He is down 60 CS, and he is barely getting any of his items. Please get something. Farm a wave. I'm begging you, Xiaohu. Please, man. Like, we're going to be coming into this fight. We are so weak. Seekers now can turn into a Zonia's here for Setap. Level 16 with this rise. He's got caught out twice in the last couple fights, but still, ThunderTalk can still fight back in this game. They still have a lot of purchase here. The only reason that this gold lead has completely shut up for ThunderTalk, it is Breathe now, getting 3,000 gold in a side lane. The most consistent member for Weibo. Dragon Soul spawning in 40 seconds. If ThunderTalk can secure this, maybe, just maybe, they can keep themselves in this game and look for a win here in this game.
I mean, you gotta give it to Weibo, though. They've really found the right targets at the right times. That catch from Tian on 1xN was so important. And then also just getting Setap out of these team fights early on. They have done a really good job at finding out what is most important at the moment. But yeah, they need to do just a little bit more because, you know, ThunderTalk, they may not be in this position very often, but they definitely don't want to give it up without a fight, it seems. Even though their positioning might be questionable at times. And it makes it so much harder for them as now the next Drake is on the map and we're looking at Weibo trying to move in. And they have to find an opening here as the first engage is coming from the side of Team and immediately going golden and Era is down. But it's a 1-for-1 at this point. You don't have a jungler on the side of TT, so you don't really have a chance to get this Drake. Smite is going down and it's Tian who picks up the Drake in the end. And they're finding another hero's entrance, but Xiao is getting picked up, getting caught in the middle of anything. Has to flash out as Breathe is running for the hills. Another route. Manages to maybe buy some more time, but you get the Drake, but at what cost?
Oh, Xiaohu. Oh,
yeah, no,
does
just
he live?
accept your
Okay,
fate.
all right. 1xN, can he do it? I think this is it.
Untargetable. Holy macaroni. It's the double kill and the ace for ThunderTalk, who are now looking to push into this base. It's just Erha alive, and he has to, I mean, honestly, do something. I don't know what he can do. He uses his heal, but that's not the way to go.
That's it. They're going to end the game. This is it. ThunderTalk, they're finally going to break their losing streak. They're able to find finally a win here. And that's it. We're tied up in the series.
This is ridiculous. I don't think if you would have told me that ThunderTalk will take a game off Weibo this morning, I would have believed it. I would have said, that's cap. You're capping. There's no way this is happening. But even though they fell behind a little bit or like got caught out a little bit, they managed to capitalize off of the lead that they got themselves. They really put in the work for themselves.
Well, a sentence I didn't think I'd have to say today or really any time in the near future. Twitch chat in trouble. You guys were right. Weibo can find a way to lose against ThunderTalk. Look, it's one game in a series, but it's games like these that kind of give us a little bit of hope and maybe cast a bit of doubt on this Weibo roster. And we came into tonight, while yes, a ThunderTalk win in the series was going to be a pretty massive upset. Taking individual games like these make it difficult for Weibo to actually push into top 4. They're almost, I would say, basically going to be looking at a 5th, 6th place finish at best. And I mean, now with their game differential, even if they win this series, they're going to move on to 17 and 20. Like, that's really tough. You're still below Invictus Gaming at that point. I think that this is a tough game to lose.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the upset we've been waiting for in a way, but it's also it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that it happened, and it's even more ridiculous how it happened, because let's be real. most of this came from ZTAP being an absolute menace in that early game and bringing his team ahead in so many scenarios within the first 10 minutes that Weibo were just overwhelmed. I don't think they knew how to come back from that.
You look at their games. I mean, right now, Thunder Talk are in a 6-series loss streak right now. They've taken individual games versus IG. They took an individual game versus JDG. But, like, how? How does this happen? The laning phase for Xiaohu has been a big problem so far in split number 2. I think you could see it reflected. He's playing Galio, but Jesus Christ, man, we did not play this champion at all how it's supposed to. We had problems and questions coming out of this draft as to whether or not this Galio was really necessary. And I feel like this is a draft where, I don't want to say coach gap, but this is a disgusting draft coming in from Weibo. They had absolutely no agency in this game.
I mean, you could see that at least in the gold graph, there was this insane dip at about 25 minutes-ish where it just went back down, where it was this little moment of hope for the side of Weibo that they may have found something, an angle to come back with this nice Ambassa combo landing right here, this one. It looked really good, and it kind of, showed us a taste of what it could have been if they ended up playing it well from the early stages of the game. But the fact that Huya was in a position to trade back so much damage, even in that scenario, is ridiculous in itself.
Even with the fact that Xiao Hongren got caught out in the mid game, made this game a little closer, I think that gold individually for this Rise and even this Ezreal made it very difficult for Weibo to play. And we came out of this draft saying this felt like a very kind of Thunder Talk draft. You have Ezreal for 1xN. You're giving your bottom lane duo something that they can play on that's going to be strong on 2 and 3 items. I mean, you gave Seitab one of his best champions in the Rise. They were able to actually perform here in this game, and I know we spent a lot of it being like, what is Weibo doing? But I think credit has to go over to Thunder Talk to being able to execute on a team composition that did require them to play on side lanes, and they dominated from the laning phase.
And it were these catches that kind of put Weibo back on the map, though. Picking up Setup twice, finding ways to take him out of the team fight and just forcing him back a little bit. It were these moments where there was hope for Weibo, even though we mentioned that TT, they had this lead and it snowballed out of control and they wouldn't want to give it up just like that. But this catch onto 1xN as well, just look at it. In this scenario, it worked out, but then cut to a few minutes later, the other way around, 1xN gets the kill and the game is done. And it's just crazy how that snowball kept on rolling and there was nothing Weibo could have done to really stop it at this point in the game.
There were speed bumps, but I think we may have called the closure of the comedy club a little too early in that one. Maybe a little bit of egg on our faces. Definitely a lot over on Weibo. I hope everybody's able to go to the concession stand, pick up some popcorn, maybe some tomatoes. The comedy club. Look, Thunder Talk, they had the possibility and the opportunity to do something very funny. Now we could potentially see the sequel here. We've had the doors open and close here in this series as to whether or not Thunder Talk were going to have a chance. But in my mind, if you can win one game, you can win 2, especially in a series this close and with Weibo looking as vulnerable as they are right now in this split.
Yeah, I was just thinking, what's going to happen if TT actually go out with a 2-1 here? What if they actually win the series? Because the comedy club doors are, in fact, still open, wide open, more than at any other point in this day so far. So I'm here for it. Honestly, give me whatever. I'm here for the carnage. I'm here for the action. I'm here for the laughs. I just want to see... honestly, I want to see another game like this because it's just so entertaining to see Thunder Talk being able to toss Weibo around the map without them knowing what to do.
I think it is more fulfilling for the human soul to watch Thunder Talk win a game confidently than see Weibo and honestly, I know they're our next series, but I got to throw them under the bus here. TES just winning games from absolutely terrible spots. They're like, oh, we threw the game. Well, we're just going to win one team fight and we'll be good. Sweep it under the rug. History is written by the victors. You don't have to worry about whatever happened in the rest of the series. I would like to see Weibo get punished here if they're going to draft and particularly play very poorly here in the LPL. So a good punish coming out from Thunder Talk. Now, I need to see them close out. Please. Don't tug at our heartstrings. Don't give us a little bit of debate here by, oh, cool, we can win one game, and then Game 3 looking like a stomp. I want to see Thunder Talk take a win here, especially if they're going to be able to tie themselves up with a team like NIP, who is very close to them in the standings.
And now the question is, who got the MVP vote? It's 1xN. Very well done. I mean, I gotta admit, he did a great job on the Ezreal.
But this should have been Setab's. But Setab died. I think Setab may have lost his MVP when he died twice around the objectives. That may have jeopardized his MVP. But either way, congratulations to 1xN. It's surprising that it is his first. But to be fair, Thunder Talk have only won 8 games up until this point, so not very many opportunities to gain the MVP. So either way, congratulations to Thunder Talk for winning that game, and hopefully get a little bit more from them in this series.
Yes, we hope so. But before that, we will go to a quick break. So get yourself some popcorn, tomatoes, eggs, whatever you want to throw once the comedy club opens back up. And we'll be right here for you guys once the third game of the series starts. Jesus Christ, it's exciting. See you after the break. And we are back here for game number 3 of this series. Who could have seen that one coming?
Not me. And apparently Twitch chat. Maybe Twitch chat has a little bit more sauce than us. But I don't know. That was a game of all time. I saw Xiaohu get solo killed at like 4 to 5 minutes into the game. A lot of questions here left unanswered by Weibo. And hopefully Thunder Talk can... I want to see them close out the series because I think it would be such a big win for them, breaking that loss streak, potentially ruining Weibo's chances at making a deeper run here in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm here for it. I now want them to win it all, but I think fair, unrelated. Yeah, come on, stop lying. The win rate of blue side has been a topic for a very, very long time across the board, across all regions. Yeah. So do you expect Weibo to go with the blue side here, or would you want to, for this game 3, maybe even do counter picks and win through that?
Just take blue side. Just let's simplify it. The grandpas over on Weibo are already having trouble staying awake for some of these games. I need them to just take every free win that you can get. We came into the series being like, look, if Thunder Talk, if they get blue side from the 1v1 in the side select, they should take it because they needed every advantage. I think we've seen in this series, both of these teams are really getting down in the mud here, and I'm coming up now with an evil, dastardly idea that the only reason Weibo want to lose this series is so that they can get 7th place, so that they fight Thunder Talk in the play-in stage, a single best-of-5 versus Thunder Talk, so they can get an easy early seed into playoffs. That is the full amount of cope here as we get into Game 3 draft.
Okay, sure. Just pointing out again that they have the nickname of being the most consistently inconsistent team, and I think this series is showing us exactly what that means. But we're getting the bans. It's kind of same old. I don't feel like they've adapted a lot. So Yone out again. Of course, you don't want to see that on the side of TT here. And they're looking to keep away the Nico, the Gwen, the Sion, which Sion is one of those picks that kind of pop up here and there across the world, but it really seems to have a big prio in this specific league, or like in this specific series. So let's see what the first pick for Weibo is going to be. They wanted to go blue side. They wanted to play around this, and they're locking in the Skarner. Okay,
we're relying on Tien Skarner. He's been performing rather well on this champion, so I think you do still have to be afraid. I like the attention from Weibo, specifically, again, keeping Yone banned away from Setab, and then also the Lilia as a prep to try to take this. And 80 carries starting to get pinched. The fact that we are not reaching for Misfortune or Kaisa, very interesting here. Seems like we're going to get that first pick for 1xN. Wonder what they're going to be pairing this up with. We're getting a Zyra versus Skarner. Okay.
I mean, I like it in a sense of it does still have a very good clear speed. You definitely want to try and, work around that. Skarner for me, now with the MF being picked away for Weibo, that's a little, I don't want to say sad, but Skarner ult into MF ult just looks really cool, but they are deciding to go with Victor and Gnar instead. Now Gnar for me is one of the rather safe picks. If you want it that way, I feel like Gnar can be a very good blind pick. It can fall behind in lane just a little bit, still have some decent amounts of impact when it comes to the use of the ultimate later on. And then obviously the Victor has a bunch of scaling potential if you can manage to make it work throughout the laning phase, which has been Xiaohu's, let's say, in German we call it Baustelle. It's a little rough for him there.
Well, Victor thankfully is a pretty decent laning mage. He has a lot of movement speed and some pokes, so hopefully this covers for some of Xiaohu's weaknesses. And we get into the second phase of draft here. Thunder Talk still missing their mid lane and their support in this instance. And I think they have a pretty decent amount of team fighting already. You have a great frontliner, a lot of skirmishing potential with this Renekton, and you do have setup as well for the Zyra. I think a big focus again throughout the series has been support, especially when we talk about the draft. Nautilus has basically been staying on the ban table for all 3 games, and so I wonder if they're also going to be looking to get rid of the Alistar. Now with Rel gone, You have to be very careful. I think you need to be picking support on 4 here, despite already seeing the Victor, just because the pool is getting extremely pinched.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree with that. It's a good question of what do you also maybe want to pick away that might be left open. We do have a Thresh, which is also a possibility when you look towards engage, maybe ultimates that you also possibly want to layer with, you know, either side. I do like the Silas ban though, because you would get a lot of work done with these ultimates that you can steal from the other side. They're going for the Alistair pick, so last pick is going to be determined for mid lane, I would suppose.
Okay.
But we're getting the Jhin Leona as an answer into the MF and the Alistair.
Okay. Interesting. You have the Gnar. So, I mean, Weibo here, you're going to have priority in top lane. Victor usually is going to bully very many mages, so we'll see what Setab goes for. Honestly, this could just be an Aurora if they really want it. He is locking in the Yasuo. All right, we're getting another Yasuo here for Setab. Setab in game 3s, man. He's gotten access to the LeBlanc in the last series. Unfortunately, did not go their way. He now has access to the Yasuo. This is a massive amount of setup. You have this Alistar and maybe the Zyra ultimate here. Massive amounts of lane control and I think zone control coming in from Thunder Talk, but I think Weibo can very easily muscle on with a Skarner and a Leona, make it difficult for Thunder Talk to actually get anything going.
I do want to quickly mention a question that popped up in chat, which is, why did Weibo not pick the Braum? Because that's like the counter pick into an MF lane. Why would you go for Leona here in the combination with the Jhin instead of picking the Braum in order to have that little bit of a shield when it comes to the bullet time?
I think it's reasonable. You have a Leona. Instead of just blocking the Misfortune ult, how about we just stop it all entirely, right? Like, if Misfortune doesn't have Flash, if she doesn't have Cleanse, I'm going to use my Leona ult, and then she's done. She's basically useless. So I think a big portion of this game is going to come down to 1xN and the rest of Thunder Talk, making sure that they can mark Urha, who, even as a new support coming into the league, having to step in for a team full of veterans, has had pretty good games, all things considered, across his career so far in 2025. I'll be honest here. If Thunder Talk are able to win this is going to be a very explosive game. They need to keep Weibo off kilter, making sure that they're not able to focus in this game. And if they get into scaling, if we get into a war where mid and 80 carry for Weibo get 2 and 3 items, it's going to be a little scary here, I think, for TT.
So we're definitely expecting a little bit of a fiesta here, hopefully with an explosive early game as we're going into game number 3, the all-deciding game between Weibo and TT. And I mean, I'm interested to see what our chat is going to say, but I'm rooting for TT here. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'm worried for Setab, though. Like, you are a Yasuo that doesn't have very many knockups. You're going to be playing into a Skarner and a Leona. It's a pretty nightmare matchup to go into. So let's see what TT are able to do. If they're able to find an upset, they would go to 3-11. Still locked in for the play-in stage of the tournament, but the fact that they can make this upset would ruin a lot of the bracket for Weibo Gaming going forward. Again, you look at TT's schedule. Even though they are at the bracket, they are expected to lose all their games. They're going up against AL in a couple of days, or tomorrow. You have WE, TES, and NIP as the very last series of the split. If they take any of these wins, that's massive.
Yeah, it would be huge for them. And now we're already seeing a little bit of what makes the Zyra jungle so, enjoyable to play. You have the help of your little plants and therefore have a really nice clear speed, which is something not many junglers can match right away. And I wonder if we're going to see something like an invade here from Tian to just get a little bit of that tempo out of the Zyra. Maybe, just maybe, he also just wants to play towards his bot lane and manage to get them a little further ahead in this lane matchup. As we can see, Twitch predictions, even though they say it's going to be a Weibo win, it's a close call.
Yeah, much closer than literally any other part in this series here. So I like this adaptation from Xiaohu, going for the Grasp Victor, so he's going to get a lot of HP, and in a melee matchup, he can definitely be very abusive in this matchup. junglers are going to opposite sides here. It is still the electrocute here for Xiaohongren, so I think it's pretty interesting that he decided to go for this. It was obviously a champion that kind of disappeared from the meta for a while, was the answer into Skarner until some of the AP champions got nerfed and Faded Ashes kept getting repeatedly taken down a notch. So we'll see what Xiaohongren is able to do on this Zyra.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see. Also, when I look towards the objectives that they're maybe, you know, on their list, that are maybe on their list for these early stages, if you go for grubs, early drakes, Zyra always has this a little bit more of help, I would say. But let's see if that's actually going to be even interesting, as now we're looking to at least put a little vision here. And they will spot this backport. Is there a way for them to deny it? Yep, there is. Breathe has to stay in this lane just a little longer. And we actually have a level advantage on the Zyra here. And it's the first blood for the jungler of Thundertalk. But they're looking to maybe get something back here on the bot lane. Weibo pushing aggressively forward onto Feather. He's even ignited. But Flash from Light has been used as well, as now they're looking to capitalize off their advantage in the mid lane, as Setup has to flash away. And you said it, has a bit of a rougher laning phase here possibly at hands. And he's not managing to make it out alive. Therefore, 1-2-1 in kills in these first few minutes.
And gold going over to exactly the places they want to for both of these teams. That kill for Xiaohu means that he gets closer to an evolve, and for Xiaohongren, he gets some of these topside camps, and more specifically gets to take Breathe out, which I think is surprising, considering the fact that he had to take an early recall versus Renekton versus Gnar, and then even gets punished on his recall, forces his teleport. Is a good start, I think, for both teams. I think they'd be happy with where they are in this game right now. Tian also losing his flash during that. Not all that bad when you consider for Thundertalk. So more full clears coming on through for the Zyra. We're going to continue to watch how this game develops with, I think, Thundertalk already, you know, they're getting into position. They're making aggressive plays, just barely getting spotted out by that ward as Xiaohongren.
Yeah, and they're looking to find a catch. But the slow into stun is there. And therefore no bigger problems for this mid lane. I wonder if, you know, we're looking to see the Yasuo power spike at some point, you know? The infamous...
Setab just had a great game, and you want to see his downfall. You want to see the 0-10 Yasuo.
I want to see his power spike. That's an entirely different thing, because from the power spike, I need to see him win. I'm just asking if that's what we should expect from how complicated this game might be for him.
I think it's very likely that we end up getting a tough game here for Setab. Breathe gets knocked out of lane again. So another plate going over, or at least the first plate of this matchup, going over to Hoya. I wonder if there's ever a swap here. You know, we're at 5.5 minutes. The lane swap detection is going to be off. So does the bot lane ever just move on over? It does not get easier for Gnar, especially in a dive scenario. But with how this is looking, Hoya's opening up an almost 30 CS lead plus the plate gold. Tian is going to try to use his bot lane priority to grab him the first dragon of the game. This is still looking incredibly good for Thundertalk. And, I mean, Xiaohongren is now going to have access to maybe some of Tian's topside camps.
Yeah, that's definitely what you should be looking for, because there is no trade you can go for right now. There are no grubs, so you would have to look for anything else you can find. Maybe even a kill onto Breathe, who's standing on a ward there very beautifully, which could be something you can look for. Nice flash forward into Dominus here from the side. And there are the Stranglethorns, and it's the next kill. And I hate to say it, but Breathe is not getting any air at this point in the game.
He's getting gapped right now. He took the call on the first back, dies again. Another plate goes over, and Xiaohongren and Hoya, they make it work, man. They end up finding another kill here. It's both of their flashes being used, but Hoya is going to absolutely open up a massive lead. 2,000 gold almost between the top and jungle of Thundertalk. And let's get that comedy club open. Tickets available now if you want to try and grab them.
Yep, the comedy club is in business right now. And Zetap, he has put on a great show in the last game, but I think today's headliner, or like this game's headliner, has to be the Zyra, at least so far. That's what it looks like. Really, really nice game from the jungler on TT so far, who has been criticized so much, and now maybe finding a bit of redemption here as well.
unfairly, it was not his fault that his jungler got sent over to BLG because BLG were fighting and they couldn't figure out which jungler they liked more, Shun or Wei. Turns out neither of them. So I think an amazing series for him to have finally, I think, a step up in performance. He's been having, I think, a tough time here in the league, obviously, having to come mid-split. I think he's also breaking up a pretty long-standing duo for ThunderTalk. Really, ThunderTalk only losing UCal in the offseason to DRX, and maybe the rest of this team kind of sticking around as a band of brothers, but losing so many games in the middle of the split, now coming in with a new jungler. It felt very doomed, but it seems like finally they're starting to find at least a little bit of success, and especially against a weak Weibo here. Xiaohong Ren now gets to start up a Grubs early on with a very strong Renekton right alongside him.
Yeah, and Renekton can be such a menace if he gets ahead in the early game, which he has so far. Really had a nice laning phase, so they have to respect this. Weibo have to take a step back. Tian is in the area, but I don't see an angle at which they could come in here and try to snack away one of these grubbies with the plans and the tempo. It is an easy play here, but oh no, it goes wide. The ultimate doesn't hit. The Stranglethorns are coming out again, and the follow-up is just right there. It's another feat of warfare for the side of TT, trying to slow Erha again as well. But no more kills. 3 grubs, 3 kills, 2k gold lead. It's a nice start for ThunderTalk again.
Renekton's going to be able to teleport for this? I mean, hell, we got 3 grubs and Xiaohong Ren is still ahead. He has almost a level on his opponent here. That was the flash from Erha as well. This is exactly what we wanted to see from ThunderTalk coming in with this draft. It does not get easier for them. Again, right now, Xiaohu is starting to scale. Looks like he's going for the Rod of Ages Victor, which honestly does not inspire me with a lot of hope. With how this game is going, I feel like you really need that upfront damage. You might want to get into a scaling war, but Erha actually standing under this turret. Light just completely abandoned him. He's like, look, you got more HP than me. You can stand here. I can't.
Very nice bullet time. Knock up into the wall. The root from Light is coming out as well. He's going to get 1 return kill. But at what cost? Because this turret, even though the TPs are coming in, could possibly go down. Curtain call from downtown trying to buy some more time. But the TPs coming in a little bit too late. No more kills going to be on the map here with the Arcane Storm just clearing the wave at this point.
Okay.
But it's as spicy as I wanted it to be. Honestly, I'm really happy with this.
Yeah, okay, so we're going into the replay, but while all of this investment in the top side was just happening, great flash coming in from Xiaohong Ren to actually avoid that. Tian is actually taking all of this Zyra's bottom camp, so a big investment to try to get more plates onto this top side river, but I think a very big punish coming on through to make sure that Zyra's in a very strong spot coming on in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also very interested to see how their ultimates are going to layer at the later stages of the game, because the Stranglethorns into bullet time usually is such an incredible combination to dish out so much damage. So that's definitely something I'm looking forward to if we're going into the later stages here. Especially because I'm an MF main. So call me disgusting, but I enjoy this. I enjoy this very much.
I remember this now. Yes, the MF player. Okay.
Yep.
Look, MF, strong laning champion, has a lot of setup when it comes to for team fighting. Obviously, the champion has a very low skill floor and particularly low skill ceiling, because there's really not much you could do with the kit. You kind of just have to stand there, and you have a lot of upfront damage. So. Yeah. We'll see how 1xN is able to pilot this. Been one of a more impressive class of new AD carries stepping on through, but you see this right now. I love how ThunderTalk and particularly Xiaohong Ren is actually moving around this Renekton, utilizing the priority.
Yeah, they're looking to find another catch. Stranglethorn's out again, and Tian has nothing he can do as Hoya gets the next kill. They're looking to maybe even get a little bit more, but all they do is force back Weibo, and they have to watch the waves crash underneath their tier 1 turret without any chance of picking them back up.
Yeah,
and now
this is just gold being missed out on. Wait, what are we? Why are we showing? We're just showing this brush. I guess we're feeling bad for Breathe.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean we are. We are feeling.
Oh, the LPL observers are mad right now. They are mad.
I mean, I'm sorry to the observers and to Breathe apparently, but like, you know, it's not going well. What do you want us to say?
All right. Well, that's the Dragon going over to ThunderTalk. so gotta be feeling incredible about their spot. Plates do fall in a minute and a half or 2 minutes from now, but you already look Hoya with a 2,000 gold lead with this Renekton, and this game is going to get very easy for them once they finish more of those first items. Setab getting close to getting that Blade of the Ruin King for himself, and now 1xN with a Bloodthirster plus an unfinished Cull, so even more gold being generated for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what 1xN goes for as his second item. I know some people like to play with the Essence Reaver, but for now we're looking at Zetap, who is probably making it out. Never mind, there is the Impale into Arcane Storm. The problem is the Arcane Storm and the Impale didn't work together quite well, as we now get a Solar Flare onto Feather, who has to flash out, manages to make it out alive, and we're capitalizing off of that right here, right now on the bot side, as Breathe has to Megaphones, dies anyways, and loses another wave, another bit of gold, and probably the first turret here on this bot lane.
Setab and Feather, yeah, they invested their flashes. They make sure that nothing from Weibo can be gained. First turret going over to Thunder Talk. 3 games in a row where they're able to get the feats of strength completed for them. And an amazing start. I know the early game of Game 1, we had a lot of questions that were left unanswered. But we get into Game 2, we get into Game 3, and Thunder Talk look that much better. Setab, however, you're probably donezo in this one.
Well, let's see. He's trying to put in some work. He doesn't have his flash. He has nothing left. He's rooted. He's trying to dash away. But in the end, the laser brings an end to it. And Xiaohu manages to pick up his second kill here. And for me, Xiaohu is the player to watch on this roster of Weibo right now, because I think he has to be the difference maker for this team.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of gold right now, and still has that Rod of Ages slowly ticking away for this Victor. So he'll get more experience. I think more importantly, though, the fact that he got 2 kills means that he is a lot closer to finishing all his evolves. Should be pretty close, especially if he's been picking up all of the cannons. But now, Hoya teleports top lane. He has a lot of gold. Again, 5,000 gold lead between Hoya and Xiaohan Ren. And he's going to continue to cannibalize all of Tian's topside jungle. Anywhere Renekton is where Zyra is looking to be as well. We have 25 seconds before the Herald spawns, and I have to imagine, with all these ultimates now back up and available, Thunder Talk are going to be looking like they want to be in position for this objective.
100%. And I think they are doing what they've been trying to show us all day long. You know, this early game, that they can play quite well. In first game, they had these early 3 kills, but they didn't really manage to do anything on top of it. But now, after game 2, and now in this game 3, they are looking very confident, and I like it. I like to see them in a more proactive role, not waiting for someone else to do the work for them, trying to get engaged, but actually looking for the plays themselves. As we can see, Setup kind of looking for Breathe here just a little bit. Breathe is on the wrong side of the turret here, I would say. Has to be a bit careful, but maybe with Tian and Erha moving towards this side of the map as well, they can force TT back a little bit, but instead they're just looking for the top side objective, and they will pick up this Herald uncontested, and it just keeps getting darker and darker for Weibo.
I just love how Thunder Talk are moving around the map. I know we've been focusing a lot about this top lane duo, but Feather, recognizing that 1xN is really safe by himself, again, has all of his summoner spells. You're playing this Misfortune, so you have access to the strut and the large amount of movement speed that comes with it. And so they're just pairing Feather with Setab, making sure that he stays safe, that he's picking up gold and all of his items here. So very good stuff coming in from Thunder Talk, playing, I think, the map that much better than Weibo here. And now they have Grubs, they have the Herald as well. They've already completed some of their first items, they're getting close to 2. Weibo trying to scale into this game, but how much more of the map are they willing to give in order to get to that objective and make sure that they're going to still be relevant here in this game?
I think we've had a similar situation last game where it was kind of like, how can they come back? Who are we looking at to be the difference maker? Last game it sure as hell wasn't Xiaohu, but in this game he has to make a lot of work as the Herald charges forward, but it's not going to be the entire turret going down. That's the good news here for Weibo. This mid lane tier 1 turret that's so crucial to open up the map keeps on holding on for at least a little longer. Let's see if it helps them in any way for this next Drake that's going to spawn in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think that the big portion for them is just pushing on side lanes and then moving inwards. You can already see they have priority in top side. Setab pushed the bottom lane wave, and now they're going to make a play in mid. They don't really need this turret to go down. All they want to do is keep Weibo trapped on this side of the map so they can go for the dragon. It is now up and available. No access here from Weibo as they're going to try to look for any jungle camps that are still up so that Tien can maybe hit level 11 in time.
Yeah, and so far this Impale, which is such a strong ultimate here on the side of Tien, hasn't really been doing that big of work, you know, like we've seen this one scenario on top lane where it was Impale into Arcane Storm, but the synergy between those two ultimates didn't work out so well. Also, Setap is just extremely mobile. So I'm really waiting for the point in time where these ultimates collapse on top of each other and make it work for Weibo here, but I just wonder if they will get enough time in order to make it work.
Just seeing if they can make something happen onto Breathe. It is just Setap by himself. He doesn't know that this Zyra is here. Should know now that the plants are coming over the wall. Weibo are just lacking a lot of proactivity. They're not able to make a play on side lane with how strong Hoya is, and they just lack a lot of vision right now. All of it is in place in topside so that Xiaohu can pick up all of this gold, making sure that this Victor is safe. Our observer's kind of panning over. You can see that there's a litter of control wards and blue side wards here for Weibo Gaming, making sure that their legendary star mid laner can kind of get to those item breakpoints, get closer to what seems like a Leandri second here.
I'm still looking to Tien so much, though. We've talked about it. He has been this Worlds winner in 2019. He has to be a little bit of a difference maker for this team as well, coming in later on into the split, but he's having a rough time really doing the work that he needs to do on his champions today, as they're looking to maybe poke a little bit here, but maybe now Tien going over the wall, but he's left alone once more. Where's the rest of his team? Can they follow up on this? Feather is extremely low, but the Stranglethorns again coming out. The ultimate from 1xN going wide. Solar Flare stops it, and therefore they have done a good job at getting out these ultimates without actually taking a lot of damage.
All right, well, let's see what else Weibo are able to actually get done here. They are very adamantly defending their mid lane tier 1. But just how worth it is it? You're losing jungle camps. You're continuing to lose access in this game. ThunderTalk, though, they're choking them out, but I think that they are kind of recognizing that for right now, the game is very, very easy for them to just continue to scale. And while Weibo do have great lane control or the ability to wave clear, I think we're really looking at these objectives. Otacon's going to spawn in 5. You have Zyra. I think you just ripped this on spawn, not gonna lie. Your Zyra is level 14 at 20 minutes, 2 items already. You are very, very strong, especially with the Misfortune. They're gonna move all their members over, and right now I'm watching Hoya has teleport between the two of them, and I'm gonna be watching Breathe as well, making sure that he can keep himself up to date with this Mega Gnar bar.
1xM not getting hit there by the root, super important for him to not get stuck. They cannot catch him. If they catch him, it's going to be the first step into the right direction for Weibo, but it's very hard for TT to exist on this map without 1xN, as they're now looking to get this Atakan, as you said, right on the spawn here. But Tien is looking for a way over the wall possibly, but he's completely alone. The rest of his team just too far away, and therefore the Atakan going down, and now they're turning maybe towards a possible fight here. Slow coming out, Root going wide. And Weibo just don't find the right angles to get in here and force the fight.
I think I'm okay with this, though. Xiaohong Ren and the rest of ThunderTalk, they're losing a little bit on the map right now. They did get the Otacon, but you look on the opposite side, it's going to be some damage finally down onto this mid-tier 1. Breathe also finally took the bottom lane tier 1. So ThunderTalk are actually cut off from this mid-wave. Very important for them to be able to get some damage down onto the structures and try to claim a little bit of this map back in their favor. Dragon spawns in a minute here. Maybe they can go for one more mid-wave and then potentially look for something, but I'm honestly looking at Xiao, who just hit level 15 with finishing his Rod of Ages. If you can get level 16, 3 points into that Arcane Storm has to be a big difference maker for them. And maybe Light now finishing his Infinity Edge will be enough of a reason for Weibo to finally contest.
I do have to say, though, we've been criticizing TT for kind of over-forcing a little bit here and there in the past, you know, trying to get much out of situations where there was not really a way for them to even, you know, win out. And in this game, I feel like they're playing it very calmly, as they're now finding another headbutt into Xiaohu, the bullet time going out. But there's also the Arcane Storm being used, and this is 2 ultimates down for both sides. TT having used that crucial MF ultimate, but Weibo as well using the Chaos Storm right before the Drake. Not sure this is the way to go for them.
They're fighting for mid prio. You can see how important it is for both of these teams to try to fight over the mid lane wave. And Zyra has a million plants in the pit, so I'd imagine that's going to be a very easy dragon take for them. Setap doesn't have a ton of range, so he can't walk up.
Solar Flare coming out. They're in turret range, but they're picking up the kill. Era's down, but how much more can Weibo get here? Possibly with Feather being extremely low, but they're now moving towards this Drake. And it looks like Weibo accept their fate. They know they can't really contest this. They need to find something elsewhere, and they're looking to maybe catch Hoya here on the map in the topside jungle. He's going over the wall. Tian spots him, tries to find a knockup, but he's left alone. Jin is now moving towards him. Oh, nice dodge there. Root not going through. Hoya had to use the Dominus, but it's fine. It's actually fine.
All of this gold has been going into the solo lanes of Weibo, while TT finally being able to grab another turret on their side. It'll be the bottom lane tier 2 of Weibo's that is taken. And while Breathe was trying to split on the top side, Hoya finally picks up another wave. Tian was not able to punish. So now Thunder Talk can go right back into this situation where they just pressure onto mid, move into Fog of War, move into side lanes. Even with this turret being as low as it is, you can see it's a bit tough for them. I feel like you have 3 grubs. Misfortune, if you just put down, if you and your jungler walk up, put a couple more, plants down, you can actually just walk up to this turret and just take it. But maybe afraid that Erha is going to be able to make that snap engage. You don't want to be able to throw this game. Yep. He just completely misses.
Solar Flare up, but it doesn't go anywhere.
Oh!
Stranglethorns, very nice ultimate here from Tian. Completely disenabling the Stranglethorns and the MF ultimate for that matter. As the Chaos Storm is being used as well. No kills, but Tian at least going pretty low, has to retreat a little bit. But both of these turrets are still standing, and it's an aggressive game so far.
Wow, Erha doesn't land the ultimate, and then they just let the bullet time rip. Feather played that incredibly well. He stops his jungler from being taken away by the Impale. He does have to use his flash, but he forces Tian to actually move out, and thankfully for Tian, he has a hell of a lot of HP, so this 1xn bullet time doesn't do all that much damage to him, or is able to immediately rip him apart. But if Feather doesn't find that, that might be the Zyra's flash being gone, and maybe this is a pick.
It is a pick. It looks like it. Curtain call from downtown. Oh my god, the shot just goes wide. Feather gets that last shot into his face, but manages to walk away. And therefore, again, nothing for Weibo to really get out of this, as there are just no kills going over to their side. No kills going over to their AD carry. They get to clear up this mid lane wave, but there's not much more they're going to get out of this.
Everybody lives, nobody dies. It's a 25-minute game with 10 kills and a 7,000 gold lead for Thunder Talk. Yep, okay, thank you, 1xn. Use your Bloodthirster shield, walk up, finally break open this turret. It is so much easier now for them to get mid priority. We're watching this. I want to see the Skarner ult here. Oh, okay,
that was nice,
is this it?
It was a nice
Okay,
block.
so yeah, I want to watch Feather here. So Tian uses the Impale, he gets Zyra, and he immediately gets bopped out. Such an insane play from Feather to save them, and they're starting up the Baron immediately.
Oh my god, the Baron is super low. Bullet time coming out, but it's just getting delayed a little bit. Baron is down for the side of TT, and they are looking to clean up this next team fight as the Impale comes out. Very nice Impale finding several members, but the damage output on the side of Thunder Talk is just too big. Last one standing, Tian running for the hills. He's trying to trade a little bit of damage. Feather, not the tankiest member here, but Hoya has so much damage and is so tanky. 3 levels ahead of Tian, and therefore it goes over. There is the ace for TT, and they are pushing into the base. Baron buffed, and with an entire minion wave.
10 seconds for Erha before he's alive. This should be inhibitor at the very least. I feel like if Hoya was willing to teleport, they could go for more. But instead, it's going to be the 2 turrets in mid, maybe another turret in the top lane here. They're going to recall, reset, and get ready for Dragon Soul in a minute's time. Thunder Talk are mere moments away, maybe another team fight before they beat Weibo, move up in the standings, and break a 6-series losing streak. I mean, this Baron was already very low to start with, just all the Zyra plans. Amazing setup from Feather to find Xiaohu. Tian's nowhere in the area, and Weibo, yet again, lost, listless, and really just completely inactive in this series.
And it's so unlucky to see that Tian actually finds a good engage, but there's just no follow-up there as we're looking at the next team fight. Light is completely deleted here by Setup, and now we're looking at Breathe. Breathe is doing a bit of work here, finds a nice kill onto the enemy mid laner, but Hoya is unstoppable. He has the dominance again, and even the Arcane Storm will not change your faith, as it's the fight you've been looking for, the possible fight to end the game, as it's Hoya against Tian, who finds another Impale only to get punched into the face and therefore sent into the gray screen, as TT are looking to find not just the upset but kind of the miracle. After such a long losing streak, they are actually showing themselves from their strong side today, taking down Weibo Gaming, and you can see they are relieved when you look at the face cams.
Who would have thought that not only would ThunderTalk win a game versus Weibo, but the entire series, and they did it from red side. ThunderTalk, congratulations. Again, you're still locked in for play-ins, but finally being able to find a win after the jungle substitution of Xiao Hongren, and with Beichuan leaving, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how many more wins this ThunderTalk team still has in them, but the fact that we can finally see them piece together two of them in a series is good looks for them, and a massive shadow now casted onto Weibo.
Honestly, I love this. I know
Yeah.
Weibo, they need these wins. I know for them it's so important as well, but for TT, I think it's also such a mental thing to win this game and take a bit of a mental advantage from it and be a bit more motivated again, to be honest. I think it's such a rough position to be in, and for them to look this confident and proactive on the map, I'm mind blown, and I'm so happy I got to witness that, because at the start of the day I was like, okay, how exciting can this series actually be?
I mean, we
really
came out of
nice.
game one. We came out of game one and we're like, okay, Weibo, let's 2-0. Let's get us out of this series, and we'll just forget the rest of this one.
Yep.
Yeah, I think exciting. Also, Xiao Hongren's first Zyra game in his competitive career, so having that win, a much different look from what we've seen from him so far. He's been on so many of the kind of AD bruiser engaged junglers. Finally being able to see him on this Zyra, and it just worked out so well. I think so many things went right for them in particular. We didn't necessarily get to see the Setab or 1xN show, but I think such a different look for them, moving more into Hoya and their jungler.
Yeah, and I feel like it shows that they're looking to develop as a team, right? They know they have their strengths in setup, in 1xN, but they need to, develop across the board. They need to find ways to have more than one carry to rely on. And I think today was a great showing for that. You can rely on Hoya, on this Renekton. People in chat were like, okay, why Renekton? Why not Ornn? That's why. Once he gets ahead, he's an absolute menace, and he can slice and dice through you like there is no tomorrow. He will just press ultimate and it's done. And I love everything about this. To be honest, I'm also not sure who's going to be the MVP for this. I think the chat wants it to be the Zyra. But what's your choice?
It should absolutely be Xiao Hongren. I mean, the storyline of him being able to come in, him also just having a fantastic Zyra game, making a lot of ganks work onto Breathe, finding that first kill in the top side. So many things going right for them again, and I really do think he deserves it. He played this game very, very excellently. Again, we talked about the fact that he's a player that does have a lot of criticism levied his way. I think partially due to the fact that he is just on the most losing roster currently in the LPL right now. So just hats off to them. Glad to see them at 3-11, and I just look at that goal difference. It is the entire time. The only goal lead that Weibo had the entire game, 66.
Damn.
Just...
Yeah, that's not much. I don't know what to say about this, to be honest. It's so one-sided, and if we would have told me that we have a one-sided game like this coming out of ThunderTalk, I would have called you bluff, 100%.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anyone could have prepared me for this happening today, and it started in the early stages. Look at this catch; it's crazy.
Oh yeah.
He just gets
he
solo
gets
kill.
the predict. I mean, Breathe doesn't use his flash, right? Like, he's in the middle of his jump, but he just doesn't use it. This pixel perfect dodge from Xiao Hongren. Maybe you could say it's him, maybe you could say it's TED missing it, but either way, it is Weibo losing to the worst team in the league, a massive upset coming into tonight, and possibly crippling their chances at making top 4. I think they're almost assuredly now going to be ending anywhere between 6th and 7th. Maybe a 5th if they're able to take it, but again, their schedule does not get easier for Weibo. Top Esports in a few days. They're going to be playing JDG as well, FPX and WE to end their series, so maybe if they can go 500 on the series, you can maybe say, like, maybe they make 6th, but I am very much impressed, and for the fact that ThunderTalk's playoffs right now are already very much kind of like probably not happening, every series win for them is massive.
Yeah, completely. And I mean, don't you love it when these teams that cannot win anything for themselves anymore at least manage to kind of stir up some chaos for other teams? I think it's the funniest things to watch. And I gotta give it to Trouble, because I asked her before the series, I was like, give me some input. What do I need to know about these teams? What do I need to know when I come into this? And she was like, they're so inconsistent. Weibo have been struggling so hard. They have great games and then they throw it away. And I think this series had it all. Game number 1 looked so good from Weibo. They kind of, I don't want to say stomped, but they just looked way more confident, way more organized, in sync. And then game 2 comes, and what happened? It looked like a completely different team. And I think that is a huge thing they need to work on, honestly, because this inconsistency is just not something you can work with at this level. You need to be there at all times.
It's also just a very slow team. I thought coming into the season that with bringing in Tien, the meme is kind of that Tien is a bit of an aggressive jungler, but I think he's actually kind of reinvented himself throughout the years as being a bit more mindful of where he's pathing and how he tends to think about the game. But I thought that maybe with them, he'd kind of force Xiaohu to be a little bit more proactive. We have not seen that, Weibo. They're now on a 4-loss streak. Xiao Hongren ends up grabbing himself the MVP. Second one he's able to grab in the split. And again, an incredible job going over to ThunderTalk, finding this win here today.
Honestly, well deserved. I think after everything he's been through, being promoted, people saying he's not ready yet, he's not quite there yet. This is exactly what you need to get that mental edge and just, keep on believing in yourself as well, I think, because I feel like that's the hardest part, ignoring the criticism that's coming from outside, because he's probably feeling it. He's probably aware that it's been rough. But it's been a great series. Honestly, I'm super hyped. I'm super happy. I had a blast. Thank you guys so much for having me on this show.
It's great to have you.
Love the work that you guys are doing. You're hustling so much, and honestly, chapeau to you guys. You're doing a great job. And I hope you have a great next series. I heard there's more bangers coming up, but I doubt it's going to be as cool as this one.
How do we follow this one up? We've got TES versus JDG coming up on next. We're going to do a little bit of a caster swap. So everybody, please say thank you to Mila, and hopefully we are able to see you later on down the line. But yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to hopefully refresh and get ready for our third and last series of the night.
everybody, and welcome back to LPL English, where we have our third and final series of the day, and it is a good one. I don't know if we're going to be able to top the hype of that Thunder Talk win over Weibo Off Battery, but JDG, Top Esports, this series ended up going crazy the last time these two teams faced off, and that's kind of just how it goes with these two squads.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, JDG, I'm still thinking about that IG series that they should have won, but
JDG,
you know,
throw this all the way
use for content, and then this one. In the most top esports way possible, we steal an Elder Dragon versus JDG and immediately close this out. They go on to clinch the series. Again, top esports, they've gone away with highway robbery this season. I even think about their NIP series, right? They went the distance and almost were able to come back in that game number 2.
Yeah, this was a wild best of 3 overall. Eventually won, of course, by Top Esports, although it definitely got pretty close. And we are going to see if JDG do have what it takes to maybe punch back and have a bit of a bounce back, because we haven't really seen them play too much League of Legends in a while here in the LPL. They are actually 4 of their last 5 in terms of wins. Their only loss in their last 5 matchups being against TES. So seeing what they look like here in this rematch, definitely going to be very exciting. And we have a lot to get through before we start off this best of 3. So let's start off by talking about JDG. I think overall the big narrative here for this squad, they got a hell week coming up ahead of them. They had to lend out their arena to the Valorant International that was happening, and so what that means is that they have to play so many of their series over the next 7-8 days.
Yes, JDG, they are going to play this series tonight, and then over the next 7 days after this, they are going to play 4 series. So within 8 days, they're going to be playing 5 different teams, and a lot of them from the top of the standings. Maybe now a little bit more in contention with IG still on a bit of a slide, Weibo just now losing to Top Esports, maybe, or to Thunder Talk. Maybe this is the point where JDG are able to really solidify themselves as a top 3 team. I think that matchup versus BLG at the very end is going to be one that they are in particular looking at.
Well, you got to get past FPX first. They beat them last time around. But anyway, taking a look at the roster, again, big names across the board, all at Shun, Scout, Pays, and Missing. I think overall there's been inconsistencies across the board, except for the bottom lane, where they've really been playing well this split.
I'm willing to throw Missing under the bus, but Pays, you guys can't see it, but I'm petting my monitor. That guy can do no wrong in my eyes. He has been fantastic and a standout member. Feels like he hasn't really missed a beat from last year, and it feels like if JDG are going to be the Kingslayers or potentially dark horse going into playoffs, we need to see them really up their game and start to kind of turn it on going closer into playoffs here.
Yeah, I mean, they always have instances and have moments where they look like one of the best teams in the LPL, and then they drop games to teams that they probably weren't expecting to, like Thunder Talk, like WE, and then of course losing that series to Top Esports, one that they definitely would have wanted a couple of weeks ago. But now they get their chance at revenge, obviously, here. And again, when we talk about this team, we take a look at some footage here. It's a lot of the Pays show. He's been so consistent. He's been so dominant all year long.
Yes, we had questions, right? Like even their Demacia Cup, when we saw them at the very beginning, we were like, okay, Pays and Missing, not doing too hot. The whole team, we had a lot of mistakes coming in from Scout. Shun was still trying to find his way on this team. We were questioning if this bot lane was really going to work, and even Split 1 had a little bit of issues, but Pays very quickly stood out as one of the best AD carries here in the league, and still, I think, carrying a level of consistency and poise that we have yet to see from some other AD carries here in the league.
And now the question for JDG is, as they close out this second round robin, what are the rest of the members going to look like, right? How is Scout going to look? Can he kind of bounce back from some of the inconsistencies that we've seen from him? We know he's such a solid player, and what the rest of the team can do as well. But as we take a look at some of these clips here, again, the bot lane really, or this AD carry in Pays, I mean, what a story it is to have him just immediately replace Ruler on this JDG roster, have them kind of swap places, and it's going to be a real test for him throughout the year to see how he can compare to somebody like that, because he is somebody who has gotten criticism at points in time, but so far in the LPL has been doing pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's been so impressive to see him, and he's done it on a fair few different kind of picks here. Just because I think you look at you look at him, he's playing a lot more Misfortune coming into Split 2, which was a very big change. I think his Jhin has been kind of pioneering the league across the board. So I think it's so exciting that we get this matchup between him and Jackie Love. I think the storylines just match up so perfectly. You have two prodigy 80 carries getting picked up. Obviously, Pays a little bit more recent, but in terms of the genius 80 carries of the league, Jackie Love has been, I think, slipping a little bit this year. He has not been as important, but I think that is more to the case of how TES tend to play, which is a very aggressive style around Kanavi's individual leads and trying to get their solo lanes into good spots.
Yeah, and I think overall for JDG, again, it's about finding that true level of consistency. How well can they perform, when they are facing off against some of the top teams in the league, right? And they are currently sitting in that 4th position, but unlike some of the other squads, they have not really played that much, League of Legends compared to some of the other teams in Group Ascend. They are 7-4 overall here in the regular season. They've only played 11 games. Most of the other teams have played 13, 14 or so, and so that should give us a lot of opportunities to still continue to watch what this team has to offer. But let's take a look at their opponents today, and it's none other than the defending champions, Top Esports. And, there's always a lot of narratives to talk about when you're discussing the #1 team in the league overall. But the biggest one, obviously, Kanavi on Top Esports, moving over from JDG, where he was, their star player, their franchise player for 4 to 5 years.
It's just a fantastic story. It's missing the new franchise player alongside the entirety of JDG, still sticking around. 369 and Kanavi. 369 actually moving over to Top Esports last year and having a similar level of success where JDG could not. And then Kanavi finally coming on over. This feels like a Top Esports that is supposed to rise above and do what they couldn't do last year, which they've already, I think, accomplished. They brought home an LPL trophy. They took over in the first split of the year. They were able to kind of give Cream his first piece of silverware as well, and so far I think they really want to try to replicate more of that success. They are by far the most aggressive team in the league. I think they're also, you look at the stats, they look like the best team as well at times. It's just a level of consistency. Sometimes their aggressive playstyle definitely does get the better of them, and this game in particular, I remember casting this one. This one made me tear my hair out, man, because Cream had a huge advantage on him, and this used to be a champion that he was very well known for.
And I think the point of this package overall, just demonstrating a player like Cream, who is a bit of a newer face compared to the rest of the members on Top Esports. He has some moments where he looks amazing. He looks like one of the best players in the entire LPL. And then he has other moments that have you scratching your head. A couple of times here, we just ate up an entire bullet time for free from Awesome and just ended up dying before the fight ended up beginning. They ended up winning that game overall, but just kind of throughout the rest of this tape, it's a lot of good, but then a couple of times where you might cost this team a couple of big advantages.
I like to think that a lot of our teams in the LPL are a little int, a little bit of pog. Sometimes we get a mix. Sometimes we get Weibo versus Thunder Talk. To Top Esports, a team that has, like we saw in the JDG package, they've had their fair share of miracles. So many games that look lost from them come back with a single steal from Kanavi, come back with a single team fight from 369 or from Cream, and this team just suddenly comes back to life out of nowhere. And I think it's that clutch factor that, kind of has given them so much prowess here in the league, but it also is, the fact that they're supposed to be our best team. They got embarrassed at first stand. We wanted to see a lot more from them coming into Split 2.
Yeah, and, so far it's been looking good record-wise in terms of match score. In terms of game score, they have been dropping a fair amount of games, and so you have to maybe take that into account a little bit. But overall, they've been able to get the job done, right? In game number 3s, they're, 7-1, I think, when they go the full distance. And one of them, of course, was against JDG a couple of weeks ago. So in terms of what our expectations are in terms of results, of course, Top Esports won the last time around. But I think, honestly, if you're a JDG fan, if you can get some more consistency out of the mid-jungle, if Shun and Scout can really come online, I think JDG have a really great chance to take the upset here.
Yeah, JDG versus the other top 4 teams, so AL, BLG, and JDG. It's not looking too good against Top Esports. They have winning records versus anyone's Legends and BLG, but against Top Esports, they're 0-2 in Zeri score and game score 2-5. Obviously, they lose 2-1 to them here in the regular season. They lost 1-3 going up against them in the playoffs of split number 1. So, still some things to work out. I think it's so fun to talk about just because, you would think that with having this roster that you're going to have 3 massive priority lanes. 369 on carries. You're going to have Cream playing all these different mages and trying to really expand some of his pool. Jackie Love now paired up with Crisp. This should be a very fun bot lane, but I think Jackie Love has actually had to take a little bit of a step back here on this roster in terms of being able to carry and being able to bring himself here into this game, whereas Pays, again, most consistent. I know I was looking at the stats, and I keep saying this across all of the broadcasts because I feel like it is an important thing to bring up. You look at the stats. Leave is the best AD carry in the league. You look at the eye test. Pays looks like he is the best here in the LPL. Jackie Love, surprisingly, statistically speaking, is like a middle of the pack AD carry, all things considered.
It feels like, though, when the moment comes down to it, in the clutch, he is able to perform. We've seen him whip out the Dravens in Game 3. Game 3 against NIP, he had a great performance on the Xayah. There's a lot of instances where, sometimes you're wondering, oh, what is Jackie Love and Crisp doing, right? These guys should have the advantage. They have former world championships. They've done so well for themselves in the past. But now, when it comes down to it, is going to be the real test here for Jackie Love, and has been able to deliver kind of in those clutch moments before. We have gone through our walkouts. We are about to begin our side select 1v1, and you can see the players on your screen. Those are who's going to be playing. It's 2 former world champions. It's going to be Jackie Love up against Scout.
We're over in the JDG arena over in Beijing, so anytime we see a JDG game, they're going to be playing from the home arena. And again, got to play a hell of a lot of series in the next few days. So they're going to have to lock in and really make sure that themselves, as well as their prep, is on point. Having access to a coach like Hami, it definitely lends them to have some credibility there. And I'm glad to see Jackie Love show up in these 1v1s. It's been a long time. I think for the first part of Split 2, we only basically saw 369 and Cream exclusively. So glad to see that Jackie Love and the rest of the team are starting to really branch out. I hope one day that LPL, I don't know if maybe we can get this from you or some of the other fan from the communities to kind of explain or maybe give us a breakdown on the 1v1s, because I do want us to know how we get to making the choice for which players. Can we put a cap on okay guys, you can only send Cream and 369 so many times out before you gotta put someone else up?
No, I was kind of curious to see I know in football you'll have your punt return specialist, or you have the guy who only kicks the field goals.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was a 1v1 specialist that each of them kind of pull out. But I've actually been surprised to see the amount of variability that different teams have been willing to kind of push for in some of these 1v1s. We've seen supports play in the 1v1s. Now that hasn't necessarily worked out super well, but the fact that teams are willing to experiment, willing to let their guys go out there and have some fun, is definitely a fun experience and a good way to kick things off, keep things a little bit lighthearted before we get into what is sure to be an intense best of 3 between 2 of the most popular teams in the LPL.
I think it's even more fun when you think about the fact that all of these 1v1s have had the comms just constantly being piped in from your teammates and your coaches. And Scout, he's a bit of a cheeky guy, he's not one to let words be minced. So between him, Shun, and probably the rest of this team, watching these 1v1s, it's probably very fun on the comms there. So we'll see what ends up going. I can't believe it, Scout banning away the Varus and the Draven from a player like Jackie Love.
I'm kind of sad because I would have loved to see a Draven for Jackie in this 1v1, but we're going to have to see something else, obviously, as not surprisingly, the mid laners banning the AD carries, the AD carries banning the mid laner all here in these 1v1s, because blue side is a very important role in just this true fearless format in game number 1 overall. Yeah. I do think that overall Cream has actually been really good in these 1v1s, so interested to see Top Esports bring out a different player for this, as we're getting Renekton versus Yorick. I would expect to see this played between Ala and 369, but not necessarily Jackie Love and Scout.
I'm gonna have to watch a Scout Yorick game. This is I feel like this is somehow cosmic punishment. As you can see in my cam, we are full reclining.
We're chilling.
Yeah.
We're gonna. So I don't know how many Yoriks we've seen in these 1v1s, but
A lot.
to my imagination, you're really playing to just take the tower and like go hope that you get a good enough trade that somebody takes a bad back timer and you just one shot the whole tower or something like that.
The 1v1 with Yorick is interesting because he has access to Maiden, which is like a whole half champion. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much. Against the Renekton, you can kind of trap him, but because he has access to the Slice and Dice, makes it tough for him to ever really get stuck in one place. I had this discussion with Ilya, one of our producers, and I wanted to ask you here, Graves, because I think we're going to have time here. Out of all of the summonable like big minions, so Daisy, obviously the Maiden, we have Tibbers, I think there's one more.
Okay.
But how do you rate them in terms of strength?
In terms of strength, ooh, I think in terms of their actual power,
Like by themselves, no other no champion abilities.
I feel like maybe I'm crazy, but whenever I play against Yorick, like that Maiden is like impossible to kill. Like straight up, like maybe it's because I play a lot of tanks that don't do a lot of damage, but like that guy like is so OP. I feel like you can like kind of kill Tibbers pretty easily. Daisy also a bit hard to kill, but I feel like a lot of the time that's because of Ivern, like and the Ivern shield. So I'm gonna say the Maiden.
Yeah, I rated Daisy pretty highly because Daisy by herself has a 4-hit passive knockup, and that is really annoying to deal with. Usually Daisy has a ton of HP as well, so seeing early ignite from Jackie Love. Trying to think what else. Like, so the Maiden does percent max HP. Yanni is asking, do Shaco count as a summonable minion? No, because then automatically I think Shaco's number one. The box sphere is way too broken. But yeah, I rate Daisy pretty highly, but also I recognize that without the champions, Daisy's kind of useless, like you had noted. I think Tibbers is really broken just because of the AoE AP damage that he does, as well as the frenzy that he has access to.
Again, it's kind of requires the champion usage, right? You need to take down
I
first in order
guess.
for that bearing to
Yeah,
happen,
true.
right? So here we go, some trading here between Jackie Love and Scout. Actually going very aggressive here. Jackie with that upgraded W looking to try to seal the deal. And with that call, the Meek will pick up the first kill.
Well, you know, Scout had already had the Bramble Vest. He was supposed to be, a little bit stronger, making sure that he doesn't end up going down. Jackie Love wins that 1v1, maybe getting a little bit of help from 369. I know we saw Cream play this Renekton a little bit ago, but he did not perform as well.
I mean, seeing Scout go for a fight or just be forced into a fight before he hits level 6, before he has that Maiden on his side, definitely not ideal. I will say that. I will be brave and say that was not the best situation here for Scout.
Maybe.
That means that Jackie Love is 2 levels up, picks up a Phage and a pickaxe, and is going to likely be in the advantage for the rest of this matchup.
Well, we'll see what else he's able to do here. Scout, once he has access to level 6, though, I have to imagine he's going to be able to be at least a little bit more powerful. Just again, the Yorick Maiden is very, very strong.
I mean, but he only has a Bramble Vest, and that definitely didn't work when Jackie Love only had one set of items. Now he's got an entire reset it back. We'll see how much damage he can do here, as that Q actually is chucking him out a little bit, and the Maiden has been spawned. So Scout able to get back even a little bit here in this matchup, but it's still going to be very difficult to try to take down this Crocodile.
I'm looking at more game-impacting pets, as they are named in League of Legends. Technically, Hecarim's Spectral Riders count, which is his ultimate.
The what?
Yeah, I don't know. This is very weird.
Can you
technically
hit
Janna's
hit
W
them?
counts because it's a pet, because it's technically an air elemental.
No, this is all fake.
This
is all like the ride. This is all the ride spaghetti code. That,
they
like,
count.
you know,
They count Kled. They count Scarl, which I think is fair.
Scarl's just a HP bar. I'll say it.
Wow.
HP merchant.
Yeah, the Scion
He's
player.
nothing. He's
Oh,
a role.
yeah,
He's a
Scarl
role
sucks.
player. Scarl's a role player. He can't do anything without Kled.
He can run away.
Yeah. Just whenever he's faced with any sort of adversity, I'm
Chrono Break for Echo is considered a game-impacting pet. Nice.
What does pet mean? Does this just mean like the Riot coded it into the game as a
yeah,
pet?
they just coded it as a pet, so it's
All right, but
considered.
like the wall is a minion, right? So like we're not calling it like. Are we calling my favorite item? My favorite item is the recall button.
Count, Sand Soldiers, Alawi's God Nagakaboros counts as a
This is so
pet.
fake. This is so fake. I'm not listening to you anymore. I'd rather watch this. I'd rather watch this 1v1 at this point. As Jackie is very powerful right now. 2 levels up, he got a massive crash in, another plate, and the gold diff is starting to hurt a little bit. 2K in the advantage. That game-breaking pet, not very game-breaking right now for Scout.
Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully Scout can prove a little bit more. I will say, again, like we saw earlier, blue side rather impactful here in the series and here in the LPL. So, makes sense. But maybe Scout can find a scaling win. If you're wondering, why are these guys talking about game-impacting pets? What is happening on my screen? Why are they in the ARAM map? This is a 1v1 for side select. And maybe Jackie Love just gets it first team right here.
Looks like it's going to be Top Esports claiming this side select here as very easily claimed by Jackie Love. Hey, he plays bot lane, but he's gotten one-shot by Renekton probably more times than anybody can think of. And so that'll be him getting some payback here and getting Top Esports side select.
I think it'd be really funny if he's just like, 369, how the hell do we lose with this champ? This shit's OP, bro. Like, I just won versus like, Scout.
You can't do this? It's so easy.
Okay, you know, I did want to say, out of all of the members on TES this year, 369, kind of similar to, I know we had that graphic of the head-to-head where we were talking about Jackie Love getting finals MVP. We all agreed that day 369 deserved it. Even Jackie Love was like, oh, I got MVP. I think my top laner should have gotten it, but sure, whatever. 369 has been, by and far away, I think the best top laner in the league right now. He is looking so incredible. I think the level of consistency that he brings, a lot of the situations that TS sometimes get into, get solved by 369 and what he's able to bring. I think he's really leveled up his gameplay, and I think this is the year really where he's able to show that he now has both sides of the carry and the tank. That was always a large criticism, that he can only play one of these styles within a year. On that 369 JDG 2023 year, he had to basically only play tanks because, I mean, crap, he had the best solo lanes and best carries in the entire league. He had Knight and Ruler playing at peak form.
Fortunately, it didn't result in probably what they wanted at the end of the day, but now 369 kind of able to expand that pool a little bit and going up against Alla, who kind of in a similar way has had moments where he's looked like one of the best top laners in the LPL. That should definitely be an exciting one to watch. But seeing that guy is going to be my biggest priority here in this best of 3. PaY's, again, the superstar for JDG, the replacement for Ruler, and so far filling those shoes admirably. Gonna have to do a little bit more here for this team, or just everybody on JDG is gonna have to step up. They currently are in that 4th position, as we've mentioned, in Group Ascend. That would guarantee them an automatic bid into playoffs, but they have the most games to play, which means they have the most ground to make up, but also the most to lose as we head into the draft for the first game of this best of 3.
All right, TES, blue side here, and we get straight into these bans. Talia, such an impactful pick, especially alongside the Pantheon, so not surprised to see it taken away here by Top Esports. What else are they going to be able to get rid of, though? You still have champions like the Neferi that are potentially going to be going over, and you're going to be looking to try to pair that one up. They are instead going to take that away.
Seeing Sun on this Neferi was a bit of a differentiation from what we were traditionally familiar with him on. Like, normally he's like the utility jungler, early game jungler, things like the Xin Zhao, even like a Lee Sin is what he was historically known for, but has been able to play these carries very admirably. And so the Neferi ban does not surprise me whatsoever. The Vi for Kanavi, also a very highly prized pick, as we will see what Top Esports want to prio here on this B1. I don't know exactly. There's a lot of good options still on the table.
Yeah, I think with Gwen gone, Sion starts to rise very much in priority, especially for a first game. Xin Zhao is a champion that we've been seeing a lot of, especially I think during like weeks 2 and 3 was like the most picked champion by far. So getting the Varus instead, so making sure that they have priority there. Nico, a champion that did not get banned, and we'll see what the pairing is. I've been really favoring the Kalista or the Kaisa Nico. I know we've been seeing a bit of Kalista Nico as well, but her just strong team fighting. The fact that since you're playing support, you just need a robust kind of champion that is going to be strong regardless of gold or experience. And we'll kind of see what else JDG are going to be looking for. I think start to look to pinch the jungle pool a little bit here.
So the Xin Zhao gets locked in for Shun. Now the question is, does Kanavi have that Trundle back in him? We've seen Monkey play it a lot here in the LPL Ascend group on Team WE. It is a traditional answer into that Xin Zhao, or will he go for something a little bit more traditional like the Pantheon? We've seen a lot of this Pantheon being matched up with the Talia, which has been banned away actually by Top Esports, so they're not going to have that option, but they also take that potential combo away from JDG once we get later on in this series.
Okay, so Pantheon now separated. We'll see what the mid lane... This could be a mid lane. They could also go for support. Honestly, Alistar, even though weak a little bit in the laning phase, being able to headbutt this Nico away is something that they can look for. Also thinking about potential combos with mid. Pantheon just having such good setup and that cross map, very important. So wanting to get a mid jungle 2v2 that is going to allow them early skirmishing. Cream potentially hovering this Ahri, but instead it's going to be the Nautilus, so a good takeaway and something that is going to at least give TES a go button between this Nautilus and this Pantheon.
Actually, a lot of engage tools. Even have the Chain of Corruption for Jackie-Love. He can be the one to start some engages. Sync that up here with Crisp and Kanavi. So Top Esports have a lot of initiation. They have a lot of damage. They need some magic damage now to round out their composition in that second phase, but there's a lot of time, a lot of control mages still on the table for Cream to pull out. There's that Kai'Sa that you were talking about, and not only do I love this combo with the Nico, as you can play very aggressive, there's a lot of follow-up that you can use with that crowd control and the Killer Instinct, but also Pays on this Kai'Sa has been exceptional in the LPL.
Oh yeah, just give him the keys to the kingdom and give him a champion that's going to be able to hyper carry and let him kind of run loose on the Rift. So second phase of bans here, we'll be seeing that JDG probably looking to get rid of some of Cream's champion pool or focusing on to top side. I know Jace is a decent flex between our mid and top laners here, but Jace almost exclusively here for 369. I wonder what matchup they are prepping for here now with potentially another top lane ban going over to 369.
Not entirely sure. Things like the Mbessa and the Scion are still up, but generally you're okay playing those into the Jace, so curious to see what Ala has up his sleeve. I could very well imagine 2 top lane bans here for JDG, locking in a blind pick for themselves on 4 and giving that last pick over to Scout. Champions like that Rise still on the table as well, but instead it's going to be the Ahri, banned away here by JDG.
Maybe they're setting up for a Gnar on 4. I like the idea. You're taking away a lot of bad matchups early. You still have strong team fighting here for Ala. Decent laner, and the only thing you're really maybe worried about is some kind of like Ornn early on. We're getting rid of Rise. Rise definitely, I feel like if they were going to be able to pick Rise, it's just kind of to separate Rise and Naafiri later on into a series similar to what we're talking about with like Talia and Pantheon. So a lot of mid lane bans focused towards Scout, someone who has kind of come under a lot of criticism. And we just saw him lose the 1v1, but also has been quite inconsistent. Maybe this is just a Victor game. Could be on the cards here, a strong laning mage, but instead it's going to be the Aurora. So tons of damage here for JDG. Not going for a real dive composition, but with Xin Zhao being able to stall things out with Nico as well, a lot of that circle is going to be kind of falling under. And as long as TES are playing within range, I have to imagine that JDG are going to look to try to stomp in the mid lane.
Try to get that Aurora ahead here for Scout. A player that, when he's on, looks like still the player that won Worlds back on EDG in 2021. But when he's not, there's been games, Doc, where we've been very critical of a player like Scout. Specifically in this split where, in my opinion, he solo lost JDG a couple of games and a couple of series. Going to be a big responsibility here to lift that weight to play against Cream into this matchup as we get a Scion locked in for 369 blind. And it's probably just going to be that Victor as a safe blind or a safe matchup into the Aurora going in from Cream.
Wow, so much setup here for Top Esports to be able to just rain down damage. I can't believe it. We had a meta where there was all like Mbessas and Jace, Yorick's, and now we are getting potentially Ornn versus Scion here. You know, they're starting to flicker through this, but Top Esports have such a robust team fight, a lot of lockdown, and just having Scion on your team makes it very difficult to ever really kind of lose position in a fight. You can send 369 forward and kind of have him buy space for your team. Whereas JDG now, massive scaling. I think obviously with a Victor and a Varus on the enemy team, you do have to kind of get a little bit worried there, but Ornn being able to give out those masterwork items, strong team fighting setup with Missing and Pays. I need to see TES really kind of carry this through the early game. You have a Pantheon that's going to be able to do a lot of damage and set up your team, and making sure that we're protecting Cream so that he can get his items.
We're going to be here a while, I think is my takeaway.
Oh, yeah.
We got the Ornn Masterworks, we got the Varus upgrades, we've just got great perma-scaling into the late game across the board for these two teams. And these two teams, some of the most storied organizations of the LPL. The two best teams, I think, in the 2020s, when you take a look at their entire history, you know, over these past 5 years. You can throw BLG in that mix, but this is a rivalry that is as old as the LPL, or just has been around for so many years here at this point. Top Esports and JDG, kind of this new age of the top tiers. And it was Top that won the last matchup between these two teams. But JDG, they knew they got so close. They want to be able to try and find their way back into this one, get themselves back to even in this double round robin against, of course, the top team in the LPL, the defending champions. We're about to load onto the Rift. It's going to be a really exciting best of 3, and I feel like this game number 1 just speaks volumes to how explosive these team fights are going to be, how explosive this game is going to be overall.
Yeah, it's Aurora. It's going to be Scout's second game of Aurora, yet again against the Victor. And we'll see if he's able to provide and perform here in game number 1.
And as we are in the home arena of JDG in Beijing, the Jaios are going loud. Honestly, for both squads, not super surprising. This is like the two like powerhouse orgs kind of going up against each other right now. You know, every league kind of has it. You have your Gen GT1s, you have your C9TLs, you have your G2 Fanatics. I feel like at this point, Alk, this is that matchup here in the LPL.
Yeah. I mean, this is like you said, kind of a new age, right? Like JDG, a little bit of I'm not going to say a newer team, but in comparison to like Top Esports, they really kind of found their strides within the 2020s of the years. And, you know, as eventually RNG and EDG eventually started to fade a little bit in terms of irrelevance as we got closer to present day, it feels like right now the top of the league and where they've been battling, it has been JDG, Top Esports, and then BLG. Right, those are the top 3 really here in the league. So being able to see them battle out every single time always performs and always delivers here. As we start this game off, both junglers now upping towards different sides of the map. Kanavi pathing towards the top side, but with this Pantheon, I would not be too surprised to see him be a little bit flexible and maybe make a drive-by in mid lane. As don't think we're going to be seeing Pantheon do too much work in the 369, the Sion Ornn matchup.
I am interested to see JackieLove going for the lethality Varus build. There are obviously squishy backline members here for JDG that he can try to poke out, but when you got an Ornn Sinzao as your front line, it's going to be very hard maybe for Top Esports to burn through those guys. As we get a little bit of an aggressive move by JDG as they do hit level 2 first here in the bottom lane. And interested to see if any early ganks do happen. Kanavi is sort of maybe posturing for an early bot lane play. And here goes an early dredge line from Chris.
Well, he used flash, actually. Wait a minute.
Kanavi
just flashed over the Dragon Pit wall. He's going to try and make a wraparound on this bottom lane. He doesn't know if there's a single ward. He's moving around the tri-brush. This is incredibly creative.
Now Crisp, he's going forward with a flash of his own. JackieLove already taking some damage onto Missing. He's so low, and that's first blood picked up by Kanavi. A 5-head play to pick up the first kill of the game in this best of 3 series. And now Pays is on the run as well. Another Comet Spear connects. They're waiting for Chris cooldowns to come back up. Shun is here underneath the turret as well. It will not be any more kills as they will be able to defend themselves underneath their tier 1, but Top Esports find the first blow.
Incredibly creative pathing to open up this game. Kanavi immediately gets all 4 of the summoner spells from JDG's bot lane and trying to cut out one of the strongest portions of the map there for this team. Incredibly smart stuff coming on through. Kanavi still showing that he is the King Kanavi of the league, being incredible so far already, and we'll see how much more he's able to get done here. Scout already having to teleport back into mid lane, and while all this is happening, Kanavi, he's just going to be on the top side of the map and trying to clear out the rest of his jungle.
I mean, that was certainly a risky play for Kanavi. He burned his flash to go over the Dragon Pit wall and also sacrificed so much time. You can see now Shun is like 2 or 3 camps ahead, but you're going to take that if you're a top esports fan because you know that you were able to get that first kill. It was onto Kanavi, but you get extra lane prio here for Jackie Love and Chris. Let's take another look at what exactly this pathing looked like. Just flashes over, 0 hesitation.
Yep. Yeah, and then they're just playing aggressive, missing already down half HP. The kill is nice, I won't lie, but the fact they're also able to get all of these summoner spells, incredible. And like you said, it was a very big investment. We did see that Shun is going actually for an invade now.
But he could be in a bit of danger as Chris has arrived as well. Luckily for JDG, Scout did have push in the mid lane, and Cream was on a back timer, so that allowed for Shun to go for that play onto the enemy Raptors. And so a small advantage there in terms of the jungle CS department, but I think overall Top Esports happy about where they are in this game.
This is now interesting because Pays and Missing have pulled this wave. It is Sion now down in the bot side with 369 trying to catch this for his team. And they are sending the Varus alone into the Ornn. We'll kind of try to stop him from getting gold and experience, but I think Chris wanted to be in this top lane maybe a little bit earlier, but recognizing that because this is going to be basically a do-nothing lane, that Chris is really freed up to roam around the map and do whatever he needs to.
I'm curious to see Top Esports go for this, especially immediately after they picked up that first blood in the bot lane. Maybe even going to show how they want to try to keep 369 isolated and kind of in a bit of a safer position. The Ornn matchup, sneakily not that great here for Sion. You know, I know people say, like, hey, it's Ornn, like, you're not going to do much to him or they're just going to tickle each other or whatever, but the max health damage on those Riddle procs really does come into play. And so it seems like they want to move Jackie and Crisp up to this top side, as it will be immediately matched, though, by Pays and Missing.
Of course, the Sion player is trying to advocate for the Ornn matchup.
It's not easy.
I'd
much rather be playing Ornn.
I used to be an Ornn player when before they got rid of the shield that used to be on the Bellows Breath. I was a very big Ornn player, so I get it. I understand. Ornn is very OP. He's sneakily very damaging, so interesting lane allocations here. Jackie, with this Varus, we do expect to have better wave control. I'm expecting for Pays to opt for the static Shiv just so he's able to at least match or be able to have that same level of priority early. Oh,
Cream now getting attacked by Shun and Scout. He had to burn his flash, and both mid laners traded their ultis in that play as well. That means that those timers could not be available for the next grub timer. As here comes 369 coming in with the unstoppable onslaught, immediately finding Missing, perfectly timed, perfectly sniped out, and Kanavi will land the final blow. It's 2-0 Top Esports.
Did I just see Sion drifting from 369? He bounced his Sion ult off of the wall. I don't think it changes all that much. Barely isn't able to cancel the back of Pays, but is a wave being missed by this Kai'Sa. I will not lie, though. I'm looking at bottom lane. Ornn has just now picked up like maybe a plate and a half, maybe 2 plates if Pays and Missing weren't able to get much more. So while they were trying to execute this lane swap, good damage going down on the opposite side. I think a perfectly fine trade for JDG. We have Grubs now spawning in 50 seconds. And they invested a lot for this play, but I think more focus on trying to get Jackie Love level 6. He's almost a full level over his opponent here.
That's the one advantage that Top Esports really has been able to push at this point. Yeah, level 6 to barely not level 5 here for Pays. And this is the matchup that we were highlighting, right, Alk? It's been Pays that's been the real big difference maker for JDG, but he's been set very far behind in this early game.
I know we had a stat earlier on that he was the most farmed AD carry, just having the highest CS per minutes of the entire league, and kind of showing that they're trying to put him behind. Now this play.
Yep, here comes the answer from JD Gaming. Nice flash out from Scout, gets himself away from the call of the Forge God, jumps inside the Crescent Guard to try to land that empowered Q, but still gets knocked up here by the Searing Charge of Allah. And now the hook comes in. Oh, he flashes in a straight line, and so Crisp's still able to connect it, but there's no follow-up damage, and so JDG will get out just fine.
That felt very desperate from JD, though. Like, you just used 3 flashes, barely were able to get anything. You do trade the Summoner spell of Jackie Love and the Ignite away from Crisp. This is all for Dragon priority, but look in the mid lane. You left Pays in mid. Cream chunked him to 30% of his HP. Sion, he's going to have teleport, and you'll have his unstoppable force. JD Gaming were not able to get exactly what they wanted in that, and will now lose all of this priority across the entirety of Summoner's Rift.
So that was their timer to go for a play. They did not find a kill, only burning 2 Summoner spells down in the bottom lane, and so that does mean that Kanavi's able to pick up this first dragon of the game, and Shun is kind of forced on a pretty rough timer at this point. The Grubs are also up, but JDG not in a position to fight for those either.
Look at the lane rotations already. Like Jackie Love and Crisp, they're recalling. They're going to be out on the map a little bit quicker than their opponents. No one's answering Cream right now with Ala teleporting top lane. Scout still clearing this wave. I know we've been focusing a lot, again, on just how much action between Kanavi and this bottom lane, but Cream is going to be a menace in this game. He already has one of his upgrades, and he's going to continue to be well farmed up in this game as the victor.
Yeah, very quietly kind of picking up that CS advantage over Scout. I mean, this was the matchup that he selected into the Aurora, so good to see him finding success on it so far. As we await our next scrap, could be around this first grub, or first and only grub camp, I should say, now that we are on that Spirit Blossom patch. But it looks like none of the junglers really here right now. So back to that kind of flipped lane assignment for Top Esports. They send Jackie and Chris back up here to try to do some damage here to Ala and to just get themselves a bit of a freer lane. The Chain of Corruption does come out. They could try to burst down Ala immediately. The Empowered Q taking him down to 200 HP, but the Biscuits will keep him up and healthy.
He just teleported back to this lane, so he's going to be trapped under this turret. JDG now need to be a little bit more creative and kind of switch up the pathing. What are they going to be able to go for? Their bottom lane does have priority. They're going to continue to look for this. I like this from Chris, playing very aggressive. And if Kanavi gets 2 of the Grubs, he could just ult for this. Hell, even Chris could just find the Ignite. It's coming up in a few seconds.
Yeah, there was no threat of a kill without that Summoner spell, so they're just trying to force Ala back to lane and give Top Esports a numbers advantage around the Grubs, out of which they've already claimed 2. However, Shun is here, Pays on the way as well, and a teleport coming back in. It's going to be Scout joining the party, making it a 4v3, at least for the moment, in favor of JDG. Kanavi dashes in. Going to immediately try to find some damage onto Nico. Cream is still here, but he might just be a little bit too late. The Death Ray will make it a 1-for-1, and the Arcane Storm has already come out. Scout does not have his ultimate anymore. He has the flash to try to escape. Here comes that Grand Starfall, and Shun will go down as well. It's a 2-for-1 for Top Esports, and they can go right back to the Grubs.
Yeah, they just made out like bandits in this fight. Kanavi is so far ahead, and as the player with the most amount of MVPs here in the league, it feels like coming off of an embarrassing first stand, Top Esports jungler has just been on a tear. King Kanavi is in full effect here in this Game 1 versus JDG, and it just everybody is really performing. Yes, Jackie does go down, but now 3 Grubs. You got more kills during that fight. You even were able to pressure some of the members of JDG off. That was a numbers advantage for Top Esports, and they made it count.
And now it's I got baited. I got baited, everybody.
Happens.
Apologize for coming out and maybe surprising you guys, but 2,000 gold lead opened up for Top Esports. Let's take another look at this play overall. Nicely done by Chris, really just being a nuisance, both to All at the start of this and then to Shun, getting him away from that pit and really separating all of JDG before the fight began.
Chris is already playing well. He's playing incredibly well this game. I'm really impressed with the form that Top Esports are coming in with this first game. He's just playing very aggressive. He's landing a majority of his hooks. I think that they are very well placed, and I think very intentional coming in from Top Esports. That's what this game feels like. Everything feels intentional so far. Even the death on the Jackie Love, you know, hey, we're going to be trading up on this play. So Top Esports get a little bit more time alone with these turrets. It's going to be now rotating of the bottom lanes back into the mid lane so they can fight for mid priority. With all these plates and a lot of gold going over, you can see on the bottom of your screen on that scoreboard, it is just all blue side here for Top Esports. All of the gold advantage in every single lane.
And the biggest winner being Kanavi here. And remember, this is him playing against his old team and doing pretty well so far. Here comes a response from JDG. They're going on to Cream with Scout and Missing. Nice to see use Pop Blossom. And of course, the rest of the damage from Scout will get them back on the board. 500 gold into Nico's hands.
Finally get a play that works here for JDG. That was one where, hey, they put Missing in a side lane. They didn't have anything to do in mid. So it's a plate going over, again over to Top Esports. Got Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Cream not really missing all that much, and now with this Nico no longer having flash, I think that this next play from JDG will be just that much harder for them to actually execute on.
Yeah, I mean, they did get that kill, which is nice, but if Top Esports get this Dragon, that will be the full feats of strength collected for them, and so JDG might just have to give that up as a trade for going for that initial play, unless they can stall things out long enough for the cooldowns of Scout and Missing's ultimates to come back online. Right now it is Top Esports controlling the mid lane. Jackie Love still rather ahead of Pays You know, the level lead has kind of decreased a bit. It's about 3/4 of a level, but still an advantage here for that 2018 world champion.
Yeah, this is going to be a dragon here. Sun is going to the opposite side of the map. Pays are missing, just taking a recall. Maybe they try to set up a dive onto Scout. As soon as that dragon comes down, I mean, you have the Grand Starfall.
Whoa.
That's a visual. Thank you to our observers. Great vision
interaction
toggle from them.
As Chris, after he used that depth charge, he's suddenly in a world of trouble. As a teleport does come in, the Grand Starfall may be issued a bit prematurely for Kanavi. As Top Esports pick up the dragon on the feats of strength, but now could get collapsed upon by JD Gaming. Pays hovering in the mid lane. Shun is here as well, and it does look like Chris was just going to pop that recall and head back on out. So JDG not able to find any kills.
All right. Some ultimates used there from the side of Top Esports, but they still got the dragon, still got the feats of strength. And it's going to be the trade of teleports from both of the top laners here. I think slightly in advantage for Top Esports, just by way that 369, if he is in another lane, he can just run on over with the unstoppable onslaught. So still being able to pick up that dragon and at least a little bit more damage. Maybe the first turret going over. Top Esports have completely dominated this game, both in kills, objectives, and now even just the structures themselves. It's a great opener in this game. 15 minutes in, and they have themselves a pretty sizable gold lead. The Herald now spawning.
Now it's just how cleanly can they play the rest of this game. I feel like a lot of the time when we see mistakes here from Top Esports, they'll get out to an early lead, maybe sometimes, and then maybe it's Kanavi going a little bit too far forward. Maybe it's Crisp getting caught out too many times, and then all of a sudden they turn it back into an even game state. JDG can have that opportunity. We've already seen them pick up a kill onto Cream down in the bot lane. That gave them a nice shutdown, and they have their carries kind of in decent positions at the very least right now. Specifically Scout picking up that Malignance early on is going to be big, and now they actually feel comfortable enough to start up this Rift Herald, even though they know that Kanavi is right here.
All right, Allah's on his way. 369 will not be able to get to this fight in time. So there should be a numbers advantage for the time being. Cream is also cut away from his team. He really needs an escort. I feel like Top Esports playing a little too fast here. They need to back off, reconnect with the team.
Cream's going to try to come in with the Arcane Storm. Shun does secure the Herald, but the Pop Blossom goes out from missing, and already it is Scout that gets singled out and dies with his flash still on cooldown. Pays the flash of the wall. Shun does as well. And Top Esports get one kill in response, but the Herald is still in the hands of JDG.
All right, what can JDG actually do with this? Because they haven't been able to really push onto any of these lanes. It'll have to be coming off of a massive team fight win, or maybe even the Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes time. Top Esports, though, getting that kill on a Scout, and more importantly for me, no flash or Shun on or Pays. That's absolutely insane. I think that is very, very good for them.
And that means that they can be very aggressive in terms of going for an invade on this next spawn of the blue buff. 369 out of the bush, does land a 2-man decimating smash as a teleport has come in from Scout. He still has his flash, he still has the Between Worlds, and he's going to use it to try to chunk out Kanavi, who does get shut down. That's a kill going over to the Aurora, and now it is 369 just yeeting his way out of there as JDG do find the kill right back. And now are going to pop this Rift Herald in the mid lane.
They find this, they find their angle. Now they're going to be able to push on in. Everybody's recalling. They're using this as a timer to go back. I feel like this is a mistake coming in from JDG. Yes, they summoned the Herald, but it immediately died. You got some chip damage in that mid lane, but not really enough to, I think, warrant it. You could have saved this. Maybe wanting to, force Top Esports to maybe respond. Maybe it's a little bit weaker, but I'm kind of struggling to really think about angles there for JDG. Getting a little bit too ahead of themselves here. Still, Dragon spawning in a minute, and something I wanted to revisit was some of the itemization. I said that it would be easier for Top Esports to clear the mid wave. We're actually seeing the Kraken Slayer here for Pay, so maximizing DPS, making sure that he is going to be the absolute hyper carry that I think JDG are going to rely on him for. We saw this was a great start to the fight, even with JDG slowly starting to get some of these objectives, but they knew we needed to flash out of that, otherwise Cream is getting a lot of resets, and this Victor will be too far ahead.
It was once again Crisp with a really nicely placed dredge line to lock down Scout before he could even use his flash, and now missing. Might get caught out as Kanavi has found him in his own jungle. However, Cream takes a huge boatload of damage and will go down to the Aurora. Call the Forge God comes out. It's going to be landed here onto the Pantheon, but here comes the response, and here comes Top Esports punching right back. Show with the Crescent Guard will knock away too. Pays still at half HP on the back line. Gonna try to dish out some damage on the 369 with that Kraken Slayer that you talked about, Hulk. But it's not enough to take down this big, beefy Scion. and so it will just be a 2-for-1 in favor of JDG.
Yeah, but look at who is still out on the map right now. PES needs to be very careful. 369 will be able to teleport. Top Esports, they have control right now of the mid wave. They'll be able to slam another one on through. Allah just used his TP to get into that play and died immediately. So Top Esports feeling good about their position. They're also able to get at least a trade of summoner spells. That is the flash away from Cream there. So JDG can maybe look to punish now that they have some of their ultimates coming back up, and now that PES has Killer Instinct, maybe there's a play here.
How aggressive do JDG want to go? We're seeing some of the scaling start to come through, some of that team fight damage start to come in, and the gold lead is still there for Top Esports, but it's not nearly as much as it was, or as it felt like a couple of minutes ago. It's kind of hovered around this 1,000 to 2,000 mark, and JDGs do feel comfortable enough to start this one up.
All right, 369 has the Unstoppable Onslaught ready. He just pushed in a wave, so JDG are missing out on waves. They have better access to mid as Top Esports. So JDG, they needed to pull the trigger. They need to wait a little bit. They have 5 seconds before Missing has the Pop Blossom and 5 before Allah with the Call of the Forge God. Just give yourself a little bit of time. Now that you're missing out waves, you need to engage.
And as soon as those cooldowns are up, there goes Missing, and there goes JDG. Already a 2-for-1 trade, and a knockup comes to run at Kanavi. JD Gaming winning out of the team fight, and now Jackie11 369 are forced to run for the hills. What a play. Started off by Missing and followed up by the rest of JD Gaming, as they will deny the soul point unless a miracle skill comes through.
All right, Jackie, let's see that arrow. Guma got benched for less. They're not going to get the dragon. They're going to stop this, JD Gaming. They're going to try and pull this one out. Mid-prio being gained by Kaisa. Great team fight coming in from Jindong. Just having the wherewithal. Just let's play a little bit patiently. We can slow the game down here. Scout and Missing just doing so much damage into the back line. And they just rip apart. I feel like that gold lead that you were talking about, Missing here in the mid-jungle for Top Esports. I know that Cream had a fair bit of gold, but Kanavi was up 1,000 to start here. And Scout here on the second game of Aurora, really providing to be a big nuisance, not only with the mobility, but just the amount of burst damage with the electrocute that he provides.
We just lost Missing in that fight too. Like, nobody saw him with that Pop Blossom, and he just came in and provided a really nice initiation here for JD Gaming, who have now equalized the kill score. They've gotten one of those dragons back, denying that soul point. You take a look at the gold, only 300 is the difference. That's a pair of brown bag boots. That's all that separate these two squads in game one of this best of 3 series.
All right. 2 items for both of our mid laners here. I think especially that I'm looking at Scout going for the Magi's Soul Stealer. Already 10 stacks here coming on through. So feeling confident that he's going to continue to be able to stack this up and give him a win more situation. Also, I'm looking at Jackie Love's items. I'm seeing a Tunneler. I'm seeing a Serrated Dirk. He has a Tear of the Goddess as well. He's got a lot of components here. This looks like he's getting an Edge of Night.
Edge of Night, yep. Which, there's a lot of CC on JDG, so I'm not super surprised if you can get yourself out free from that Ornn ulti or that Nico ulti. That could provide you a little bit of safety, or I don't know exactly what, that could provide. So in terms of safety here,
an Ornn ultimate, or at least the first passive Ornn ult, it'll stop a Pop Blossom. Maybe a Wind Becomes Lightning coming out from Xun, but definitely I think lowers and softens some of the spikes that we were going to expect from Top Esports, just as a whole. I mean, you're looking now, 2 items completed for Cream and Kanavi, and for 369.
Your main carriers are on defensive itemizations. We'll see if that means anything here. There's no spell shielded out for Jackie11 yet, and that means he can potentially get singled out. Missing with the Pop Blossom will only land onto 1. We're on the other side of the fight. It's Kanavi taking down Xun. Dash forward from Allah, but not able to find a knockup. Now 369 still very beefy up in this front line, and he will be able to provide enough space to take Allah down.
All right. The entirety of JDG just feels a very much split right there. Not everybody kind of calm, cool, and collected. That might just be the Otacon. I mean, TES, look, they have 3 grubs. It's going to be a drive-by from Cream. Thank you very much. Some more gold for this Victor. But the Thornbound Otacon being immediately started and the teleport now being invested by Scout. They're going to look to try to trade on the map, get a turret for themselves, see if they can get a little bit of global gold, and bounce back in this game maybe later on.
But a big win there for Top Esports overall. Remember, the gold is even now. 2,500 back in their favor, plus that Thornbound Otacon. That's going to provide even more experience, even more of those Spirit Petals, and of course, that extra effect on takedowns. a lot of good situations set up for top now as they got a really nice fight around that bottom lane.
That fight was so weird from JDG. Like, cool, we get to see it. So everybody, pick a player on JDG and just watch them. Like, I like this from Shun, playing very aggressively, getting the knock-up onto Jackie Love. But then I'm seeing Missing, trying to force onto Jackie. Great peel from Crisp. Pop Blossom does nothing here. Pays, dashes forward, but Kanavi immediately repositions himself with the flash. Kind of leaves him out in no man's land. And obviously Scout only being able to get so much damage down as this Aurora. So feels like JDG all over the place in that fight. And Top Esports continuing to hold a lead in this game. It's not by much, but again, I think Kanavi really starting to kind of push himself in this first game to have a massive lead over Shun.
Still having a very solid game is Kanavi against his former team. There's questions about, why JDG made this move. Like, was Shun really the right answer? And, so far Kanavi's been kind of having the better end of things in terms of the breakup. But still a lot of opportunity, still a lot of time for JDG to make their 2025 worth it and find themselves back at international competition, which they weren't able to do last Worlds and last time around. We have that Baron now spawning, Dragon in 30 seconds. It still will be soul point for Top Esports, and you'd imagine they'd like to fight around that.
Allah's about to hit level 14. Getting solo experience for this Orange so important. Obviously, if you're able to get on any champion, that's great, but a full level here for 369, thanks to having some of that Thornbound Otacon passive, but Allah now has access to giving one of the first Masterwork items. It's part of that scaling that JDG are going to have to be able to tap into. But we look at objective fights, and if Top Esports are first to the play, how do you ever walk in? You're playing into a Nautilus, a Scion, and then you just have all of this backline damage from Victor and Varus. This feels impossible for JDG, and they need to be very creative with how they get into fights. That's the Proto Belt gone from Missing, so another engage tool gone now.
Well, here comes the Ornhorn, and it looks like JDG want to start things off. It only hits onto Alla, but look at Missing. He's already been taken down. Alla has to dash away with the Searing Charge, but the Depth Charge still coming on top. There comes that choo-choo train, and Paige sees the Killer Instinct to get away. 2-0 in favor of Top Esports. They say, screw that soul point. We might just head towards the Baron.
It seems like they're split right now, seeing a lot of action towards the bottom lane, some pings going on. They don't want to go for the Baron. There we go. There we go. Okay, so Cream and Crisp are going to be sitting in mid lane. This is going to be the Dragon going over, like we had noted. Soul point here for Top Esports being able to secure them. And another fight where JDG, 2 split, unable to break open the massive armor that is Top Esports front line. And it turns into a massive win here.
I mean, I saw Cream going up to the Baron. I was like, sure, they're going to maybe try to rip that with 2 members down, but looks like I got baited, and maybe Cream got baited as well, as Kanavi decided more important to pick up the safer neutral objective on the map. So that is the 3rd Dragon of the game, secured by Top Esports. Scout was looking for an aggressive play alongside Shun onto the Victor, but gets spotted out by Crisp, and so we'll have to back on out of there. Overall, Top Esports really starting to put a stranglehold onto this game. JDG fumbling to find opportunities to start off engages that they like.
369 he's level 16 right now. Oh, Jackie
Oh,
Love.
Jackie. We are too far forward into this mid lane. That Edge of Night not going to save you here, as Pays picks up a much-deserved kill. He finally gets on the board, and it's a numbers advantage here for JD Gaming for the next 40 seconds.
All right, Masterwork Kraken Slayer coming on through for Pays. They recognize that they need to make this game into a better situation from them. It's the Baron being started here. Aurora on a massive flank.
Here's the call of the Forge God. It's going to connect here onto 2 members. 369 tanking up so much on that back line, but here comes the dive. Here comes the Pop Blossom. It lands on a 3 from Missing, but Kanavi's still up and healthy.
No way.
And 369 will not fall. It's a double kill as Pays goes down. All has to flash over the wall, and Kanavi is not done just yet. That Grand Starfall going to cut off Scout's escape. He dashes in, lands that stun, and Kanavi will pick up the kill, and Top Esports get themselves the ace.
And Cream and Kanavi just take over in this fight. The Arcane Storm doing enough work. It was an amazing ultimate from Missing. But Pays, I need to look back in that fight. He still has his flash. Baron being started here for Top Esports. Jackie Love is coming on through. I wonder if maybe they wait. They got 10 seconds until Cream is up. Maybe they wait for their mid lane. This starts with Jackie Love being too far up. Look at the rest of his team. I mean, Kanavi is doing the Gromp right now. His mid and his support are sitting in topside Tri-Brush. And all eyes for me on Missing with this massive Pop Blossom onto 3 members alongside the Brittle passive. I just need to see Pays, man. Pays, what happened here, buddy?
Oh. He dashes forward and then
forward?
I think just gets jumped on by Kanavi potentially here.
Oh, he tries to walk around and the tick damage alongside Kanavi being so strong. Yeah, the Otacon bursts are definitely not helping them by any means. I love this instantaneous ult coming in from Kanavi. There is no wasted second here from Top Esports jungler as they want to put the screws onto JDG and they want to take this game number 1.
Kanavi on this Pantheon. Did he flash the JDG icon? Did you see that?
Yes. Look, he earned that one. He had tenure on there.
Oh,
okay?
someone's still a little butthurt. It's okay, Kanavi. You're winning this game. It's fine.
All right, well, we'll see what else. Top Esports now with Baron on all 5 members, 3 grubs. They're just going to rip apart the base. Scout trying to trade on the opposite side of the map. Objective bounties coming on through. But this could be the end. They're going to be looking on to inhibitor number 1 in mid, inhibitor number 2. And hell, if they don't win the game here, well, guess what? There's a dragon spawning in a minute and a half, and that'll be their Dragon Soul, the Infernal Drake.
See Sionus' ulti up. Oh man, if we were watching Los Satona's game, you know that Sionus going straight into the Nexus turrets.
Oh hell yeah!
Not gonna happen this time. They're gonna back away as the teleport does come in to try to make sure that Scout doesn't finish off that tier 2. And now this Aurora could be caught out as there comes that Grand Starfall. Kanavi really trying to hunt Scout down. He uses the E for the additional movement speed. As here goes Scout, he goes and pops the invis. He's just trying to clear out the wave because he knows that he has met his doom. It's Cream picking up the kill, and Top Esports continue to add to their lead.
How else are you actually going to be able to kill them right now? I mean, Cream, even if he doesn't go down, he has Flash, he has the Seeker's Arm Guard. He is so tanky, especially having access to the Leandries and the Rod of Ages. So much extra HP for this Victor. And already level 18, a 3-level difference between him and Scout. And you could say the same thing across the board here as Top Esports just absolutely manhandled JDG. There were some questionable moments where JDG were able to fight back, but they are completely demolishing them. I mean, Cream has had a fantastic game. Kanavi has absolutely blown this one open.
Right over the wall with the Blast Cone, immediately trying to start the engage. Pays in some trouble, already chunked down to half HP. Still has both the Summoner spells up though. The Depth Charge goes in on a Missing. They don't have enough damage to burst the Nico down from 2 screens away, so instead they will take the 3rd inhibitor of the game and send their pings towards that Infernal Soul, but maybe they don't even need it. They can just try to end the game right here as All steps too far forward and is taken down. Scout on the back line, does not have his ultimate just yet. Pays once again to head back to the fountain, but he might not be able to get back in time. The Pop Blossom from Missing, only doing a little bit of crowd control. Pays dashing in. It's the last ditch effort for JDG, but it will not be enough. A fully charged Q from 369 will seal game number 1 as Top Esports come out with a guns a-blazing in game number 1.
32 minutes, and it felt like for all 32 of it, it was Top Esports just slamming JDG in the home arena. Beijing, maybe a little quiet here for this game number 1 as just across the board, winning the 2v2 in bottom lane. Kanavi being so excellent on this Pantheon. And I just think that Top Esports, if this is the Top Esports we are going to get for the rest of the season, this is the Top Esports I want to see win the rest of the tournament. But again, is that inconsistency from them. And it's games like these are why they ended up winning in Split 1.
Especially on that big run that they went on through the lower bracket, right? I mean, it was not all perfect for Top Esports during that regular season. There were times that they did look vulnerable. They finished 2nd place in their group against Anyone's Legends, and they had to go through that lower bracket. But that's when they locked in. That's when they found that consistency. And it's just continuing to find moments like this where Kanavi and Crisp are fully locked in together. When Jackie Love's able to provide enough damage on the backline to be some sort of threat. Same alongside Cream. That's what we want to see from Top Esports. That is why, overall in series score, they're 11-2. That's first in the LPL. But you also look at their overall game losses. They have 12 losses on the season. Overall, that is averaging about 1 per series played. And I wouldn't be surprised to see JDG bounce right back because they have the talent on their roster and also because of the inconsistencies that we have seen from Top so far this season.
Yeah, but just a great way to open this one up. Again, this is a marquee matchup in our minds, right? Like, this is a potential future playoffs match that we are very excited to see later on play best of fives. And this is the battle for top 4. Obviously, Top Esports at the very top of the standings, but JDG still needing to find their ways. They have a lot of series that they need to be able to catch up on, and I think if they're able to start that Hell Week off with a victory versus Top Esports, they're going to be feeling very good about their chances going into the back half of this split. And I mean, you come out of that one, there are some things you need to be thinking about. I mean, Scout having another game where here on the Aurora, now 0-2 all time on the pick, really didn't feel like he was having all that much influence. And to be honest, getting caught out this 2v2 from Jackie Love and Chris, it felt like Chris was all over the map and really on point in this first game.
I know a lot of people are going to want to give that MVP to Kanavi on the Pantheon for the work that he did across the map, but low-key, Crisp could deserve it as well.
Yes.
I mean, he had close to 100% kill participation. He was a big contributor in starting those engages. I don't know who exactly the fans are going to pick. I feel like narrative-wise, Kanavi makes a lot of sense, but Crisp played himself a hell of a game as well.
I think just the fact that he flashed over that Dragon Pit wall, you know, like, it's just too nice. He set them up for success, right? Like, who do you end up giving it to? One of the 2 settling pieces? The highlight has to show it. No, we're not going to get the first Dragon Pit. Well, either way, this is a first real fight where we're like, okay, maybe there's a chance here for JDG, but felt like there was not enough front line for PES, especially for this Kaisa. You really want a lot of champions that are going to provide crowd control and really slow the fight down so you can get all those plasma procs up and available. And yeah, this is just the tough part of playing this Nico Kaisa. This was supposed to be the fun part, you know, double range matchup. They're supposed to be ahead. Kanavi made sure that was never going to happen.
Yeah, remember that it's another instance now where if PES doesn't get ahead, if PES doesn't find himself a lead, if he can't be like 1v9ing in the backline, JDG do not look like as strong of a team. Even though there are talented players on this roster, they have not fully stepped up to the potential that we have seen them in the past. And, you know, PES kind of from minute 1 was put at a disadvantage after that early gank from Kanavi.
Yeah. So I would say this was a very easy game to kind of just go over, just because we spent a lot of the game doing a lot of congratulating to Top Esports for playing so well in this one. And we're kind of looking at game number 2 draft. So many tanks gone. So, you know, Jace starts to open up in terms of priority. You could play Rumble again, potentially. And 2 very big 80 carries, I think, being taken away off the board, just off the bat.
Yeah, no Kaisa, no Varus. Those are 2 of the bigger champions that we do see here in competitive play, here in the LPL, especially for the champions and the matchup that we have here between PES and Jackie Love. This was such a cool play as well. As soon as the flash comes over the wall, just immediately presses R. I would love to see like the camera control there from Kanavi, because you already know he's 2 steps ahead of what JDG want to do.
Yeah, it's honestly this play that I was like, all right, maybe Kanavi earned his MVP. I know that Chris did so much setting for the first 15 games, but Kanavi was very much locked in. It felt like they came in a game plan, and something that we said at the very beginning, you know, like 15 minutes in, was that Top Esports feels so intentional in their movements and their gameplay here in game number 1. It is just that level of focus coming on through. So, and part of the reason why they did bring over, you know, Kanavi to this roster is that they wanted to have that next level. They believe that despite some of the misgivings of JDG in 2024, that Kanavi is going to bring them that next level up and hopefully lean a little bit on that experience alongside bringing Crisp.
And so far in this series, at least, it is working out. Again, this is Top Esports, our defending champions. Obviously, like, you know, they've won the last split, so you might think, okay, like, well, they're the favorites. They just can kind of cruise throughout the regular season, but I feel like they have a lot to prove as well, being the team that did struggle so much at that international stage. So doing well against JDG here in this game 1 is a good start to the best of 3 as we take a look at our player of the game. But now we have to see if they continue to follow up here, if they can finish the job, as Kanavi is the one to earn it.
15 MVPs this split alone. He is by and far, he's on a revenge arc right now after split 1. So good to see from the man in the jungle and the leader for this team. We'll see if JDG can bounce back here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's 1-0 in favor of Top Esports. Can JDG find an answer? Will we be headed to the fated 9-game day on LPL English? Or will it be Top Esports closing things out with ease? We'll see once we come back from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of our third series of the day, our super day here on LPL English. JD Gaming falling to Top Esports in that game number 1, now facing match point in that best of 3. But before we get into that draft of this second game, I have a quick question to ask you. Have you ever heard of a little thing called MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from a map, answer the questions, and unlock new features. And let's do one right now as we prepare for game number 2. Now, did you guys do the puzzles last time around, or did you?
Yes, we did a puzzle for series number 1. We did another puzzle when we had Milan. So I think it's time. Kelsey Moser, legendary League of Legends coach, especially for Boise State. We gotta have her on the sticks. We gotta have her do some dodge training.
Well, this is another factor here that you can utilize with MOBA Trainer. You have the both skill shot trainer and the dodge trainer. And we can see, Kelsey trying to maneuver. A nice flash there around the skill shots that are issued by both the Ahri and the Syndra around this little tiny bit of the map.
Yeah, and this is also going to get a lot harder as the time goes on. I have currently the best time on the prod account at 128.
I don't know. You might not for long.
She's got a whole minute here, okay? So there's going to be, they add more units. There's going to be a Thresh, like we see. There's also a Nautilus. There's an Ezreal. There's also a Nidalee that eventually she's going to have to dodge out on. So.
All right, well, so far so good. Just barely getting hit by that Syndra Q. A little bit unfortunate there, but we have the flash back up. We can maybe get some good value out of this one. Yeah,
Ooh.
Nicely done by Kelsey. We're approaching the minute mark. We have 1.5 hearts left.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm kind of getting scared for my time now. 20
I know.
seconds here.
It's at risk.
Hey! Wonderful caster curse for myself. Let's go.
The double whammy here. So you can see the times overall. I think all you have 130, 140, something like that.
128.
128. Okay, so that's not bad. All things considered, hey, Kelsey, proven that not just the big brain, but got the hands as well. And you can, of course, level up your mechanical training by taking a look at MOBA Trainer as well. If you did enjoy that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. The link will be in the chat below. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So start leveling up your game today with MOBA Trainer. And with that, let's get back to our coverage of this series between JD Gaming and Top Esports Alk, because our champions from split number 1 looked pretty good in that first game. And mind you, the last time these two teams faced, it was JDG to win game 1.
Yeah, there was that game 1 was one of the games of all time. We opened up the series with the Jackie Love Draven. Scout got his second ever competitive pentakill on Lissandra, which I thought was very fun to watch. And a fair few mistakes. It felt like Kanavi in that matchup was not as precise, making a few too many mistakes, and in particular, taking a lot of kills from Jackie Love. But this team is not just Jackie Love. Yes, he is the franchise player for Top Esports coming into this year especially, but he is not really needed to be the star. You said right there, like, being kind of like the consistent clutch factor when they need him most, but really this team is very much mid-jungle focused. Cream and Kanavi. Cream's stats are actually insane. If you look at his gold difference at 15, if you look at his gold generation, he is one of the best players and one of the best laners in the entirety of the LPL. And Kanavi right next to him is looking to try to stand out as the best jungler in the league.
Yeah, the only thing from Cream that he really needs to like lock in to become officially like one of the true best mid laners in the LPL, to be one of the greats in the league, one of the best in the world, is kind of cleaning up on some of those late game mistakes. We didn't see any of it in that game number 1, which resulted in Top Esports winning that rather handily. But there are times, there are situations where Cream has the ball in his hands and he bricks a 3. He tries to be the one to make that moment happen and is unable to execute on it. And so he puts himself into good situations a lot of the time. And for Top Esports, what can take them to that next level, what can get them to being one of the best teams in the world, is seeing Cream play those late game fights at the same level as the rest of his team.
Yeah. Again, he's a rather fresh player. This is now his second year on Top Esports, so I feel like in terms of his storyline as a player, last year it was okay. You're a new player from OMG. You have a lot of, raw talent. We want to try to refine that and bring in a new talent, potentially a next franchise player alongside Jackie Love. Now that you've went to all those internationals, you've had that top level of success here on TES. second year in, you need to apply yourself. You need to be able to use all of these learnings, all of those series that you lost to Fnatic for some reason, and push forward and go for more. Because Top Esports now, it had been a long time before they had won an LPL championship. They won Split 1. Now they are going to be wanting for more. They need to be more than just an international laughingstock when you look at the Top Esports across the years.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good run for Top Esports. They've made it to many international championships in a row. They've gotten to very deep stages, but never fully completing that journey at the end. And so, could this roster be the one to do it now with Kanavi on the team? Well, we'll find out in a couple of months. But for now, it is Top Esports just trying to close out the series against JDG as they've moved over to the red side for the second game.
All right, JDG, though, they get blue side here. They are banning a lot of top laners. Jace and Gwen already off, and they are going to separate the Nefiri. Wondering if we're going to be getting another Talia ban coming on through from Top Esports. I think a reasonable first pick. It's going to be the Rumble, so they are expecting that Talia to get snapped up here by Scout.
And remember, no Pantheon to have that point-and-click CC to match alongside the Unraveled Earth in the jungle, as it was picked by Kanavi in that first game. And maybe that means that priorities go other directions for JD Gaming on this first pick. The Yorick is still available, and Bessa is still on the table as well. But it looks like mid lane could be the focus here. It's not going to be Talia, it's going to be the Azir.
If this is JDG trying to play a long gambit of saying, like, hey, let's take away some of Cream's champions, he has put in a fair amount of Azir games. I know someone was doing a solo queue report, and Cream had actually been spamming a hell of a lot of Azir games. It's kind of a champion that he has struggled with in the past. So we're kind of starting to see some of those hovers come on through for Top Esports. Getting the Renekton for themselves, going to be some skirmishing potential here for Top, and giving, I think, 369 something that is a little bit more fun than the Scion from Game 1.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sion's a great champion, and it's going to be the Nidalee to pair alongside it. I was thinking maybe we could have seen a full dive, like full frontline. Instead, it's going to be the Nidalee that comes into play here for Kanavi, and we'll see what JDG want to respond with.
Oh, you're getting hit with the Mordekaiser ult on your camera there.
I think I'm back.
Impressive.
I think I'm back.
Okay, you're good, you're good. We're getting Kalista Renata, a very powerful bottom lane, so looks like JDG, they want to try to fight, want to put the hands of the early game in, or available for Pays and Missing, and that revive is going to be particularly potent here. Top Esports, I think with a bit of a tricky draft here. There's not a lot of setup for the Nidalee, and while the setup from Yone is going to be nice, one of Cream's best champions historically, not a ton of crowd control, so I think maybe a pinch of supports coming on through for JDG. I think a Leona's on the table, Alistar, Rel, these are champions that I would be considering taking away from Crisp.
Yeah, it's full bot lane focus here. Jackie Love, Lucian getting banned away. We've seen Kalista Renata into the Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio, things like that, being the answer into something like what Pays and Missing have to offer already, so not surprised to see that one taken away. And now we'll see if Top Esports still want to go that poke, that double range oriented direction in their bot lane, or maybe they do want to go for something like the Alistar, like the Leona that you were mentioning for Crispy. It's such a great game on the Nautilus, a champion with that primary engage, and would be an important part of the Top Esports composition. If they lock in two ranged champions, it's going to be very hard to find initiation for this team.
Yeah. So Top Esports probably looking for 80 carry on 4, give something available for Crisp. Although, honestly, support blind here is fine. They're going to go for the Ezreal, so looking like it's going to be an Ezreal Karma versus Kalista Renata matchup here. JDG need to be very careful about picking more melees, as Karma definitely would feel a lot better into that kind of matchup. For Shun, though, looking at ADs, I mean, you have access to maybe the... like, what? You could have Sejuani if you really want to. I'm not really all that fond of it here. Maokai is something that actually I think would get a lot of value here. They're going to give Shun a little bit more time to figure out what jungle champion he wants.
Because, remember, Kanavi really had his way with him in that first game.
Oh, yeah.
Never really got going on the Xin Zhao. Maybe against the Nidalee, something that can match that clear speed, can be a little bit aggressive, can go in onto dive. Something like the Wukong might make sense as well. Still waiting out what this JDG composition is finalized with. This would be that pocket pick versus pocket pick matchup in the jungle. And it looks like we're going to get it. Wow, Kindred here for Shun. Now, not a ton of resources to go around, all these big carries for JDG, but if they can get it to work, they have got a really nice composition.
Yeah, but I'm so worried about this. Like, you have a short-range bottom lane that really wants to skirmish. Maybe we get some BLG from 2023, 2024, where Shun is a psychopath and is level 3 ganking this bottom lane. But, I mean, it's an arms race between these two. You have Poke coming out from Nidalee, Ezreal, Karma. Kindred doesn't really have any real front line. She's going to have to basically stand next to Scout or Ala. I have big questions here for this JDG draft. I don't think this is it for them, and feels like their composition is all over this place, really relying on Scout to be a late-game carry for the team, whereas I think that top esports, you kind of have your pick of the litter. You can always aggress on your opponents. You have at least 1-2 pushing lanes in the map right now, so Kanavi has really whatever choice he wants as to being able to run over this map.
It does feel imperative for both teams to get ahead in the early game, right? When you have Shun on the Kindred, you have Kanavi on this Nidalee specifically. Getting off those early leads is going to be very, very important. And for Top Esports, a chance to close out this series 2-0, to kind of fight back against the narratives that they are Game 3 merchants, that they always end up dropping random games throughout the season. Getting a win over a solid team like JDG here, as they continue to try to extend their advantage in Group Ascend at that top seed. Running away with it at this point, but finishing off a 2-0 would definitely help them out here.
I'm taking a look. Top Esports, they've played 13 series. You've got 1, 2, 3. They've played 3 series that they have won that have only been 2 games. 4 if you consider their loss against AL a couple of days ago. So we're heading into game number 2 here between JDG and Top Esports.
Wow. Dare I say, Top Esports might be more represented in the JDG arena. Am I crazy?
That might be the case. I feel like that there's that one JDG fan that we heard. She was going crazy.
They're going wild.
She was going to 11 for her team. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, maybe the fans might actually prove to be, if you have more fans in the audience, maybe just end up winning. We'll see.
That is
again,
something.
Home arena for JDG.
I mean, in traditional sports, that's definitely a thing, right? Like, having the home field advantage is massive, and just having the fans on your side. And we've seen teams like WE even and Sion, like, that when they're in their home arena, they find themselves a lot of success. That's where they went on that big run that they had towards the middle of the season. JD's got to tap into that right now here, Alk, though, as they've got a tough to execute draft. And honestly, I would say both teams do.
Yeah. It's definitely more skill-oriented, especially when we have the Kanavi with this Nidalee. We were saying the same thing for Shun, that he doesn't have a ton of traditional front line, and same can be said for Kanavi. Feels like this is a game that can very easily snowball in one way or the other. And especially for this bottom lane 2v2, Ezreal Karma, it is all about can you get into the lane first, and right now it is Jackie Love and Crisp getting first push in the lane, and probably going to be hitting level 2 a little bit sooner than their counterparts.
That double range bot lane matchup. I mean, we're going to see more and more of this, I'd say, as we go throughout the rest of the season. Just given that the lanes can be extended a little bit longer now that the Void Grubs spawn at 8 minutes instead of 6. I mean, this is something that we've continually harped on. But in terms of our expectations in the meta, I mean, going into the Demacia Cup, going into the start of Split 1, there was no chance we were seeing a Karma versus Renata support matchup.
Oh, yeah. Also, Ezreal just wasn't that popular, I think, from Demacia Cup, and even the very, very beginnings of Split 1. Engage supports were just too OP. So glad to see that we're seeing a little bit more diversity as well. Also, Kalista has dropped off a ton in terms of prio, so I'm glad to see this champion gone. I think it's very fake a lot of the time, so we'll end up seeing what ends up happening. Both junglers pathing down towards the bottom side. Twitch chat seems to definitely believe that King Kanavi's Nidalee is going to be able to take over Shun's Kindred. And right now, Kanavi is ahead in the jungle clears, almost already done with his blue buff, while Shun is trying to balance going and finishing his red buff a little bit after this one.
Curious to see Shun not immediately path towards the Renekton. I feel like that's normally something that we see Kindreds do, or sorry, I meant Kanavi going towards the Renekton. I feel like that's something we see Nidalees do in the 2v2. That's why you pick this champion. But it turns out if you just clear a little bit faster here than Shun, you're able to pick up this early Scuttle Crab, most likely. And the coin did flip in favor of Kanavi potentially, as he should be able to secure this one. As Shun instead is going to try to target Cream in the mid lane.
Hold this, Cream.
He forces the flash. That E-proc does a lot of damage, and Cream's forced about 100 HP, so not fatal, but a crucial summoner spell is down, as now Kanavi's going to look for a response in the bottom lane.
Okay, missing and pays. Can you survive? That's one spear missing. Wave doesn't crash. Kanavi takes a turret shot. I think this is risky. I think this is really hard for them to pull off. Yeah, turret is starting to really heat up. They are poking them out.
They're going slowly but surely. Finally missing. Does pop the heal. But the spears are starting to rain in here for Pays. Oh, the mantra Q from downtown. It's pure from Crisp, and that's first blood to top esports. They could look for more onto Pays. The redive is inevitable. The tether lands onto the Callista. In goes Kanavi. The tower is heating up. Will this be Pays out playing? He's able to find the first kill, but will be shut down by the Mystic Shot of Jackie.
Okay. Perfectly fine, though. I think that being able to trade 2 for 1, great for top esports. A lot of summoner spells now invested, though. That's everything except for Missing's flash gone. And a pretty big wave starting to stack. Cream in a world of hurt on this Yone. JDG being able to at least punish a little bit through Scout's Azir.
And, of course, a lot of that was aided by Shun coming up early, as Cream with the Soul Unbound had to jump out maybe a little bit earlier than he did. He does ding level 5. That gets him a decent amount of HP, but is taking a lot of poke from this Azir, which means that Missing and Shun can go for an invade onto the enemy Raptor camp, and they'll be able to pick this up very, very easily.
Love the cheeky amount of movements coming in. Crisp as well. This is a big wave that JDG are giving over, though. You see that right now, Jackie Love having to pick up all of this, and this means that Missing, Pays, they're not getting access to this. They actually brought Pays over to that play. He'll catch 3 of these top lane minions. That'll probably be a teleport invested by Allah. But Jackie Love is getting paid here in this game number 2.
And these 2 bot laners, you know, kind of have similar upbringing, similar stories, being placed onto top teams at very young ages. Pays not getting to the same level of international success as Jackie Love early on in his career, but still has the opportunity to do it. And then now moving over to another top team in the LPL. It was TES here for Jackie Love. It's now JDG for Pays. And we can see if Pays can unlock that same level of legacy that Jackie Love has had. As, you know, now this AD carry for top esports is pretty deep in his career, but is still yet to reach and come back to that same pinnacle that he reached when he was so young on Invictus Gaming.
I mean, look, Jackie Love may have won Worlds, and, you know, Worlds is nothing like an MSI title, but Pays is, you know, Pays is an international champion. He was able to actually pick up a trophy, so at least saving some of a similar level of success internationally speaking. But Shun now going to get spotted on this ward. Big focus for us. 0 stacks so far
Scout
on this. Oh my God, Cream!
What a buffer coming out from Cream on that Yone. And that will leave him alive. It was surely an inevitable kill without that flash on Cream, but he was able to escape somehow, some way.
I think a large portion of this game now split in half. Top Esports playing a little bit of a vertical jungle here alongside JDG, where Top Esports take control of the bottom side, making sure that Jackie Love and Crisp can continue to farm, and Kanavi, Shun and JDG looking for action along the top side of the map. They've decided, hey, this lane matchup is not tenable anymore. We're just going to slide it on over. We're going to have Pays and Missing fight against Renekton. 369 does have access to that Dominus, so should be an easy job for them to look. We have Grub spawning in 45, and we have an early reset coming in from Pays and Missing.
I wonder if they're going to path back towards the top lane, or maybe just try to match Jackie Love and Crisp once again. Maybe they're anticipating a swap back up, and they're going to sack the Grubs, but no, it looks like Pays and Missing getting a bit of a reset and just really wanting to play around these Grubs. Again, the early game, very important for both of these teams, Dalk, and right now it's Top Esports winning out on this. They're up 1,500 gold.
Yeah, Jackie Love and Chris are now going to reset. We also see that there is a mark here for Kindred. She was able to grab at least 1, but that Raptor Pit, I think, very important. Scout doesn't have teleport. He's going to get forced out of mid. Cream will have priorities. There'll be a wave missed here. I assume that Shun is just going to swing on by this mid lane, but should very easily turn into Top Esports being able to get at least early vision down and set up around this first Grub song.
Navi's going to get there first. Cream is going to maybe channel the reset a little bit, but now could potentially try to catch out Shun. No ulti available for Cream, so not a ton of lockdown that he has at his disposal, but he does chunk the Kindred down to 400 HP, forcing him very, very low at a crucial point in this game. The handshake will land onto Kanavi. but it's just a little bit of poke issued by missing as now JDG make their way towards the grubs.
Shun being 45% HP here is a bit questionable to me. Jackie Love also getting another wave. JDG are giving up a lot of gold on the map to try to make this play happen right now. So they'll get 2 grubs. Teleport coming in from 369.
369 going to try to join the fray. It's already 2 grubs picked up here by JDG. They're going to be very happy to just give up the 3rd, knowing they have the advantage, and also have burned that teleport from 369. So the Renekton, without that summoner spell for the next couple of minutes, means that it'll be a little bit easier for JDG to play around the map.
Yeah, majority of the grubs going over, and now Kanavi even trying to invade, getting more jungle camps here. Just moving in with Crisp. It's going to be Renekton again, facing off against the 2v2, or the bot lane duo of JDG. I like how the lane allocations is kind of shaken out for top esports. They've been better about making sure that they're able to pick up waves, that they're playing and kind of pushing out their side lanes before moving in towards objectives. JDG have tried to play a faster game and making sure that they get gold or they're there first on the play, but you know, in a game that is really predicated on how many small advantages, how many cuts can you take away from your opponents, it's stuff like this that really puts top esports just a little bit ahead of their opponents.
And that should mean they're able to pick up this first dragon as well. Still waiting here on Shun to really come online. He's just 1 stack in, and you can see these picks are very popular for our junglers. Shout out to Kelsey on the graphics team, or just shout out to our entire production team as well for putting this together. As so far, it has been advantage Kanavi, but there's still a lot of time left in this one.
Number bigger for Kanavi, which means he might just straight up win this one as well. You know?
I mean, just barely.
Yeah, just barely. 3%. Hell, they sell milk with that. We've got now set up here from JDG, pushing on through the mid lane. For right now, I kind of want to see what Missing and Pays are really going to be able to do, because when you have 2 grubs, when you have this Azir, I think a big portion of your game plan has to be, how can we get gold onto this Azir, get him set up.
Okay, this could be what JDG were looking for. The Fates Call finds the bottom lane of top esports. Chris flashes away, but it's not enough. The Ren will take him down. And so JD Gaming getting another kill into their star 80 carry.
All right, they're going to get a little bit of time alone. This is also going to be JDG now setting up in the top side, giving Scout the freedom and the knowledge of where the enemies are. Also gives Shun the ability to move back into his jungle if he needs to, finish off on some of his camps. So part of that game plan, getting Scout ahead, getting Scout his gold, and making sure that he is going to be a massive teamfight menace as this game goes on.
It's slowly but surely maybe starting to come a little bit together for JDG. I still think Shun needs to be a bigger part of this one if they want to win, though. Look at the level difference. It's about a level and a half. Shun is 2 levels down officially in terms of the number count right now. He should ding 8 off of this camp, but only 1 mark so far compared to Kanavi, who's been able to do just a little bit more in this game.
He's also just 4 camps ahead. Look at the jungle items right now, right? Like, Kanavi's at 7. He's going to have his upgraded smite a lot sooner than Shun. Shun's just now going to be finishing 10. So he needs to kind of up the pace if he wants to be able to keep up with Kanavi. And Kanavi has been, again, those small advantages, being able to take a camp here, steal away a Raptor pit here, steal a mark on the scuttle yet again from Shun. It's these small things, especially for these greedier junglers, that allow you to really kind of maximize those advantages. And you can already see they decided, hey, we're not playing towards the bottom side of the map. I took 2 of my camps top lane. We need to be able to protect Scout. There's going to be potentially another play going over to this Azir, and even now the teleport from Cream.
So suddenly JDG forcing some pressure on the map and making top esports respond in certain ways. Cream with the Soul Unbound, and the Chuck missing out just a little bit. Not much to fight for around the top side of the map, though, and so that means that top esports are comfortable with this situation. They're going to be able to have Cream push out this wave. They have more plates going into the hand of 369, as they are still feeling comfortable about where things are at, but much like game number 1, it was a small advantage picked up for top esports early, and it took them a while to really continue to snowball it.
I'm glad that during that fight towards the plate there, might have to hold this as Shun gets a little freaky with the mounting dread. Testing for the blue buff. Goes over to Kanavi.
Nice.
All right. Azir does teleport topside, but you could see that the observers were zooming in onto Allah because they were like, is anybody going to hit the Blood Rose? Is anybody going to hit the Blood Rose? Getting Dominus popped here for 369.
Yeah, Ala still has his R2. The Q3, if that connected, could have been an all-in, all-out for Ala. But 369 will be able to dash away with the slice. Head back to base. Has that black cleaver as well, so we'll continue to shred Ala in this side lane. And I feel like that's where top esports are going to want to keep that Renekton for a large portion of this game.
Yeah. Ooh, Scout dashes forward. Okay, so kind of trying to test Cream, see where he's at, put out those feelers. I'm glad that 369 also has that JDG emote. I know we were talking about it in game number 1. Maybe 369 typing, being like, hey, you're in my seat, bro. You know, I was there for a little bit. You should pay some respect. But we'll see a little bit more. It's the Herald spawning in 40 seconds here. JDG being able to grab this. I assume they're going to try to use this to, again, get this gold onto this Azir. Now level 11 here for Scout. Getting closer to that second item. Already completed the Leandries. And with turret plates falling, I think a big portion of their game is making sure that they can kind of hit these item breakpoints at appropriate timers so they can contest top esports.
Oh, Triss gets hit up by that handshake, and Sean going to jump over the wall. This is the opportunity that JDG might want right before that Rift Herald spawns. Crisp still getting singled out, and the Feats of Warfare going to be secured by JD Gaming. Kanavi dashes in, but the land's respite buying so much time. Jackie left to shift back over into his red buff pit and won't be able to finish off any single kill. So JD Gaming getting a kill back onto Crisp and continuing to mount their comeback in this game number 2.
We get to see some of the archetypes of what team fights are going to look like between these two teams. Shun giving the ultimate to his teammates, and then if any of the enemy team get into position, a sweep and a scoop from Scout is going to keep them not able to be revived by the Lamb's Respite. So with that, JDG are going to look to push on over. They're going to instead trade for the Dragon here. All of this is happening. Top Esports going to go for the first turret of the game, grab that for themselves. 369, don't think he's under too much duress here, but, I mean, Shun's coming.
Yeah, he's just trying to build up Fury to try to clear out that minion wave. We'll have to flash out as Ala used the ulti on him to send him backwards. And now Crisp is here, but JDG want to continue this play. Cream could potentially join this fight soon, but he doesn't have that teleport available. I thought it was coming off a cooldown, but it is not, and so it will be JD Gaming getting that Dragon and getting the bot lane tier 1 turret, while Top Esports trade right back with the top lane tier 1, as well as this Rift Herald for Kanavi.
All right, 1 for 1 in turrets, 1 for 1 in objectives, with the Herald going over to Top Esports, the Dragon to JDG. Splitting these up. They're actually going to try to go for more here, sending in the Herald into mid lane. This is going to be another turret, so they end up coming out ahead in the short term for gold. This is going to be very powerful. Top Esports have such a massive spike on 1 and 2 items. Ezreal going to have access to that Muramana very soon. Kanavi wants to get his second item. Same thing here with Cream. Jackie Love even shifting forward here, so maybe see more of an invade as JDG trying to collapse outward from these outer solo lanes.
Oh, so close for Shun, but Kanavi going to pick that one up. Not many major objectives to fight for, but Kanavi still under duress in his own jungle, but he's still able to steal him away. Thanks for the leash, buddy. And now a teleport comes in from Cream, and JDG might be a little bit overextended. Paze sends Missing back in with that Fate's Call, and Missing will be able to jump right back out of there as they go into the enemy jungle and come up with nothing. That is a tough situation for them. 2
camps going over to Kanavi, maybe even going for more here with Crisp. This is in enemy territory. Yone teleported to the bottom lane wave. Barely isn't able to clip Missing there. Very close. You even see that 369, because they want to continue to play for this bottom lane and more of these camps, and maybe even going for this turret here.
Let's take the tower.
That's going to be the Raptors going over to 369. Another mark denied.
Well, let's see what they can do in Ala in a 3v1 situation. He dashes away. Will be very tanky until he uses that ulti, which he doesn't feel comfortable using just yet. Pathmaker out, and Cream just uses the Fate Seal to escape once Paze arrives. So Top Esports got what they wanted. They picked up that tier 1 tower. They have now unlocked the map. All tier 1s are down in all 3 lanes. And they continue to add on to their lead and control over Summoner's Rift.
Yet another game where we look at this for 18 minutes and Kanavi has 1,000 gold lead over Shun. It's 20 CS, a massive amount of camps going over to this Nidalee. Hasn't even recalled yet. He's been sitting on Leandri's Sorkpen boots for like 8+ minutes now. Kanavi's going to get a hell of a lot of damage done to him with the Mounting Dread. JDG saying, okay, that's enough. You've taken enough of the base, enough of the map.
We're playing fast and loose in this game. Missing just left out to dry. Chris flashes forward. The shielding is not enough. And 369 picks up the kill after utilizing his teleport. So JDG going for these invades, but just coming back to bite them at the end of the day.
Yeah, we saw this from Top Esports. The way that Top Esports are using their waves and using their champions is, hey, it's cool that we can steal camps, but really we are here to make sure that we can take down structures. And the same thing happened here for JDG, but instead Missing ends up being a little too far forward. It is a turret going over to Azir. Azir has now finished 2 items, so Scout on this champion needs to be able to show up and show out big for this team. Level 12 has 2 items, has the Nashers and Leandries completed. He's going to be a massive component to the team fighting of JDG if they want any chance here in Game 2.
I mean, we are playing on very aggressive means here for JD Gaming. I know the kill score is only 3-3, but these guys are going at it back and forth.
I mean, you saw the flashes. Shun said, oh, hell no. I'm getting out of here, bro. Good luck Missing. I'll see you later, brother. I'll see you back in base. And immediately invest the flash, jumps back over the wall. So, yeah, we are. You say we're moving fast. We're 19.5 minutes or 6 kills.
But
last game was faster.
But just look at all the invades and all the aggressive posturing and over-indexing into different side lanes that each team is playing. It's like the movements are aggressive, but not a lot of blood has been shed. And so both teams just really respecting each other. They're playing more around collecting sideways for themselves, stealing away jungle camps where they can. But I have a feeling all kills are about to stack up soon, as we have this dragon spawning in 30 seconds. A pretty big breaking point for whoever picks it up.
Yeah, no one near any kind of soul point, with especially JDG being able to split that first dragon. So, and right now we are seeing that Cream, he is farming up a storm on a side lane with this Yone, a very big signature marquee champion for this guy in the mid lane. And I mean, we're talking about individual champions that that a lot of these players are known for. I feel like Scout's Azir is particularly infamous. You have obviously the pocket picks from the jungle. Right now, Kanavi still winning that battle, a level and a half up in the jungle as this Nidalee, trying to keep that advantage. Feels like if Top Esports lose, if they give the shutdown, we talked about it earlier, this game could instantly swing and be very snowball reliant for both of these teams.
But so far, Top Esports are the one with that advantage. They're up 2,500 gold. Missing, chunked out really low! And the spear picks up the kill by Kanavi. Cream comes in with a Fate Shield. It lands on a 2, but Pave's still very healthy. A numbers advantage in favor of Top Esports. They will be able to claim that second Drake.
Jackie Love just arcane shifts forward, puts all that damage into Missing, and unfortunately Missing now being a large problem for JDG, constantly going down as this Renata. There was Fate's call, maybe not expecting him to immediately get bursted out by that huge spear, and they're going to take Dragon. They're going to start up Otacon immediately here for Top Esports.
Will JDG respond? Missing's back up, but he's very far away from this Otacon, who's now at 8,000 HP. Scout in the area as well. Shun very far away. There should be no chance at a steal, but maybe Top Esports could be under threat in terms of fight. Shun goes in! Oh my goodness! He somehow gets into range to steal that Otacon away, and JDG will walk away with a buff scot-free.
A criticism of Shun in these last couple series is that he has been lacking on the smites. When it's come down to clutch moments, he has lacked the ability to hit the smite key better than his opponent. But here in this game number 2, he shows up Kanavi, he gets the smite, he's able to steal that away. A massive steal coming in from JDG. We need to see this again, because I'm looking at this. It doesn't even seem like Shun actually stole it. I don't know if he used his smite.
Was it the wolf?
Oh my god, 8 HP! He didn't even need the smite, so hell, maybe that's still a critique we end up holding for the JDG jungler, but still, being able to steal that away from Kanavi, it's those extra spirit petals, it's also that explosive damage on the kills. Now an extended play onto Allah.
Teleport comes in from 369. Will there be enough of a gap closer? I don't think so, as Shun comes forward. It was either the wolf or it was like the jungle pet that somehow got into range and was able to get a little bit of damage down. Because Shun was not really in auto attack range. That auto was still on the way as the Otacon went down.
I'm going to send out Shun's favorite fan, 1010, go find the VOD. Go find the raffle file.
You're sending people
upload the slow-mo. Yeah, look, we can't do it. We got a whole game to cast still, okay? These people got a lot more time than we do, at least live.
That's crazy disrespect. You're calling them jobless?
I'm not calling them jobless. Hey, she's a very hard-working woman. Okay, she has an IRL job. Sometimes you can't even catch some of the JDG series live. Anyway, that's enough about, we always got to bring her up when we're talking about JDG, but big power spikes coming on through for JDG, especially Shun now having access to that Trinity Force. This Kindred is starting to come online.
Yeah, and it's still Kanavi ahead about a level, ahead about 40 CS, but Shun, again, starting to get there, hit that critical 4-stack mark, which, of course, is the start of what can be a very powerful late-game Kindred. And it's both Shun and Scout that are really going to have to come to play. We said at the top of the series, but specifically in this game, once we get to the late game, Paze's damage is not going to be as powerful. He's going to be more of a utility player to try to finish off kills, finish off neutral objectives. It's going to be a lot about the Azir and the Kindred in these late game team fights for JDG.
And really, I think it's going to allow for Missing to play a little bit more far up. I know we've been talking about Missing getting caught, but having access to that Fate's Call. Wow.
As you say the word. Kanavi. Getting dashed on by Kanavi, but a really good usage of that ulti will get him out. Now the Fate's Call comes in. 369 gets knocked up, forced to pop that Dominus. But there's not enough damage onto the Renekton just yet. As the rest of JDG will now begin the retreat. Scout dishing a decent amount of chunk damage as on the other side of the map.
Cream and Allah.
Currently Cream out dueling Allah, giving Top Esports control of this bottom side jungle.
Another camp being stolen, being started up. JDG, can they actually hit onto this mid tier 2 though? TES are very weak right now. They have 2 grubs, and with Kalista and Azir, Jesus Christ, that Nidalee Spear just nuked Scout's HP.
Yeah, it was able to allow for JDG to get that tier 1 turret, but not much more after that. Next thing to fight over on the map, that dragon spawning in a minute's time. It would be Top Esports to claim the Infernal Soul Point. If it goes their way, JDG want to put a stop to that, even up that count, get a little bit of that extra adaptive force themselves. But Crisp and the rest of Top Esports, that poke composition now starting to come into fruition. The tether's going to land on a Missing. He has to pop up Mikhail's Blessing and will dodge away from that next spear as well. They're playing dodgeball right now in their own side of the rift. And
wait, they're going to go for Baron!
The tier 2. Now, teleport is mini-shoot from Cream, and with the health bars chunked so low, Top Esports can and will start this up.
All right, how is Shun going to be able to survive? He's at half right now. There are no jungle camps for him to be able to take. Renekton is playing up. You see that right now. JDG have no idea. They have no vision on this right now. This is a free Baron going over to Top Esports.
It's way
they
too
are
late
playing
to teleport.
fast. They are playing intentional. And hell, they even got the teleport out from Allah. How much more can JDG get? They need to be able to trade up on these objectives.
They need this tier 2, and they need this dragon for this to be even semi-worth it for them to go and be really hurt off of that timer. And that's the power of that poke composition. You chunk out the members of JDG, you go right to a neutral objective.
What a fantastic game. So far, TES are playing like a team possessed here. Clean movements. It feels like they are so locked in as to what they need to be able to accomplish.
Okay, Death
369 walks forward.
It's set up onto the Croc. He's chunked down to 40% HP. Oh, Cream does not hit anybody as Shun flashes away. Here comes the Emperor's Divide. Scout looking to find the kill onto his opposing mid laner, and it will be a shutdown picked up by Allah. Hostile takeover is slowing Kanavi down. He has no flash and he has no life. It's a double kill for the Cassante. And JD Gaming find the fight that they need and will pick up their second dragon of the game.
It took them almost half an hour in game time, but finally we see JDG get a team fight on their terms, and it goes their way. Second dragon of the game going over to JDG, and this Baron now being stalled out for Top Esports. They tries to squeeze a little bit too much. Again, it is so hard for this team to actually walk into Fog of War if JDG are set up. We got to see a lot taken out of there. So many summoner spells now no longer available for Top Esports.
I mean, that might have been the first time that Scout used his Emperor's Divide. That's how kind of reserved he has been. And while JDG have gone for these aggressive posturing, Scout not necessarily a part of it, but he's been quietly scaling, quietly farming, matching what has been a really solid farm performance from Cream as well. And now we're starting to see those items come into play. Now we're starting to see that mid-jungle for JDG come to life. As we get another look at this replay, Top Esports knew they had to run in to try to take this one away, and that was the start that they needed as JDG spot out 369 early.
And I love this turn immediately. Great flash from Pace to be able to dodge out on the Fate Unsealed, and then, I mean, it's a pretty nice use of the Zonias from Kanavi, but them being able to miss out on that last play as well, didn't have access to the summoner spells. So JDG punish Top Esports. Top Esports have been playing fast here in this game. They made a single pick onto Missing. They chunked him out. Then they moved into the Baron immediately. They made a single pick around the mid lane, and then they rushed for the Dragon and the Otacon at the same time. So maybe some of that's starting to catch up to Top Esports. This game has been incredibly close. 2,000 gold is just barely the lead here for TES. But you look now, 3 items for Azir, 3-item Kalista as well. I think you are very happy with the state of the game.
Ala getting threatened here as Top Esports. Remember, they still have that Baron buff. It's only for one more wave, and they're not really going to be able to get much off of it. They tried to find a pick onto the Cassante, but he's now strong as well. 3 items in his own right as Pays just picks up the Terminus. In addition, now we see a bit of a duel in that bottom side. 369 has that Steric Shield pop. Scout dishing out a ton of DPS, and will force the Renekton back and will allow for JDG to get some more time to continue to scale up.
Yeah, dude, this Azir it might just be untouchable now. With Zhonya's, I mean, with Flash coming up in like 2 or 3 minutes, Scout might unironically just carry this game. And tough game. I mean, Jackie Love's on a huge spike. He finishes Spear of Shojin. He has to get closer to a Sorelda's if he really wants to be able to punch through Ala later in this game. And yeah, he'll have some armor penetration coming in from 369, but this Cassante is going to become very, very problematic here in this game. We got 2 minutes before a Baron spawns, 2 minutes before a Dragon even spawns, and right now it feels like JDG are slowly starting to surge back in despite the lead from Kanavi. Level 16 on this Nidalee. We need to see a lot more from Top Esports if they want to close out this series.
You still look at the items, you still feel good about where Jackie Love is, where Cream has been so far. But now you remember, there's a Renekton Nidalee on that top side, maybe not as powerful later on in the game. We have this perma-scaling Kindred, this Azir that's going to get continuously stronger. So the Goldie's going to be less and less, especially if JDG keep things close here, especially in that objective count. Remember, they were able to pick up that second Dragon despite Top Esports getting the Baron the last time around because of their unique fight situation that they were able to create for themselves.
And now we're looking at the map. JDG have just been able to really... We talked about earlier in the game that Top Esports, they spent a lot of their kind of early game set making, playmaking, just trying to take down structures, get gold, ramp themselves up into a good part of the game where they can kind of coast on a natural gold lead that they got from themselves through the structures. But by taking all of them, you've kind of made the map really long for you, so you have to go very deep into enemy territory. And while they still have some of these outers, JDG have just been farming. They've been picking up gold. I think that Scout in particular has been doing a great job. We're looking at Pays as well. Almost 330 CS. I know that Jackie Love is doing a fantastic job for himself, but making sure that they're farmed up and being able to really attack TES. We haven't seen a big development outside of some of these team fights, and maybe TES maybe kind of pushed themselves a little too far here in this game.
Yeah, because now the question is, once we get to those 5v5s, I mean, we haven't really seen one in a while that has worked out for Top Esports. Their top side so used to skirmishing. That's what they want to be able to accomplish. And now a collapse could be imminent onto Cream, who's very out of position right now in this bottom lane. Shun trying to cut him off. The True Shot Barrage will come out of Fate Sealed, plus the Flash will save Cream's life, but those are 2 crucial cooldowns that are now down for this Dragon that is spawning in 25 seconds.
Ooh, teleport. They're going to make a long play onto 369, and that could prevent JDG from having this Baron taken by Top Esports.
Dominus Pop, 369 has a lot of work to do, but he finds a lot of damage on to Scout immediately. Scarrick Shield going to save him his life for now. He flashes over, he blast cones out, and that means that 369 is out scot-free, and the rest of Top Esports are corralling around him. Instead of going for that Dragon, they're looking for a refleet on the play and potentially a pull of the Baron.
I mean, Scout still has teleport. They're going to be able to go back into this play, and JDG right now are having access into mid. They're getting pulled around the map right now, trying to find this pick onto Ala.
Now he's the one singled out. The Uno reverse card right back in onto the Cassante. Jackie Love with a Mystic Shot picks up the kill, and it's a numbers advantage for Top Esports for the next 50 seconds. 4v5 on the map. Top Esports going to start up this Baron, and there's not much that JDG can do about it.
JDG, they're going to go to the Dragon. They're going to put themselves on soul point with this. Another Infernal Dragon coming on through. 369 invests the teleport. This game only gets tighter and tighter between the two teams here. JDG sitting in 4th. Top Esports are #1 team here in the LPL. And it just feels like it is a game of inches here between these two. A small win here, getting the summoner spells out from the enemy top laner, finding Ala on this Cassante. How much more can Top Esports get? This is the second Baron that they've now gotten here in this game. And they're finally going to be able to break open another tier 2.
We talked about it at the top of the show, but JDG have the most matches left to play here in the league. They've got a gauntlet ahead of them. They don't want to start things off with a 2-0 loss to Top Esports, a team they already lost to in the first round robin. They have the most to gain, the most to lose, as Shun going for broke, potentially jumping over the wall to land some damage onto Kanavi, but he's able to escape right back on out. And the question becomes, what can Top Esports do to extend their gold lead off of this Baron power play?
Shun has 7 marks of the Kindred right now. He also is going for a Black Cleaver, so he's going to have so much damn movement speed here in this game between the Trinity Force and the Black Cleaver Phage procs. Shun has a big weight on his shoulders. I know we were talking about the bottom lane having to kind of be a bridge. Well, I mean, honestly, Pays and Missing didn't do all that much. They're going to be the finishers in these fights. Shun and Scout, the new dynamic duo for JDG, 2 members that are new to the roster and having to kind of prove themselves here on another team. They've had some inconsistencies. Shun definitely, I think, stepping up when his team has needed him most. I think on games like the Nefiri, like we got from him earlier. We need to see that level of performance again here in game number 2. Well, I mean, there's still a Baron here for Top Esports, and I think we're looking 3 minutes ahead towards that soul.
And shout out to JDG. They've been able to hold the line despite the fact that Top Esports are up 5K. It doesn't feel like it right now because there's not much that Top can do with their Baron buff, right? They haven't been able to crack open a tier 3, and now Crisp is forced to flash away as Shun is posturing very aggressively. He's chunked out to FHP, but still has a Lamb's Respite and his flash, so will be able to get out with his life. There's nothing much to fight for, so JDG can be very comfortable with just forcing that Summoner spell and backing on right back.
Oh my god, that is such a huge win there, though. I mean, just pushing Shun out of the bottom lane. Out of this bottom side jungle. They're going to try to push in mid. Honestly, TS, I think you need to take control of the mid waves. I know that you've been trying to play really fast on at least one side of the map. 369.
We send the Renekton right over the wall. The hostile takeover going to slow him down as well. Eclipse onto Crisp. Here's the Emperor's Divide.
Oh my god!
Shield is big from Cream. It lands on a 4. Lands Respite buying a lot of time. Who's going to come out on top in this one? Guardian Angel already popped from Pays. Jackie
oh my god, Jackie!
Jackie Love's trying to pop off once again. And in the moment that matters most, it is the star franchise AD carry for Top Esports to win themselves the fight. Only All is alive. They have a wave in mid lane, and Top Esports going to try to close out this series 2-0.
They got another mid wave coming on through. Jackie Love finally comes alive with this Ezreal. They've got Baron now. It's gone. There's no Baron buff available. All needs to make a lifetime save. He's going for the minion wave.
He's not going to be able to find it. Those minions going to be all nice and healthy. The ace is picked up for Kanavi as he sweeps his former team in the LPL Split 2 regular season. It's Jackie Love on the Ezreal to win them at the end as Top Esports go to 12-2 with a dominant sweep over JD Gaming.
Yet again, another 2-0 here coming in for Top Esports. I think a much-needed win, and I think a confidence booster considering the series we just got from them against Ninjas in Pajamas a few days ago. Top Esports, man. We need more games like that, man. Like, just playing really fast around the map, playing incredibly dominant. I love how aggressive we kind of saw. There were hiccups, but it's that style of gameplay that led to them winning LPL in Split 1 to now being number 1 here in the league, 12-2.
And it was a difficult composition to play out. It was a Nidalee for Kanavi. He ended up doing very well on it, getting himself out to early advantages and never really letting go of that. But then at the end, it was once again Jackie Love that came to the rescue. This guy didn't do too much in game number 1. He was on Varus duty, he was on poke duty. This time, he absolutely delivered on one of his signature picks.
And with that win, Top Esports have locked a top 4 finish here in LPL Split 2. I think a long time coming. There were a lot of question marks as to whether or not that was going to be the case, but with the fact that they only have 5 series left, 3 series left. So yeah, they play 4
series left.
They play 4 series after this. Or yeah, sorry, they play 3 series. Yeah, wait. I'm blind.
So
4.
Top
It's
Esports,
4.
it's 12-2 now for them.
Yeah.
The maximum number of losses in series that they can get is 6, and there are currently 6 teams that have 7 losses or more, which means that even if they lose out on the rest of their games, there's nobody that can catch them outside of AL, BLD, and JD Gaming that, you know, can potentially leapfrog them in the standing. So already a berth to playoffs for Top Esports, well deserved from them, especially the fact that they've been able to close out all of these close series and then also win some dominant ones like this one against JDG.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of experience that we needed to have for top esports against playing another top team. This isn't just like a random, like, unfortunately, sorry to do this to the team. This isn't like an FPX or Thunder Talk or an NIP. This is a top team that we are expecting to probably see this as a rematch. Again, we already saw this in Split 1 playoffs. We were expecting to see this matchup as a best of 5 later on this season. And congratulations again to them. I think for JDG, though, a tough loss. Still, some of the pieces kind of not really working. I feel like Pays and Missing in particular were very muted in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of that is credit to Top Esports for understanding what JDG would like to do to win themselves games and forcing somebody else to make the plays for them when Pays is kind of out of the picture. And, you know, Scout, Ala, not really able to deliver the same way that somebody like Pays has for them all year long. And so that can become a bit of an issue, a bit of a striking point if you are JD Gaming, and you're going to have to figure out a solution to that real quick, because this is not the start that you wanted to your gauntlet week, as they still have the most games left to play in the second round robin, and they, of course, still have to play against a ton of those top-rated teams. If you take a look at our standings overall, in 2 days' time, JDG will be playing up against IG in a very important series that could be a difference maker for locking in that top 4 spot.
Low-key, I feel like JDG are about to gain a lot of stonks for the rest of this split. I mean, if we're being honest, that last IG series came down to a literal base race where they went from Nexus to Nexus, cross-country traveling for IG. Probably should have been a 2-1 in favor of JDG. Weibo look like crap right now. FPX should be an easy win for JDG. It's that BLG series that I think that I am really keeping my eye on. Can they finish strong and take over a surging Billy?
What a day we've had here on LPL. We locked in our 2 teams going into the play-in stage from Group Nirvana. Congratulations to EDG and LGD. And now we have our first team locked into the playoffs, as well as Top Esports already going to get that opportunity to repeat their Split 1 success. As we take a look at some of these highlights, it started off again with a muting of the bot lane for JDG, and that was their game plan from the start, and it ended up paying off for them.
What fantastic play again. Between Jackie Love and Crisp, they played some of their best series so far of the season, bar none. I had questions as to whether or not Jackie Love and Chris were really going to be able to kind of prove themselves, as there's been a lot of series where I feel like they've been okay. I think one of them, usually in a series, isn't having the best day, but between the Karma and the Nautilus, Chris looked like he was on point tonight. Jackie Love as well, being that consistent carry and the franchise player for this team, I think providing yet another win here. Exactly what we expect from a player of his pedigree and of his tenure here in the LPL.
And this is one of the more impressive series that we have seen from Top Esports. And that's saying a lot because they've been winning a lot of their series, Alk. But, you know, when you take a look at some of their recent performances, you mentioned they dropped a game to Ninjas in Pajamas. They got 2-0 swept by AL. They dropped a game to IG. This time, it was a lot more simple than that. And this is the Top Esports that we want to see heading into the playoffs and heading into potential international competition.
Exactly. Still a long road ahead of them for them. Like I was saying, like I was stumbling over my words earlier, they still have 4 series afterwards for the side of Top Esports to be able to perform, and then obviously the rest of playoffs. But being able to have that auto buy, definitely really important for this team, and kind of expected, right? When we saw them take a pretty dominant lead, they've had individual stumbling moments, and we are still expecting both of these teams to be top 4 in the league, barring a massive couple of upsets coming in for the rest of the season. But honestly, Grapes, gotta be thinking about MVP. I feel like it's going to be Jackie Love for the end of that game, but I feel like you could also give it to Kanavi again for a majority of that Nidalee game.
It's hard because there wasn't a lot of kills. Even though it was a very high-intensity game, like, part of me feels like Cream was a very impactful part of that one, but he was like 0-1-0 for like a large chunk of it, for like the first 30 minutes of the game. I do think Jackie Love probably gets it just for that last team fight. Kanavi also could get a shout for his early game play on the Nidalee and how he was able to snowball that into the eventual win. Yeah,
and you know, we kind of sunset. I'm so excited, not only because we're going to see our player of the game, Jackie Love, well deserved, but also this is the last super week of the season here, at least for Split 2. We no longer have 3 game days. We're done with that. I'm happy for the scheduling, but also it just means that our crew here on the LPL English can really focus and I think hone in on these last couple of series as we close out the regular split.
Man, who would have thought that this series, all Top Esports versus JDG, would have been the one series to only go 2 games. We had a 2-1 win for LGD over Ultra Prime to start us off. We then followed that up with Thunder Talk pulling off a big upset and picking up their first win in a couple of weeks against Weibo Gaming. And then here, 2-0 for Top Esports against JDG. Make sure you tune in same time tomorrow, or actually a little bit later tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. GMT, 2 a.m. Pacific. We're going to start things off with Thunder Talk trying to continue their momentum against maybe a more difficult opponent in anyone's legend, and then a battle towards the bottom to see you can posture for positioning in that play-in stage. It's going to be NIP against FPX after that. Before we go, we want to give a very big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soupmung and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contributions to help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast of crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who's worked behind the scenes and also on camera for this long day. Of course, we started things off at the top of the show with our Nirvana group game between Rafa and K-Man. Then we got Millie and all coming in as well. Alki, thank you for doing the double duty for this best of 3. And our producer, Kelsey Moser, behind it for it all.
Today has been an insane day for you and I, Grapes. We had an early start here. I know that it was also on, we were on a couple of the series last night for LPL, so it's been a long day for both of us, and especially for the fans here at LPL. Can't believe we had an 8-game day coming into today, and a lot of crazy upsets and amazing performances.
Before we go, I want to wish everybody happy Mother's Day out there. If you do want to, or just make sure you show some love to your mom or a parental figure in your life, tell them how much they mean to you on this special day. Thank you so much for watching again here on LPL English. My name is Grapes. Final score of this final series, Top Esports 2, JD Gaming 0. Make sure you're back here 5 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for more LPL.